you can feel the heat. Whoa. When the pressures rise, building up inside, trying to break it down, but you come back stronger, ready to fight, can't wait any longer. It's our time, it's like a force of nature, no stopping now, it's the stars to make it. Stronger than that, it's like a force of nature, no stopping now, it's the stars to make it. Stronger than that, stronger than that.
Ethan Burrell, big spin by the 50-60s, it won't be enough. Chris Records on the back of Johnny Johns, who covered the spot. Johnny, it's going to victory at the Kona scores the win. The home place beer completely taken by
It's like a force of nature, no stopping now, it's the stars that make it. Stronger than that, it's like a force of nature, no stopping now, it's the stars that make it. Stronger than that, stronger than that.
Ladies and gentlemen, NASCAR is home. Welcome to Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Memory Lanes World 600. I'm Rish of Kosla up in the booth with you all. No Alexander Ned tonight, but two very special guests joining me in the booth for tonight's event. Round 9 of the JoinAPS Cup Series. I'm joined by Robert Hill Jr. as well as Doug Rice from the Motor Racing Network. Cannot wait to go through the race with these guys. Doug will be around with us for the first stage, but let's talk through this race and start with you, Robert. 600 miles, 400 laps. It's going to be a long one for these drivers. They just came off a bit of a marathon at Martinsville. What's the mentality down on the ground with the drivers in terms of getting through this one and getting through the first few stages cleanly? And Doug, you've seen some real races going on here in NASCAR. Haven't quite seen the Cup car at Charlotte Motor Speedway just yet, but what have you seen in the real world that drivers have been facing challenges with this next-gen car, and what do you expect to see these virtual drivers having to deal with this next-gen car here tonight?
Speedway. The Performance Racing Network broadcast that race this year, and that really laid to rest some of the fear that I think a lot of people had about this new car on how it would do on the intermediate tracks. If you take a look at how it raced at Auto Club Speedway, at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, at the newly revamped Atlanta Motor Speedway, this car looked like $1 million. So I expect the same type of performance here tonight in the virtual world. And, you know, here again, the 600, it's all about patience. It's all about timing. We've got 4 stages, 100 laps each, and you just got to be patient. You're not going to win this race in the first 100 laps, but cliche, but you can easily lose it then.
Absolutely, and with that in mind, we're going to get those pre-race ceremonies underway before the drivers start their engines and get rolling. So we'll bring in, as always, Dustin Dewar, who sings the national anthem here for us in the Elite Racing Leagues. And, well, Dusty, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we walk, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Dustin Dewar then with the national anthem. Thank you so much for joining us, Dusty. And with that, we're going to now head on over to the Grand Marshal for tonight's event to give those famous words in racing.
Hey drivers, welcome to the Memory Lanes World 600. There's been some awesome paint schemes I've been seeing on social media. Everybody's looking great tonight with their throwbacks, and you are going to have a fun 600 miles of racing here at Charlotte. I wish I was out there. Anyhow, have a good one, enjoy it, and drivers, start your engines.
How cool is that to have Dale Jr. With that personalized message for these drivers, giving them their command to start this one here, this World 600?
It's always an exciting time having such a legend in the sport, Hall of Famer Dale Earnhardt Jr. involved in these elite racing events. I know Chad Frankenfield has spoken with him, and he was really excited to see some guys running his car, so I'm glad he could be involved with this.
Absolutely. Throwbacks tonight as well. But let's walk through that starting grid for tonight's Memory Lanes World 600. Shane Terrian grabbing that pole position with Matthew Weeks starting alongside him on the outside. Then David Tooker and Josh Adams making up row number 2. Scott Crump, Nick Massey in the 3rd row. Trey Holmes, Harrison Talon, look out for that row there. Fueled Up Racing drivers in row number 4. Then Razimus and Rexing rounding out your top 10. Bourne and Rucker making that top 12. We'll roll through Yep, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we'll roll through the rest of the grid because I want to get your guys' takes on what's going to be the keys to these first couple laps, getting underway in this race, getting started with this one. Doug, you mentioned you can very easily lose this race in the first few laps of this event, but how you make sure that you put yourself in a position to be successful and to find the most pace in your car towards the end of this race. It is a long one. It's hard to maybe see a connection between the start of the race and the end of it, but surely there has to be something there that these drivers are paying attention to that's going to affect them when it comes down to it, when it comes down to crunch time.
The exit off of the turn at Charlotte Motor Speedway have always been key, especially the exit off turn 2 onto the back stretch there. You've got to be clean there. There's a little bit of a tough transition. And then exit off of 4 down the front stretch. You've got to remember the front stretch is a double dog leg, but ideally, if you hit the exit of turn 4 right, you never have to turn the wheel. I've been lucky enough to be a ambassador driver. I probably have 5,000 laps at Charlotte Motor Speedway in a regular passenger car, but you learn a little bit about it. I see the pace cars diving onto pit road now.
Yes, it is, and these drivers are getting ready to go. Shane Terrian's going to control the field, and we're going to be away very shortly here. The green flag waves, and we're underway for this Memory Lanes World 600.
You know, as Doug was mentioning earlier on, patience is going to be a big key in this thing tonight. You're going to see drivers, David Tooker, Trey Holmes, guys such as that really are great at saving their tires. You might see them fall back early on in the race, but they're going to be there at the end of each and every run. And those tires are going to be oh so important to stay off those walls each and every lap. It's it's definitely going to be a race to save some tires. Patience is a key, and hopefully everyone can be there at the end of this one.
Well, got a nice clean lap number 1 there, and that's always key. I've seen before where that was a problem. Oh, and as I say that, we got a car sideways down the backstretch, but it looks like he may save it.
Yeah, looks like he gets it rolling back in the right direction. That's going to be Alexander Van de Sant in that number 97 car. Different paint schemes. We mentioned it's throwback night tonight. Unfortunately, I don't have much of a guide, and Alex is normally our historian here. Doug, you might be able to speak to some of these paint schemes, though, and recognize them. There's that Van de Sant car now down in 44th after that mistake coming off of turn number 2.
I can't tell you who has run that car before, but I have seen that paint scheme at so many of the throwbacks here for this Memorial Day. And I can tell you, though, when you're broadcasting these in real life, that when everybody rolls out these throwback paint schemes, or we do the Xfinity race in October at Charlotte, it is Breast Cancer Awareness Week, and you've got 12 pink cars on the racetrack. That's an announcer's nightmare, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just taking a look at Alex Van de Sant's paint scheme, this is actually a throwback to an Eric Jones U.S. Air Force car that he drove for Richard Petty Motorsports a few years ago. Alex is a really strong driver in the field. He'll certainly rebound from that early incident, and what a great save by him to keep it off the wall and keep his car going for another 395 laps around Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Absolutely. He learned something there coming off of turn number 2, just figuring out something mid-pack and understanding, either it was just getting close to another driver in the pack or just getting loose in that handling of the car with cold tires or whatever it was. But something was gained there, some knowledge was gained. And of course, with this race being so long, he has quite a bit of time here to make up those lost positions. So no major worries in terms of track position for Van de Sant. He's still in the lead lap and is going to work his way back up the order, but we've still got some squabbling for positions right now. Early on in this race, guys running side by side and making that second lane up the racetrack work seems to be working fairly well for them as well. It's not a clear-cut bottom lane dominates around here, which is good to see in terms of racing.
Absolutely. Taking a look here at Josh Robin, he's working the high side in that beautiful purple machine there. He's making a good run, but he's definitely got to be careful not to stay up top too long, because it's definitely going to put some shredding on his tires, and it's going to push him back down that order if he doesn't get single file, which he has now. So definitely keep an eye on Josh Robin if he's not afraid to work that high line, and he can make a run at them later on.
Well, got to keep in mind, too, that this is an old racetrack. It's not been repaved in quite some time, and it's sort of taking on the characteristics of what Atlanta was before it was redone now. It'll eat up tires as you go on, and you're going to want tires probably a long time before you need fuel in this race.
Yeah, I was talking to you before the race here, Robert, about what that tire and fuel window was. Why don't you reiterate kind of what that discussion was and what you were hearing from the drivers?
Yeah, so I had a chance to speak with a few drivers pre-race. I also got out there and did a couple of laps of my own just to get a good feel of what's going on. We're looking about 60 to 65 laps on fuel. I definitely don't see them going that long on tires if we do get cautions. Obviously, if it stays green, you're going to see guys stay out as long as they can just to maintain that track position. But a guy like a Chad Thornquist in the field here, he's known to pit early, make some wild pit strategies, and you may see him pitting early on just to maintain that tire speed. But like I said, looking about 60 to 65 laps as we look here at Chad Thornquist in that beautiful Alex LeBay throwback to the NASCAR Pinty Series, sponsored by Osca on that car, and doing a nice job. Hopefully he can have a good run, and maybe we'll get to talk to him later on about why he chose to use that Alex LeBay scheme.
Yeah, good looking car there. A little bit further down the order than we're used to seeing Thornquist. Reminder, he's running second in the points championship right now, just behind points leader Tyler Fode, who's also quite some ways down the racetrack. Fode in that 40 car, all the way down here, fighting off Tate Lytle in that number 40 Coors Light car. That's a paint scheme we haven't seen for a little while there with Tyler Fode, but he's rocked that in the past, and boy, it looks good on that car.
I love that number 40 car, that old Coors Light paint scheme. I thought that was one of the best cars to marry a sponsor to the race car. When you looked at that thing vertically, you felt like that was a Coors Light can with four wheels on it. And to me, that's the absolute perfection of a synthesis between sponsorship and the race car.
Up front battle for the lead here. Scott Crump makes a move on Matthew Weeks, and for the first time since the start of this race, we have a new race leader. We saw Terrian tried to fight back at Weeks a couple laps ago, but now Crump takes over, at least down the back straightaway. But Weeks with that bottom lane, does that become a bit of an advantage here as this run goes on? It seems to be a little bit quicker through the corner, but coming off there, you're always going to have that little bit of an advantage. Weeks, though, is still very much there, and I think he's going to have the run down this front straightaway as well.
Absolutely. Matthew Weeks is a really strong driver. He's going to make a good run here against Scott Crump. Crump, a bit more aggressive than some of these other guys in the field, and he's not going to be afraid to dive it into the corner there, as you see here, and clear himself in front of Matthew Weeks. But definitely, I think the bottom line is going to be where you want to be, especially early to mid-run, but later on, you never know where they're really going to find themselves. But definitely a nice battle here between these two, and the rookie Shane Terrian as well, holding his own in P3. Hopefully he can work his way back up there, and we could see him battling for this lead a bit longer.
I like the look of the number 90 car, and Robert, you can correct me here, but that looks very reminiscent of the old Heilig Myers paint scheme.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm
a little
just
before
looking
time.
through here to see which paint scheme Scott Crump is running tonight. I will get back to you on that one. That is a beautiful paint scheme, though.
It looks very similar to a standard paint scheme as well, so I don't know if he's just standard. He normally runs a throwback paint scheme most races, but there's a close look at it there on that 90 car.
That's a good-looking race car.
It is very distinctive for Scott Crump. We see that kind of bluish green. I don't know exactly how to describe that color, but you see that, and it's very distinctively. We know it's Scott Crump, at least here in the Elite Racing Leagues, but it could very well be a throwback as well, scheme that he's just been running all season long.
So for both of you, what do you think now that we're a few races in of the new number placement on the cars? It seems like all the chatter about that has really gone away.
So here in the Elite Racing League, at least, it hasn't been a massive deal because drivers have been given the choice. But in real life, I mean, I personally, like you mentioned, the chatter's gone away. I didn't even really mind it when it first came out. The only one that really peeved me was that very first 2311 Kurt Busch car where they had it all the way forward right up to the front wheel well. I thought that looked a little bit strange, but you get something like this 90 car. I think that looks really nice, and you know, I think it does give a lot more room for the sponsors. So I'm also not as much of a NASCAR purist as I think many other people are. I'm a newer viewer, and you know, I'm newer to NASCAR and that kind of stuff. Only got into it the past couple of years, so it's less of a big deal to me. But I don't mind it though.
Yeah, I definitely think the new number placement, if it's done properly with a great placement for the sponsor, taking advantage of all the real estate that they have, such as Scott Crump and his Stay Tuned Sports vehicle here, I think it looks great. It gives a great opportunity to basically be that moving billboard that these cars have been described as in the past, and I think it's definitely a good look. Some people don't like the change in NASCAR, but I think it's been a good change so far, and we'll see how it continues on. The only one I'm not big on is the upcoming Darlington throwbacks. I wish they would let them move the number back for that, but hey, those cars are still looking good so far from what we've seen, and we'll definitely look forward to seeing them on track.
Well, as far as people and change, I remember Tom Jensen, who now works for the NASCAR Hall of Fame, great writer, one time saying, there are only two things that NASCAR fans don't like: the way things are and change. And he's absolutely right. So it doesn't matter which way you go, there's going to be a group of people that don't like it. But I'm impressed with what Scott Crump's been able to do now that he's gotten the point. He's not getting pushed really hard. He's running a really good line.
Yeah, he absolutely is. He's kind of keeping that bottom lane covered off from any attacks by Matthew Weeks. So doing a good job up front there for Scott Crump. And right now, this is exactly what these drivers need is to settle into a bit of a long run, get a feel for the race car they have underneath them. You know, something that we haven't been able to see too much of this season. but especially starting a race like this where it is going to be such a marathon, these drivers, once they get spread out, do a really good job at racing each other wheel to wheel, getting together on the racetrack, and giving each other enough room on the racetrack. It's on the restarts where things start to get a little bit hectic, guys start to feel desperate, but it feels like there's enough opportunity here at Charlotte with this package and this race car where you can make moves where I think drivers are going to feel a little bit less desperate on those restarts for track position to be really important. We've got a move going on here for the lead. Matthew Weeks to the inside of Crump.
Matthew Weeks looking to the inside here on Scott Crump, as you mentioned. He's going to look to make a run here into turn one, and I think Scott Crump may have to give it up a little bit, so he's not pushing on exit, but he's definitely holding his own, and it looks like he's going to get that run. If Matthew Weeks is smart here, he's going to tuck in, but he's keeping his foot on the gas, and he's going for that lead.
A little bit of a wiggle there on the bottom of the racetrack. That's going to check up that 11 car. You see that. He loses the spot to the 90 and is going to have to deal with the 83 of Shane Terrian on his outside there. And Terrian easily gets around the 11 car. 11's going to come back at him a little bit in the middle of the corner, but I think 83 is going to have that spot coming off of 2. And so there you go. I mean, that's a huge aspect of the momentum. Obviously, moving away from that old 550 high downforce package, but momentum still a very big deal around this racetrack. You saw the smallest of wiggles for Matthew Weeks getting that left front tire slightly below that blue line, and that's lost him a position there when he was just fighting for the lead.
If this virtual race has any indication of what we're actually going to see on Memorial Day weekend, I'm really happy. Cars have been fairly bunched up. No one's been able to pull out to a big advantage, and that's impressive. And I think that's what we're going to find out as we move through the year, whether it's in the Elite Racing Series or in the NASCAR world, that on these intermediate tracks, this Gen 7 car really seems to be the right solution to make the race so much more competitive.
Absolutely. Looking at these guys, they're definitely being methodical and setting up their passes. As you saw Chad Frankenfield there kind of hanging on that left rear of Josh Adams going into the corner, and he got himself a nice run here, pushing Adams up the track a little bit, gave Chad the chance to stay on the throttle, but that little help from Josh Robin behind Josh Adams there is making this battle even more intense.
Yeah, this has been a good little scrap going on here for the 5th position on the racetrack. For the past couple laps, I've kind of kept clicking back to Josh Adams on the racetrack because he takes a fairly unconventional line to most of these guys, especially through turn 1. You'll see guys generally, when they're on their own, are more comfortable right down to the bottom, but through 1 and 2, Adams likes to be half a lane to, I've seen him almost a couple of times, a full lane up the racetrack. That just seems to be where he's comfortable in that 95 car. I wonder if that's going to hurt him, in the long run in terms of wearing through tires, but right now seems to be working out for that 95, still staying in 5th. Meanwhile, the 15 car, Frankenfield, moving backwards fast as he's now fighting for 9th place with David Tooker. He was just battling for 5th a lap ago.
Yeah, one of these things they definitely have to worry about is as you saw with Josh Adams, Josh Robin, and Andrew Rucker working in a line on the high side, is once you get passed by one of those guys, you don't really have the chance to move back up and get in line. And these guys are all racing so hard. As you see Frankenfield just continue to fall here. Next up for him is Tate Lytle, who's really been on the move so far. He's up 13 spots from the start as we're under caution.
First of the night. We'll see where that takes place on the racetrack and who's involved in that one. Looks like we'll be a little bit further back the order. Haven't seen any cars stationary on the racetrack, but we'll take a look and see if we can find some contact here. Oh, I think we found it. We'll head to the the Whiskey Cast replay here and take a look. Here's what happened. Caution number 1. It was 3 wide coming off the corner. Jesse Rasmus, Jeff Green. That was Bronson Stafford that we just saw. Kind of caught the tail end of that incident. Rasmus off the track there too. Let's see if we can get a better view of that here on the Whiskey Cast replay.
And watching the 61 car there, Bronson Stafford coming down through the infield, that is not infield grass at Charlotte Motor Speedway. That is field turf. And if you talk to any of these drivers, and I know Mark Phillips Jr. is a big advocate, he would love to see field turf at all the tracks because it reduces a great deal of the damage, especially to the undercarriage of these cars when they get on.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Doug, it looks like Jesse Rasmus will get out of there with very minimal damage. It looked like a three wide gone wrong with Dustin Dewar and Tyler Fode that kind of pushed him out of the way, but looks like everyone will get to continue on and keep charging for the next 370 laps of this thing.
Now we've got guys on pit road. The entire field expect them, I think, to come down here. 29 laps into this run, probably pretty significant wear on those tires, deemed as a racing incident. There's the word from race control. So no tallies issued there, and the drivers will all continue on. Fortunately as well, no major damage, I think, to any of those cars. It looked like even a little bit of netcode between the 32 and the 70. So yeah, no harm done, no fouls there, and we'll get back to racing here. I think the drivers maybe needed this a little bit, almost treat this as a bit of a competition caution in this one, just a bit of a reset, figure out where you're at with your car, figure out what you want to do, as here they all come off of pit road.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, it's a bit of a competition caution, especially in these long races like this. You kind of enjoy those early enough cautions in the race that kind of give you a chance to come down pit road, get yourself a set of tires, hit that reset button, and if you've been pushing a little bit too much on the first run, you can kind of back it up a little bit on that second run and kind of hold your own, maintain pace, and work your way back towards the front.
I won't be hypocritical because I've always been an advocate of shorter races, and I think you'll see that in a lot of places. I do think the Coca-Cola 600, in this case the Memory Lane World 600, has its place. It is distinguished among other races, but I think you'll see as time goes on, we will be a 400-mile race series for the most part. Maybe Talladega, obviously Daytona, maybe the Southern 500, but everything else that's still 500, I think is going to be reduced. I mean, we even saw that at Martinsville, where they just went from 500 laps to 400.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually been something, at least I've been seeing on kind of going around on Twitter. I think it was Haley Deegan, actually, Truck Series driver, who had mentioned, the potential move to shorter races, and I think that really sparked a bit of a discussion. Whether it was her who started that discussion or was just kind of joining in on it, that was kind of the first place I saw it, at least. And it is interesting. I think there is a benefit to maybe having some of the races a little bit shorter. You've got all of the series going on throughout the week, but I definitely felt sometimes in the Cup Series, Martinsville, even I was going to say even this most recent Martinsville race in real life felt fairly long, despite it being that 400 miles. There are races that just feel very long. Sometimes you feel like those first few 100 miles and that kind of stuff don't really affect the race as it goes. So definitely in special events, like you mentioned, the World 600 makes a lot of sense, but sometimes I think kind of shortening out the event could make for better racing because you kind of hurry up some drivers a little bit and force the action a little bit more, I suppose.
You want to get to the urgency quicker. And if you've got 500 miles and 4 hours to do that, getting urgent takes a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you guys mentioned, shortening up the races a little bit will bring that sense of urgency, a bit of action from start to finish, which is always really nice to have. And I think it'll make for some good TV if ever they were to go that route, and maybe bring some more fans out to the races with their young families that really weren't set to sit there 5-6 hours to watch a race.
Well, the attention span of the American sports fan has been shrinking dramatically over the last 20 years. And I think if you ask a person to say, okay, take this in for 4 hours, you're asking somebody to give up a lot of time. And especially, as you said, if you want to take your kids to a race and you're pinned in the bleachers for 4 hours, you're probably not going back. So that trend will happen. I don't think it has to happen across the board, but I think for the most part, you're going to have in the future probably about 4 500-mile races. You'll have the 600, and everything else is going to be something below that.
For
Absolutely.
sure, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see the direction that they take in real world NASCAR. Of course, we run here in elite racing leagues with 50% for most of our races, and I feel like that's a pretty good distance where you get some of that action. You also get some of that long-term strategy. You want to see the strategy play out. You don't want it to be just a pure sprint. Give people opportunities, to play things out and try things differently than just straight up outright pace. But here tonight we are doing 600 miles, 400 laps, and we're about to get back to green flag racing here. Pace car is going to peel off in just a moment here. It does, and now Scott Crump's going to control this field as we head back to green flag racing. He takes off, gets a really good jump. Tom Bourne caught sleeping on that inside lane, and that's going to probably give Matthew Weeks that spot for second there as well.
Absolutely. That may have been a little bit of a rookie mistake, rookie Tom Bourne there, restarting in second place on the bottom. You really have to get used to watching your outside. As I think that is Tom Bourne right there, got loose, but a good catch for him, and he continues on. But as I was mentioning, you really have to get used to knowing when the guy's going to go, taking a good look there. But he's done a nice job holding it off in fourth here, and he's going to work his way back through as he's got Josh Robin on him now.
Yeah, no restart zone. Oh, sorry, Doug.
Yeah, I was going to say, conversely, that was a great start for Scott Crump. I thought he got on it really quick, popped out there and got a nice little cushion for himself.
Yeah, no restart zones that we run here in iRacing or in the Elite Racing League, so you kind of have to react as a driver to what that leader is doing, the person who's controlling the restart. So it is always going to be a disadvantage there being in that second row, but you can really mitigate that by just by kind of being able to understand what that driver next to you is doing. But of course, first restart of the night, if we have more and Tom Bourne has more opportunities to start up in second, I'm sure that's going to get better for him as well. That's the first time he's restarted with Scott Crump, a variety of situations there. So yeah, again, fortunately, long race, you're really not going to be too badly affected by that. The track position at this point in the night is not going to be that important to your event, but guys still going to go at it, want to lead laps. They want to run inside that top 5, inside that top 10 as much as possible. We're 36 laps into this first stage, 100-lap stage. We won't have that caution there, but we will award points to the top 10 finishers of that. So you definitely want to be competing towards the end, but still even early on in the stage.
Absolutely. Taking a quick look just through the running order currently, a gentleman we mentioned earlier, Chad Thornquist, he's up 27 spots, sitting in 16th right now, and he's in a nice battle with Vincent Isabella for 15th. But great drive so far by Chad, and he's just going to continue charging his way forward.
Yeah, Thornquist has been a really interesting driver to follow this season. Really has stepped it up in terms of pace, I think, as he sits second place in the points standings and works the outside move here on Vincent Isabella in that 12 car. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing he's struggled with in the past has been consistency, but he's really seemed to find that in terms of just getting results a little bit better as Dewar looks to get loose off of turn number 4, gets into the turf a little bit, and like you mentioned, Doug, that turf I think just saved Dustin Dewar from spinning around. If that was grass, that 32 car would have been around.
Absolutely. I mean, he had all 4 wheels over on it, and it's been a game changer. And as I said earlier, a lot of drivers have said we would love to see this everywhere else. Now, it's very expensive to install, and it requires some maintenance, but it also gives you a true multi-purpose facility. This past weekend, the Speedway had the Auto Fair, which is a huge auto show, and they were able to park 1,000 cars out there on the stuff, roll it away, no harm, no foul.
Absolutely, and the grass is always really tough when you get down there, get a little bit loose into the grass. You're not really going to be able to stop, and if there's some walls there, you're definitely going to be hitting it or you're getting stuck. So this AstroTurf is definitely nice to keep these guys moving, keep the race going, and it's definitely saved a lot of money for these teams.
I've been really impressed with the field tonight. I feel like all the drivers, the competitors realize, yes, this is 400 laps. It's 600 miles. We've got to get to the finish, and we've got to play these stages because it's the only race that you have 4 stages. And I thought that was a stroke of genius when NASCAR said, you know what, we're going to make an exception here. We're going to give more stage points for this race. But it only made sense because you have to drive lengthwise more for this race than any other race in NASCAR.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. It makes it very much a special event, and of course it is the longest oval race in the world, in the United States, of course. But yeah, really cool to see how this event has shaped into what it's become on Memorial Day weekend. I wanted to point out this car, though. I noticed it through the field. Jeff Green, 2001, I believe, Series Busch champion. Busch Series champion there, running in the 38 car, normally with his C2 Freight Resources car, but a little bit of a mystery machine Scooby-Doo car right here. Is this a throwback to somebody, or Jeff Green just having some fun with Scooby-Doo here on the car?
This is actually a throwback to Jeff Green himself.
Yes.
I'm not sure which year he ran this, but he also ran a throwback to himself on Monday in our Grand National Series. So really cool for a guy like this to be able to throw back to himself. And what a beautiful paint scheme that is. Always a fan of Scooby-Doo, and hopefully he can get that mystery machine towards the front.
Yeah, we'll keep following him
Actually
right
called
now,
it
24th.
I called a few races that Jeff Green actually won. So, because way back in the day, I was working with Mark Arrow on Capital Radio Network, and we did all the standalone, what was in the Busch Series races, and that's when Jeff was making his hay in this business.
And Jeff Green is always a really strong competitor here. He races you hard, but he races you clean. And as you look tonight, he's up 14 spots from the start of this race. He rolled off 38th, so 38th in the 38. Maybe it's his lucky number tonight. Who knows? But watch for Jeff Green to work his way up there as this race goes on. He does have experience in these long races, so hopefully that'll come into play for him.
Yeah, and I actually like what we're seeing in this second run right here. Is it's more or less single file, and maybe as a spectator you're not as excited about that. We did actually see a couple guys going side by side, Hunter Smith and Dustin Dewar here, as a bit of a blink there from the 32. But for the most part, we're seeing guys, at least they were running a single file, as we've now got 2 cars in a row here going too wide. But I think guys are settling into a rhythm here. That first for 30 laps before that first caution, kind of get a feel for what you had. Some single file, but a lot of guys wanting to see, okay, can I make this, this middle groove work, this top groove work? Can I try something different? Can I make overtakes? Now, in this second run, this isn't going to be the set of tires or the fuel, obviously, that you're going to make it to the end of the race on, possibly not even the end of the stage on. I don't think they're going to quite make it to the end of the stage on this either. So right now, this is really just fuel save, tire save, focus on maintaining your race car, keeping it all in one piece, get to that next pit stop, get to the end of the stage, and then keep kind of taking it as these little checkpoints. I think that's worked for a lot of drivers in terms of implementing stage racing in NASCAR, where you kind of have these little goals for yourself here. Just get to the end of the next stage, get to the next pit stop, all of that. It makes it so that guys kind of are able to set those little goals, and it I feel like in my head it takes away a little bit of the urgency. You're not thinking, oh man, I got to get this far by the end of the race. It's kind of, okay, let's take off, let's eat a little bit, stage by stage, lap by lap, and just kind of take this one lap at a time, take this race a little bit more slowly. I feel like it's worked out really well, and we're seeing that right here, guys taking this as a really long run.
I know in football you talk about quarterbacks being game managers, meaning don't lose the game for us. You may not be the best quarterback on the planet, but you're good enough to win the game if you don't make mistakes. And I think in this race, the length that it is, 400 laps, 4 stages, 600 miles, you have to be a bit of a game manager. You're not going to win this race here in stage 1, 2. And we joke a lot saying very few people that win the Coca-Cola 500 actually get the trophy at the end of the day. So be a good game manager. Take care of your race car, work on your tires, have enough tires at the end of the race. And you know what? You can come out of here with a W, but you have to manage it.
Absolutely. And at this point in the race, they do have about 10 sets of tires remaining in the pits. They started with 12. They do have their 11th set on now. So like you said, you definitely have to manage the car, manage the tires, turn one long race into multiple short races. You have to learn early on. You got to learn what your car has, what you can do. And then those middle stages really just kind of grab your pace, maintain it, and just try to be there at the end. Like right now, we have 350 laps to go. It's definitely not time to move as you see these guys single file out and just ride for now.
Yeah, what could be interesting if we get a little bit of a green flag run here, of course, only about 20 laps or so into this particular run here. These guys pitted lap 29, went back to green flag racing probably around lap 32 or 33. Is when, if it does come, do you make your pit stop under green flag situations? Because it does seem to be tire limited. There is going to be drop off in some of the lap time here with tires, but from what I'm hearing, or from what I heard from drivers prior to this race, is that lap time doesn't continue to drop off. You kind of find an area where it settles before it finally hits a cliff late in the run. So I wonder if these drivers have found that cliff through testing and practice, and when we kind of expect green flag pit stops to come, if we do stay green in this particular run. I think that's going to be interesting to see who decides to short pit, who runs longer into the race, and kind of goes for those fresh tires right at the end of the stage, where that kind of balance is going to be. That's always really intriguing when we get these long runs, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Right now, a little bit early, but maybe in the next 15 to 20 laps is when we could start seeing those first green flag pit stops.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Doug.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm curious, how is this race done as far as transitioning from day into night, or does it stay stable, or do we have a real-time weather variant built into this?
Yeah, so we are about 6:50 p.m. in the server right now. So as we get through that second stage, kind of leaning into the third stage, you should start seeing that sun going down, the lights coming on, and the track starting to get a bit dark. And I think that'll definitely change the handling of these cars as the track cools down, and you still got those hot tires out there. But some of these guys are better at nighttime, so we'll see some different guys moving towards the front, some other guys falling back as they're not really used to running at night. But long way to go, and we'll see what happens.
Well, I know that this track may be the most temperature-sensitive track in all of NASCAR. When you talk to drivers in real-world time, they'll tell you there are two different races. There is the 600 before the sun goes down, and then there's the twilight, actually three different races, then twilight. Then once it gets dark, the track takes on a whole different characteristic. So if your favorite driver is crushing it in the first 150 laps, it's not always a reason for celebration, because it probably points to the fact that they're going to fall off the back end. Although two guys have made liars out of us in recent history. Kyle Larson last year, I think, led but about 25 laps. But he was doing that every week, everywhere. So it wasn't a big surprise.
Yeah, not a big surprise there with that 5 car. But yeah, interesting to note there how that's going to change. And I think the handling of the car changes as well with the temperature as the sun goes down and it gets cooler into the night. I believe I'm correct in saying that car is going to start tightening up just a little bit, and already some words that as the run goes on, the car's already tight. So who's better at managing their throttle coming off the corner and not letting that nose get away from them, I think is going to be something to watch out for. So maybe even a different approach to the cornering as well, in terms of heading into that nighttime, because the way we set things up here is everybody has the same setup to their car. Outside of brake bias, though, there is not really any adjustments that you can make mid-race. We don't have, this next-gen car anyways doesn't have tape adjustments or anything, but there's no wedge adjustment. There's nothing that these drivers can do. It's all about how you adapt your driving style to what that car is giving you, as we've got some movement there on the back straightaway.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, in car, you do have that brake bias adjustment, and unlike a lot of other cars with this next gen, you do have full play with that brake bias, and you're definitely going to see guys adjusting it up and down as the run goes on. And I know early on in the run in the daytime, they're not using so much brake, really none at all. But as we get towards the nighttime, you're definitely going to see that brake pedal coming into play, and then it really is a different game. There's guys that aren't great when it comes to braking and the timing with that, and we'll see who's got the whole package tonight and who's just strong in the daytime.
Following this battle going on right now for the 24th position, Dallas Myhan, Jared Rexing, Jesse Razimus, all going at it. A good little battle going on out here just outside this top 20, but some separation here throughout the pack. So right now it's kind of your top 7, top 6, I believe, actually kind of separated up front. Then 7th on to about 14th. Then another group from about 15th on to 18th. And then 19th back to these guys here, kind of the rest of this pack, and then a few other stragglers out there. But interesting how it's kind of broken away into these separate groups. Whether that's certain drivers' inability to get by, or one driver holding back a certain pack, or just kind of we're seeing this much pace differential between these different groups of drivers on the racetrack.
I think at this point now you're really starting to see guys that wore out their tires early in this run that are starting to fall back, and and that's definitely causing a bit of the separation as you have guys up front that are really good at saving their tires, maintaining that rubber, and as you see, Chad Thornquist looking under, I believe that is David Tooker, for yet another position on track. He's having a great night, up 30 spots to P13 right now as he continues to charge to the front. And like you mentioned earlier, pit stop should be coming soon, as we're looking about 65 laps on fuel, and we should be about 33 or so into that run right now.
And when we have a caution at lap, 28 for a car that spun, something like that. So, yeah, tires have got to be squalling with these guys at this juncture.
Definitely, yeah. So we'll take a look and see whenever we try and catch whoever the first driver to come down pit road is. Because right now, everybody on that identical strategy coming down on that first caution kind of came out, I think, at a convenient time for those drivers. But yeah, this right now so far has been an opportunity to see what it looks like. We're now getting into the longest run of the day so far, past the original 28 laps here, and again, seeing what these guys can do. So outside of, again, that kind of minor spin again where no cars really ended up with any damage, it's been some exceptional racing here. Guys have been giving each other the respect they deserve out on the racetrack. Again, early on in this event, it's been good. Very much, I think, the opposite of what we saw from Martinsville last week. So I think guys got their hits out on each other last week and are now getting a chance to get some good racing in here at Charlotte. And I think this track just suits these drivers and this car just a little bit better than at least what we saw in Martinsville.
Absolutely. Martinsville was a bit of a demolition derby last week, and I'm not sure if the administration here had some words with the drivers after that race to tell them to clean it up a bit, but I know these drivers always look forward to these crown jewel races, such as the World 600, I believe this one is tonight, for memory lanes with Randy Big Balls Walters. And these guys also love running these throwback paint schemes tonight, and they want to put on a good show. So I think they're taking it a little bit easy to try to make it to the end with these beautiful, beautiful paint schemes.
Well, we were talking about last week at Martinsville. What did you say? 22 cautions.
Yeah.
As they tell you in driver's ed, you can go so fast that you outrun your headlights, and that's kind of sounds like what was happening in Martinsville last week. There shouldn't be 22 cautions at any race. So this has been very, very calm. We've had one single car, well, basically a single car incident so far.
Yeah, no, the drivers have been very well behaved. It's been impressive, and that's coming from someone who watches this series on a weekly basis.
Yeah, I was actually spotting for the 84 of Wyatt Canado last week at Martinsville, and he had a great run going until a couple incidents happened. But speaking of the headlights and driver's ed, I don't think any of these cars had headlights at the end of the race last week. It was a bunch of modifieds out there.
And that's what was so amazing in the real NASCAR race last week, is everybody came back with no damage, with nothing. And I think part of that was weather conditions, gear ratio that they were running. It was a multitude of things that turned into a less than stellar NASCAR race last week. I have a feeling they'll address that before they go back there for the last race of the regular season, or the last race before you get to the championship race in Phoenix.
Yeah, I was going to say it is interesting. I'm surprised. Actually, to be fair, I don't know. You might know this, Doug. Do teams have control over the gear ratios that they can put in their cars? Because I'm surprised no team experimented. No, they don't. Okay. Because maybe NASCAR should. Sorry.
Yeah. That's a NASCAR mandate, and they went with a gear ratio that a lot of these guys had never run before, and there in turn they were all shifting 4 times a lap, and we heard a lot of discussion about that.
Yeah, I was going to say potentially, extending those gears just so that you stay in, maybe you don't even use 5th gear throughout that race, turn it back into a 4-speed just for that race, or obviously not turn it into a 4-speed, but extend those ratios to an extent where they don't need to, because it seemed like drivers were so much more focused on the shifting that you couldn't really focus on setting up a driver for a move. And I've done laps at Martinsville, I've raced drivers at Martinsville before, and you really do have to put a lot of thought into your moves. You really have to start prepping for that a number of laps in advance, because it's such a short lap, so you have to keep building up that momentum corner after corner until you can finally feel comfortable going down and making a move.
Yeah, and I think the fact that everybody had to shift 4 times every lap, I don't want to say that's a distraction because they're professional race car drivers, but I think that took away from the opportunity for them to be a touch more combative. And I just have a feeling because that track means a lot to NASCAR. It's part of their pride. It's part of their heritage. I think you'll see a lot more happen before we go back there as far as how the rules and the packaging are put together. I really like the look of this number 8 car here. Who is that? That's Josh Robin. That's a good-looking race car. Of course, I like purple, so.
Yeah, Josh Robin's doing a really nice job so far, and like you mentioned, that is a really beautiful paint scheme as he's doing battle here with Chad Frankenfield.
Yeah, Frankenfield, I don't know if that's, or what throwback that is from Frankenfield. Very patriotic colors on that number 15 car. Kind of hard to see, at least in that image there. We kind of get that side view. Again, I'll leave this to you guys in terms of identifying what that car is.
Robert, I think that might be a Penske throwback. It looks like I've seen that on the 2 car before at some of the Coca-Cola 600s, but I'll be honest, there have been so many red, white, and blue American flag-based paint schemes at the 600. I could be way off base. It's a good-looking race car, and I got to thank Chad. Chad's the guy that reached out to me about coming over and doing some guest commentating here, so I appreciate him doing that.
You're absolutely right with this being a Brad Keselowski throwback, and again,
Yes.
like you mentioned, Chad Frankenfield has built one great league here. I remember when it started out a few years ago, a bunch of us came from another league, and it was a small group, just over a dozen of us, and now it's grown into 5 or 6 series with full fields every night, and it's really fantastic to see what he's built here, and I love watching it continue to grow.
Yeah, it's been pretty incredible to just see this. Yeah, like you mentioned, Robert, I was there when we had 6 drivers in a field on a PlayStation for Project Cars, and then moved over to iRacing, grew into such a big league, and now we have 50 drivers attempting to race in Cup Series every single night, and of course we can only accept 43 or 44 each night. So the fact that this league is able to turn drivers away compared to where it once was is, again, a testament to Chad Frankenfield. Kind of relentless off the track in terms of his pursuit for greatness in the league, and relentless on the track here as he goes for the move on Josh Robin.
Absolutely, and Chad making that dive under Josh Robin here kind of opens the door up for Tyler Fode and Tate Lytle to follow him through, but Josh Robin's not one to back down, and we'll see if he sticks on his door here and keeps charging forward.
They keep swapping this spot here between Robin and Frankenfield, and then you got the 40 setting there of Tyler Fode. So this is a nice little battle. It's going on a few seconds behind the race leaders, but this is some really good stuff here.
This is the view from Tyler Fode behind the squabbling 15 and 8 cars. If you're Fode right now, you're kind of trying to stay patient here. Of course, also getting held up a little bit by these guys slowing each other down, but you also need to kind of pick your choice, pick your driver and say who you want back going down each of these straightaways, because this 40 car can theoretically push either one of them down here. So he picks the bottom in the corners, but it seemed to favor the 8 there, at least coming off of turn 4. This time, though, he's favoring that 15 car and might even try to make a move. Is he close enough? No, he's going to actually bump that 15 car down the back straightaway.
This is one great battle between multiple drivers here. Tyler Fode doesn't look like he's getting too tight so far, which is definitely a nice thing for Josh Robin, as these corners do come up on you really quick, and as you see Tate Lytle following him through here as this battle intensifies with multiple cars getting involved now.
I think Fode's going to come out the winner in all of this. He seems to have a really good line. His car handles up and down the racetrack. He's inside of Frankenfield right now as they enter turn 3, side by side into the apex to 3 and 4 here. Let's see if Robin can hang on and take this spot away from Frankenfield.
Yeah, Fode looked a little bit tight there mid-corner for the first time really all lap, but is able to hold on to it and actually gets a little bit of support from Tate Lytle. And into turn number 1 and 2, Tate Lytle could even get by Frankenfield as well here. This 2x2 battling that we're all of a sudden seeing here, to me, is an indication that pit stops are coming and guys are trying to get track position here before they come down pit road, or at least trying to line up with any friends on the racetrack, because I think even around a track like this, 1.5 miles, it's not a super speedway, but I think the draft and having a partner with you coming down pit road is going to be very important when it comes to green flag stops.
Absolutely.
Just sort of tell. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Robert. Go ahead.
Yeah, just as you mentioned, the draft is really important here. I had a chance to speak with a couple of the Pro Edge drivers before the race here, and they had mentioned how really important this draft will be, especially early on in these races. When you come off pit road, you definitely want a friend to help you. And with that stage coming up here in about 20 laps, you know these guys are going to play strategy to try to grab some stage points as well.
Well, that was some nice driving there by Tyler Fody, because that could have easily have gone bad for everybody, and he was able to maneuver his way through all of that. And also Tate, some nice driving there to come up and get in that 7th spot here. But that's a nice little pack there from about 7th on back to maybe around 12th or 13th. That's some good racing.
Yeah, these guys have been really putting in some good laps here. As Josh Robin appears to be falling down the order. That's actually a blink, so it's internet issues for the 8 car of Robin. A shame right now. I hope he's able to spot back up, but as I think he does actually finally appear back on the racetrack. But internet issues for the 8 car, a unique part of sim racing, but treat it as just car issues in general, as it would be in real life. And right now, that sucks for that 8 car, because he was right in the thick of that battle here. That's to kind of back out to the back of this pack here, just to get those things sorted out, kind of stop the blinking. As he does come down pit road, is this a scheduled stop, or for the 8 car who was just having issues, is this him parking it for a little moment there while he gets things figured out on his race car, or is there even damage to that 8 car?
Yeah, seeing as these guys are within a few laps of pitting, I think Josh Robin's just taking this opportunity to come down pit road, give his internet a little bit of a rest, get some tires, and then work his way back out there. He's such a strong car so far. I think he can definitely take advantage of the strategy of passing some of these guys as they go down pit road. Does look like he got lapped there, so he'll be looking for a yellow flag later on, unless he can get back out there and charge his way back around to the lead lap. But definitely been a great race so far, and I'm quite happy to see it stay green.
While all of that's going on, we've not been talking about Scott Crump. He's just been out front. He hasn't distanced himself from the field, but that car looks really good, and he's driving a great line tonight.
Gonna head to the Whiskey Cast replay here just real quick. Was told Chad Frankenfield, 15 car in the fence coming off of turn number 4, I believe it was. Just got that report, or excuse me, going into turn number 1 a couple laps ago. So we're gonna spot that Whiskey Cast replay here. Chad Frankenfield, damage to that 15 car. We stay under green flag racing live. We're still under green flag racing, but this was the 15 car side by side there. Ooh, contact between him and who was that? Was that the 16? I think it was the 16 or the 61. The 61 car, Bronson Stafford. But Frankenfield hard into that outside wall there, and yeah, contact and damage to those both front fenders.
Yeah, looks like Chad has taken his car to pit road here. That right side is tore up. Ooh. He definitely got a little bit of contact there from Bronson Stafford. I believe Bronson's okay, but Chad definitely has quite a bit of damage here. It'll take some time to get that fixed up, as he did disappear there, so I'm not sure if he's backed out of the car or if he's maybe taken a look at the replay to see what happened as they fix that car up.
I think he's backed out of the car there just temporarily, as it's not showing him as on pit road or off pit road. I think that 15 car might be done for the night. Shame to see that before we even get through the first stage. So terminal damage potentially to that right side of the car. And we actually saw this at Martinsville last week. Spoke to a couple of drivers after some very minor incidents. Drivers were getting what we call the meatball flag. So it's a black flag with a red spot in the center of it that tells you your car is no good. Like, it cannot complete more laps in this race. You have to park it and call it a day. And it was after very minor hits. Tyler Fody was actually in that 40 car. One of those drivers who received that meatball flag. So potentially that was a pretty heavy hit for the 15 car. Could he have received that and it could just be day over, even though in the old car that might have been fixable damage?
Yeah,
and I find that a little bit ironic, because this car is supposed to be able to take more damage.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of a bug there with the iRacing damage model on this particular car, and hopefully that gets fixed for these drivers, but it seems like it's taken out Chad Frankenfield from this one.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate.
I'll take the on that. That was me. I was the one that started bragging on Chad. 2 minutes later, he's in the fence. That's my life story as a broadcaster.
Don't worry. When anybody steps into the booth here, Robert will have this happen to him later in the night, I'm sure. But the second you step into the booth here, at the Elite Racing Network at least, you're guaranteed to curse some driver's night. I've done it pretty much every week for this entire season. I think I have a long list of drivers who do not like me, and there's that contact net code there between those two drivers. So of course a racing deal, as it also did not bring out a caution.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate to see Chad get sent back home quite early in this one, but I know he'll stick around and he'll be watching the rest of this one, and he'll still be proud of the product his league has put on the track for this one. But as you mentioned, that broadcaster's curse has always been something that has hit me multiple times in the car, and hopefully I don't do it to anybody tonight, but it's almost a guarantee that I will.
Yeah, you will. You step in this booth and you're guaranteed to mess somebody's night up. It's just part of the job description.
Was always a big advocate for Ricky Rudd. I just liked his spirit and his style. And if he was doing well in a race, I'd get excited because I like the guy. And invariably, bad things would befall Ricky Rudd. And he finally stopped me in the garage and he said, "Never say anything good about me again." So, okay.
Yeah, no, it's something we've gotten. I had Nick Massey in the booth with me for I believe it was Pocono earlier this season, and of course he wanted to talk about his teammates at Sky Motorsports. So Shane Terrian, Bronson Stafford, Tom Bourne wanted to talk about all of them. Every time he mentioned one of his teammates, they were involved in the next wreck, we haven't seen Nick Massey in the Cup Series booth since then. So it's been unfortunate there. Of course, he is his luck personally has turned. He is currently the winningest driver in this series this season with 3 wins on the season. But man, oh man, I'm sure his teammates were not very happy with him when he returned to the hauler at the end of that night.
So I'm curious, will some of these teams elect to short pit here and come in before the break at the end of stage 1?
I thought they would, but if fuel allows them to go all the way to the end of the stage, I'd be surprised to see drivers opting to come down pit road if they have the fuel to do so. However, people a little bit further back, I feel like you should take that risk. And we see the 61 car, actually, of Bronson Stafford here on pit road. He was just outside that top 10. That's kind of the right move, I think. If you're kind of 15th on back, you're in a position where I think you should feel comfortable maybe coming down pit road, even if you have the fuel to make it in, because you're not getting stage points anyway, so set yourself up better for that next stage. Tom Bourne, though, was inside that top 5, actually, makes that call to come down, so maybe fuel is going to require them to come down pit road here relatively soon for the rest of the field as well.
Saw a couple of other cars at the front end of pit road at pit end also taking advantage here, because with 5 laps to go in the stage or 2 laps to go, you can't make a pit stop.
Absolutely.
So the one thing here in the Elite Cup Series is tonight's stages, there is no caution flag that will come out. They will award the points for the top 10 running at the end of lap 100, 200, 300, and of course the finish of the race, but there will be no caution flag that will come out. But these guys should be just about on fumes and ready to pit at any time here from those numbers that I got earlier today. And I think you'll definitely see more guys coming out here. And it's going to be a little bit sketchy with some of these guys on the old tires versus the new tires, as we see Scott Crump on pit road.
Yep, so the leader comes down. I was actually just going to say, once you finish talking there, sorry to interrupt there, Robert, the rest of the field has caught Matthew Weeks ridiculously fast. They've caught Scott Crump ridiculously fast. There you see, that's the 60 car going by very quickly. I don't know if this is tire differential here in pace, but there's a lot of chaos on the racetrack right now. I don't know if it's just tires, but these guys behind have also caught up. Tyler Fody, who was about, I think, 2.5 seconds off the lead, has caught up to those guys up front. They, I think, are fuel saving to go to the end of the stage. Meanwhile, someone like Fody, who closed that gap, is now hitting pit road alongside Alexander Van de Sant. So different strategies for sure. I think Weeks, Terrian, they're going to try and make it to the end of the stage here, try and go for that stage win.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely what you're seeing with these guys here, backing up to the pack behind them. I think they're definitely trying to stay off that gas pedal a little bit longer, save a little bit of fuel. Matthew Weeks might be coming down here. Nope. All right. But yeah, I definitely think they're trying to save it a little bit longer, go for that extra bit of points here, especially if you're a little bit further back in the points. Every single point matters, and these stage points are definitely helpful.
It looks like Therian's played this pretty smart. We're on the money lap here for stage 1. What's he got, a 2-car length advantage here over Weeks in second?
Yeah, Shane Therian's definitely doing a nice job for one of our rookies here in the field. He looks like so far he's on track to grab that stage victory, which will be a nice addition to his points.
For sure. So one more lap here for Therian in that 83 car. Matthew Weeks going to have one more shot at it. They both seem to have saved just enough fuel to do this and fight for the stage win. My guess is we'll see them coming onto pit road just after that, but shout out to Tate Lytle and Nick Massey as well, who are involved in this battle. More or less the same here, but Weeks falling back the order even more. I think he's actually going to have to come down pit road just here as the caution, or not as the caution comes out, but as the stage ends, as does Therian actually. So Tate Lytle is going to be the winner of stage number 1 alongside Nick Massey. They actually extend their fuel all the way through to lap 100 and then will come down pit road after that. So really impressive there. Those guys might have been just trying to drive to drive down pit road to end the stage, but Lytle and Massey, as well as Ethan Burrell, all managed to stretch it out here to lap 101.
Well, that fell right in their laps. That's sometimes better to be lucky than good, and they were in the right place. But you have to be in position when things like that happen. Well, guys, thanks so much for having me on. I'm going to call it a night here. I will be heading to Bristol Motor Speedway this weekend. The Performance Racing Network crew will have the call on the Bristol Dirt, so looking forward to that. Thanks for letting me hang out for a while.
It was great having you here, Doug. Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your night.
All right, will do. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, Doug. As we see Tate Lytle here on pit road, grabbing 4 tires and some fuel. A little bit of wheel spin leaving his pit road there as he works his way back onto the track.
Yep, Nick Massey now on pit road as well. Alongside, who is that? That looks like Michael Goodman, I think. Yep, that's the 44 car. So Goodman also on pit road with Massey. Tom Bourne then is going to be your leader after that. Remember, he was the first driver to come down pit road, but already battling it with Scott Crump out on the racetrack. Crump looks like he's about to get by that 16 car and retake the lead. Crump, since taking that lead early on in this race, it was about lap 15 or 20 or so, I think, is when he first took over the lead, really has not relinquished it, and he's looked dominant. But like Doug mentioned, potentially as the driver, you don't necessarily want to be dominant early in the evening. You'd rather kind of have that fast car late in the night, but this 90 car could be strong all night long. We've seen this time and time again, though. Crump has really good races, but has struggled sometimes to get those final results, convert them into wins. So we'll keep an eye out. Long way to go in this one. Just one stage down, 3 more to go.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Scott Crump has been really strong all season long. He's the kind of guy I find that has great luck in the first few stages, and then all the bad luck hits him towards the end. And it's really unfortunate for Scott, because he put some great races together, and the most unfortunate things tend to happen to him towards the end. And just a quick update on an earlier incident. Chad Frankenfield has gotten his car repaired and is back out on track, as he'll look to battle his way back through the field, hopefully getting a few lucky dogs along the way to work his way back up.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of those drivers that we were following before in the race, Chad Thornquist, is out of it. Didn't quite see what happened to that 02 car, but on lap 95 of the race, so just before the stage break, ended up bringing that car to a halt, and it was day over for Thornquist. So unfortunate to see there for the 02 car. Race over early in this one. Back-to-back weekends to forget, I think, for the second-place driver in the championship, fresh off of that win in Motegi 2 weeks ago. He's got some work to do to recoup some points, but back up front, it is Crump, then Bourne, then Stafford. So Sky Motorsports, second and third, but look at that huge gap between Bourne and Bronson Stafford. And I mean, that's just the gap on the racetrack. It's not really any strategy difference or anything like that. They pitted very similar laps, one lap between each other, and even Crump miles ahead of other drivers on the racetrack. So the guys who tried to save fuel to make it to that stage break, or not that stage break, but to the end of that stage, really ended up suffering in terms of just overall pace and where they are in terms of track position. So they're going to need a caution, of course, before now in the end of this race, which surely will come.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely don't see us going over 300 laps without a yellow. It would be fantastic if we did, for sure. But these guys are definitely hoping for a caution probably about 40 laps from now, because they definitely want to get good use out of these tires and not have to waste a set, because you want every single ounce of rubber that you can have at the end of these things. And especially being a 400 lap race, you don't want to be the guy that's on 100 lap old tires at the end of this race, because I know me personally, my tires would not make it.
For sure. You guys are watching the Memory Lanes World 600. We're running lap 108 of 400 tonight. Just started in stage number 2. Memory Lanes in the heart of Athens, Wisconsin. It's a historic building with a modern-day touch. It's a place where young and old can come together, and what truly gives Memory Lanes its character, though, is its owner and operator, Randy Big Balls Walters.
Absolutely. Randy Big Balls Walters, great supporter of Elite Racing League here. He's sponsoring quite a few races this season. He sponsored a few weeks ago there when Chad Thornquist actually took the victory at Motegi. And I believe he has about 2 or 3 more races here. So thanks to Randy Big Balls Walters for the support of the series. And we hope he's enjoying the show so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Hope you're enjoying this one at home, Randy. And he's actually put up some cash rewards for some of the drivers in this league. So not just tonight, but we also have the Daytona race to end the regular season, as well as here's my problem. I got to find the results for it. The Daytona race to end the season, I believe it was Motegi as well, like you mentioned.
Yep.
But there's that Memory Lanes challenge that these drivers are going for. So the top 5 drivers at Motegi, as well as the top 5 drivers from tonight, will go at a shootout in Daytona. And I believe, is it $100 on the line?
I believe so. Yeah, I don't have that exact number, but I mean, I would definitely want to be involved in that. Not that I think my results would put me in the finals there, but definitely a nice incentive for these guys. And we're greatly appreciative of Randy Big Balls Walters for everything he does for Elite and all the supporters that we have here in this league. It's definitely greatly appreciated to help us grow our esports league and bring all this fun to you each and every night of the week.
Absolutely there. And so back on track here. Battle between Shane Terry and Alexander Vandesant going at it for 5th position. Bit of spread here on the racetrack after green flag pit stops. We normally will see this, a couple of small car groups throughout the racetrack or throughout the pack here, but generally not much of that same big pack action we saw just before pit stops came through. So Terrian now going for that inside move on Vandesant. Vandesant running a line higher up the racetrack. I think that we've really seen anybody run tonight, and this isn't the first time I've seen that 97 car run that high up the track. Noticed it a few laps ago as well, earlier in that first stage too. He seems to like that high lane through 1 and 2.
Yeah, Vandesant's quite the creative driver. He likes working the lanes, trying to find the best way to get around. If he finds comfort up top, he's definitely going to stick it out there. I don't think it's the line he wants to run for too long, as you see him go to the bottom here on Terrian. And hopefully they can keep this battle up, because it's definitely entertaining, and you might see him work his way back to the top here shortly to make another run at it, as Matthew Weeks and Tate Light will close their door on these two and join that battle.
Yes, they do. So we are starting to form back up into a bit of a pack here. 4 cars together on the racetrack. About a second up the road to Bronson Stafford, about 2 seconds back to Josh Robin, but these guys are going to give us some exciting racing as it is. So Vandesant and Vandesant and Weeks side by side, and that high lane for Vandesant feels like he's just giving up those spots to those guys on the inside as both of them slide on by the 97 car. Again, you mentioned he's creative, but surely he must be realizing that one didn't quite work there, and hasn't been working for that 97 car at all tonight. We did see he has come back, of course, from those early issues right at the start of this race, but I don't know about that line through turns 1 and 2 about letting the 11 car and 56 go straight on by.
Absolutely. I think he may have realized that the 11 and the 56 had a little bit more speed than him, and it was best for him just to fall in line, save his tires a little bit, because you don't want to be wearing them out, like I mentioned, this early into a run. He's it looks like Mark Rabilas got into the wall there a little bit up ahead, as they're going to be working their way past him, and this could get interesting.
Yeah, this could get very interesting very quickly here. Take a look here as guys now kind of settle into a bit of an order. They're going to get by Rebelas, I think, fairly cleanly in that 96 Bitcoin machine. He stays right up out of the way, so great to see there for Mark Rebelas. Getting out of the way of this particular battle. Where are they in terms of the other drivers on the racetrack? They're closing in on Bronson Stafford pretty quickly, as there's the gap right there. So Stafford, as well as Terrian, now just about a second separated. It was about a second and a half a few laps ago. So very quickly making progress on that 61 car. And they're also, I think, closing in relatively quickly on Tyler Fody at a little bit of a slower pace, but Tyler Fody also struggling quite a bit in that 40 car. So right now, is this just the effect of these guys being in a bit of a pack, having some cars pulling them forward with lap traffic, and that being the time difference here, or is there just this big of a pace advantage in this second pack versus kind of these leaders who are all spread out?
Yeah, I think a couple of these leaders definitely pitted a bit earlier than the gentleman behind them here. And those tire fall off is starting to come into play a little bit so far. Also, as you can see on these cars, you can see a bit of the sunset reflecting off, and I think the track might be starting to change a little bit, which will definitely change how they're driving, how they're handling the track. And as you see, a nice big pack here towards the back, as it looks like Harrison Talon on the bottom there, trying to work his way around. I believe that's Dallas Myhand in the 26 on the high side, and they're following that mystery machine.
Yeah, they're following that mystery machine. Jeff Green actually ran out of fuel prior to the end of the caution, so had some issues there with that 38 car. So he's a couple laps down. So from the rest of these guys in this pack here, but he's running all right with them for now. But yeah, here you see Jesse Razimus, kind of the leader of this group. Then you have Harrison Talon, Josh Clark, all of them nice and tight together on the racetrack. Just in front of them, you're going to have Trey Holmes, Ethan Burrell, the very first car in this pack, in that Domino's 37 car. So yeah, good little battle going on here for the 15th spot in the field. It's interesting just to see how much it's spread out. Vincent Isabella, Andrew Rucker running alongside each other, or at least nose to tail here in 13th and 14th. And then again, some drivers a little bit on their own here. Josh Robin on his own in 12th, 11th. Jared Rexing on his own on the racetrack as well. And then Nick Massey, David Tooker, all on the racetrack together, actually Rexing with this group. And then we kind of get to that lead group of drivers, and here we go. Shane Terrian making the move on his teammate Bronson Stafford. This group of 4 cars has caught up to not just Stafford, but also Fody, who's just a couple car lengths in front too.
Yeah, and this opens the door here for Matthew Weeks and Tate Lytle on the bottom of Bronson Stafford here. I believe that's Bronson on the high side. Yes, it is. He's doing a really nice job so far, but he left that door open, and here comes quite a few cars, well, 2-3 cars coming through, as Alex Van de Sant tacks onto the back of Tate Lytle, and here they come.
Yeah, here they come. This is going to start getting a pretty interesting battle here as Bronson Stafford is going to fall down the order here behind Alexander Van de Sant for that 61 car. We're going to want to settle into a bit of a groove here, just hang on to the tail end of this group. We'll see if there's the pace in that car to do so. But now back to the front of this pack, Terrian trying to make the move on Tyler Fody. Can he close that back in and see if these guys can get by the 40 car? Good, surprisingly, teamwork, I suppose, between two different teams, Sky Motorsports of Shane Terrian, and then the two Pro Edge Racing Toyotas behind him. Yeah, it's been interesting to see how these guys have kind of propelled themselves forward on the racetrack. We will see if they're able to close that gap up to Scott Crump up front. Right now, these are the quickest cars on the racetrack that we have right on here on our screen.
Yeah, I definitely think these guys should try to get into a line together and work their way back up. This draft does definitely help, and battling side by side does kind of cut that draft a little bit, pushes them back, and it gives Tom Bourne the opportunity to pull away a little bit. I believe he's got a few seconds gap up to Scott Crump, so he's in his own little bubble there, and he's probably feeling pretty comfortable right now. As you see Tyler Fody working his way backwards, as the door has opened once again to Matthew Weeks, Tate Lytle, and Alex Van de Sant. as the rookie Bronson Stafford follows that line through. And this could end up being a great battle here. Like you said, these guys are really fast right now.
Yeah, good pace here throughout. They're probably going to catch Tom Bourne here within. Actually, it's going to be a little bit of time here before they get to Bourne. But Bourne and Crump are right together on the racetrack, about a second separating those guys, but 4 seconds between Terrian and teammate Bourne. So a little bit of time here to spend on the racetrack. We'll see if this pace advantage stays. But right now, it's about 1/10 of a second per lap that this groove of cars is faster than our 2 leaders. So we'll see again. If that pace stays, this could turn into a pretty interesting battle, but impressive anyways for Crump and Bourne to have been able to pull out that kind of lead over the rest of this pack. I guess when all of these guys were busy saving fuel, they gave up quite a bit of that time there to those 2 leaders.
Absolutely. That's one of the big things with the pit strategy is it gives everyone else the opportunity to either close up or separate the field a lot more. And when it comes to the separation, you definitely get the lap cars that work their way through and can cause a bit of chaos throughout the field. And it's getting pretty interesting out here as they do work their way through some of the other cars. I believe that is a lap car up top. I'm not seeing a car number on that one, but nice paint scheme nonetheless.
Yeah, struggling to see who that was just behind this battle. Is that the 6 car of Zach Evans? We have a little bit of a camera glitch there. Take a look if we can spot that. Fine, I believe that is going to be the 6 car of Evans.
Yes, that would be Zach Evans. He looks like he's the first car a lap down, so he's working his... Ooh, he does have some right front damage there, so he's probably hoping for a caution soon to get that fixed up as he tries to stay up here with these guys and maintain his position.
It looks like a Valvoline paint scheme on that one, if I can see that front end of that car. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, that is a beautiful paint scheme there on Zach Evans' car. He always does have some really nice paint schemes out there while he promotes his Me Fine. I believe it's Foundation. I'm not too sure on that one, but definitely check out Zach Evans, and he can tell you a lot more about Me Fine.
For sure. Back to this battle for this battle for 9th place. Great little kind of scrap going on here. David Tooker, Nick Massey, Jared Rexing. Haven't mentioned Rexing much tonight, but they're kind of, again, running at least nose to tail for now, but Massey looks like he might have a run on Tooker, but just kind of opts out of it a little bit right here. Again, maybe under that philosophy of, hey, they can probably close that gap up to Bronson Stafford, who's on the tail end of that next pack. So, do these guys start to kind of find that pace where that next group starts to stall out, and we kind of start seeing this pack reassemble towards the end of this run like we did towards the end of the last run. Right now, 30 laps into this one for these guys. Last time around, drivers were able to make it as much as 70 laps, actually, with quite a bit of fuel saving. I think that's what it was, to get to lap 101 coming from lap 30 or 31. So, yeah, impressive fuel saving strategy so far. And yeah, we'll see if that kind of continues throughout this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of these guys have done a fantastic job. Like I said earlier, the numbers I was hearing was anywhere from 60 to 65. Sounding like about 62 was the magic number, and guys pushing 70 laps is quite impressive, especially considering we did only have the 1 yellow early on, and everyone's done a really nice job since. This group here, they are catching that car ahead of them, and as they've been working together, staying single file. I believe Nick Massey has a little bit more pace right now than David Tooker, but he's finding it to be a good idea just to stay in line, work together, and work their way back up there to try to get with that pack and try to run down Scott Crump.
Absolutely, and on that last lap, we're 0.2 of a second faster than Bronson Stafford, which again, on a track like this, that's pretty significant gains that they're making here on that 61 car, and we see that here through the corners, 1/10 of a second faster just through 3 and 4, and that's where they're really making up their time, of course. So, yeah, again, looking forward to it because we could see drivers from first all the way back to about 11th or so on the racetrack, back together before we get to our next set of pit stops. So look out for this. Meanwhile, kind of back in this next pack, that's the distance here as it stands. Not too much movement in this pack here, as you're watching Fody, Stafford, and Van de Sant go at it, but Van de Sant now has a shot at Tate Lytle. Isn't quite close enough to make it though, and yeah, this group here looking good right now and just kind of settling into a bit of a rhythm, all behind Shane Terrian, who's guiding these guys slowly but surely in the direction of Tom Bourne. That gap down to just 3.5 seconds now is about 4.5 not too long ago.
Yeah, and we may have begun pit stops here. It looks like Josh Robin and Dustin Doerr have hit pit road. I'm not sure if maybe they made some contact or if this is a scheduled pit stop. It seems a little bit early at this point, but we have had some cars on pit road. It may help them stretch it out a little bit to reach the end of stage 2, but we'll see what happens with those guys. This is quite the battle here, heating up with, I believe there's about 6-7 cars there in a line, and it's led by rookie Shane Terrian, doing a nice job tonight, trying to run down, I believe he said his teammate, the other rookie, Tom Bourne, doing a really nice job representing the rookies out here tonight.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. Yeah, teammates, rookies, Sky Motorsports, pretty much I think everybody on Sky Motorsports, barring Nick Massey, are rookies in this particular series, and they've all made a pretty significant splash. Of course, Nick Massey coming off his rookie season last year, where he made it all the way to the Final Four in that 48 car, was one of just a few multi-race winners. Backs it up this season, 3 race wins, including wins at the Daytona 500. He's had a great season so far. Right now in that pack, chasing these guys down with David Tooker and Jared Rexing. But if you're a Sky Motorsports fan, right now this team is looking fantastic. You've got all 4 drivers inside the top 10.
Absolutely. Oh, as we have quite a bit of smoke here on the backstretch, and the caution is out.
Caution number 2 of the race. We'll head to the Whiskey Cast replay and see if we can figure out where it all started. Looks like it might be with the 8 car of Josh Robin.
And he would just be fresh off pit road here.
Oh, did he just come off pit road? Yeah, it might have been. So Robin, just loses it way off of turn number 2. Strange incident there for the 8 car.
Really unfortunate for Josh Robin, because he was one of the stronger cars tonight. He was running inside the top 10 most of the race so far, and that will likely be the end of the night for Mr. Robin in that beautiful purple number 8 machine. Yeah, it looks like he just lost it off the corner there. Fresh tires, sometimes they don't like to stick.
Yeah, that's for sure. And yeah, with that, that's potentially day over, at least for Josh Robin. We'll see if that is how it ends up being, played out. But now we get interesting with pit strategy potentially. No, not really. Despite guys coming down, or actually guys haven't come down recently, this is the perfect time for everybody to come down pit road. So Scott Crump, Tom Bourne, Shane Terrian, all in order, and this tightens up that pack once again. We'll watch these guys come off the pit road and then be back with you after just a short break. The Elite Racing Network is proud to have C2 Freight Resources supporting us for yet another season here in 2022A. C2 Freight Resources offer complete freight management services and are ready to meet your needs today as well as your changing needs in the future. With thousands of qualified carriers in their database, they're capable of handling shipping for every type of good, from perishable foods to office equipment. Whatever you need to ship, they have access to the necessary equipment, including flatbeds, double drops, vans, tankers, refrigerated equipment, multi-axle heavy haulers, dump trucks, auto carriers, and more. Also check out their EDI, or electronic data interchange services, which allow shippers to keep close electronic tabs on their shipments. The Elite Racing Network is also happy to have Blue Egg Marketing back on board with us for another season. Blue Egg Marketing is the marketing department for small businesses. If you're a small business owner, then Blue Egg Marketing is your absolute biggest fan. Whatever your constraints are, they help catalyze creativity, and they will help your business punch above their weight class. We're also happy to have Powerhouse Recycling on board with us for the first time in 2022A. Powerhouse Recycling strives to offer the highest level of customer service in the industry for each load processed time and time again. Attainable account representatives, prompt and on-time pickups, and customized recycling solutions keep Powerhouse Recycling as a North Carolina market leader in customer service. Back to the action here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The lights are out on the pace car, and this Memory Lanes World 600 is about to get back underway here. Lap 143 of 400. Just under 60 laps to go in this second stage of the night. The field's tightened back up. We saw Ethan Burrell tried to stay out, brought his car back down pit road, but then so he'll be back in the pack. But Scott Crump, Tom Bourne going to be your top two drivers. Weeks and Tarian then lining up behind them. Should be an interesting restart now with everybody back together on the racetrack.
Absolutely, as the green flag is out here. Scott Crump with a little bit of a wheel spin on the start. Tom Bourne with a nice restart here. And these guys are definitely going to be doing battle here into turn one. From about second on back, as Scott Crump got himself a nice little jump here. Matthew Weeks gets in line here behind Shane Tarian, and he'll work his way up, trying to get a little bit of a run here to get past him as the whole field looks to single file out again here shortly and work their way to the end of stage two.
Yes, they do, but battling between teammates right up front for second position. Shane Tarian looking to the inside of Tom Bourne. Bourne's done an exceptional job holding on to that second place for a large portion of this, kind of the latest 50 to 60 laps here of this race. Bourne is going to lose that spot now to teammate Shane Tarian, who slides up and takes over second. We'll see if he can chase down Scott Crump in the lead. Meanwhile, the rest of this pack racing out together side by side, Tate Lytle and Van de Sant, but Van de Sant maintains that position and now puts Lytle in danger of getting passed by Tyler Fody.
These guys are doing a really nice job so far, as that was only our second caution through about 140 laps, so shout out to all these drivers out here. They've really calmed down and put their thinking caps on before this one, as it looks like Bronson Stafford did get stuck on the high side there, got passed by David Tooker, but he got back in line here and works his way through the field in position number 9, which is a really nice effort so far for him. But looking through the field, there's been some guys that have definitely moved their way up. Looks like our biggest mover so far would be the 84 Wyatt Canadal, up 25 positions in P16. So really nice job for him as he looks on the inside of Harrison Talon. Both of these guys are good friends, and nice to see them doing battle here, trying to put on the show as the yellow flag is out again.
Yeah, so shortest run of the night so far there as the caution comes out once again. We'll head to the Whiskey Cast replay and see what we can find. Take a look and see. Looks to be, the report we're getting is that it's Dustin Durer in the 32 car, and here he is out on the racetrack. And just loose off of turn 4, again saved by that turf. Oh, but that bump there, where it crosses with the road course, he takes a little bit too much speed over that. Ooh, slows it down and makes contact with Jeff Green.
It's no mystery that mystery machine got some good damage there from that wreck. It just looked like Dustin Durer did get into that turf and thought he had it saved, but unfortunately hit that bump towards the end, and it sent him up across the track and in front of Jeff Green. Definitely unfortunate situation for Jeff. Hopefully his car's not too bad and he can get that fixed up.
Let's take a look here. There's that damage. That 32 car just comes up, and does he drive the 91 up to the track? No, 91's able to just avoid that. Johnny Thomas but definitely some significant damage to that Jeff Green car there. You can see the right front got a pretty big lick to it. So yeah, we'll see what that looks like. Expect to see that 38 car on pit road. I believe he is currently. Yep, there he is. As well as I believe that's Hunter Smith and Joshua Adams decide to make the call to come down pit road, as does Ethan Burrell. So strategy calls from these guys who just came down a few laps ago. But yeah, there you go. And 32 at fault. Yeah, too much speed there. Wasn't able to quite slow it down there on the turf for Dustin Dewar, and ends up taking out teammate Jeff Green.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Obviously, you never want to take anybody out, especially your own teammate. But as you mentioned, a couple guys did come down pit road. I think it'll just be a splash and go to try to top up their tank, make sure they can make it to the end of the stage, and try to grab some stage points from some guys that may not be able to make it to the end. I know some of these guys up front had to pit early in the end of the stage one, and these guys are hopefully banking on being able to pass these guys and grab some stage points.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, back under caution, just the third one of the night here on lap 150. It's been going by fairly quickly for these drivers and for us up here in the booth. We're getting about 100 laps in every hour, seems to be the current pace that we're racing at. So still a long event, that's for sure. I mean, it is the World 600, the longest oval event run, in the world in real life. Of course, the Coca-Cola 600, and then even here on sim racing, you're very rarely going to see races longer than this. Even as a league, we typically run 50% distances, but for crown jewel events like this, we'll go the whole way through it. And yeah, not even at the halfway point yet tonight here, and we're already at 9 p.m. So this could be a long one here for the rest of the night. But hopefully we keep seeing the racing that we've seen so far tonight in terms of just guys being clean with each other, kind of keeping things tame. It's been working out pretty well for this field so far.
Absolutely, it's been some good racing, some hard racing, but drivers seem to have their heads on tight tonight, and they're racing with a little bit of thought with their moves, and they're being a bit strategic, which is definitely putting on a good performance out there. And like you said, we're 150 laps in out of 400. Scott Crump's been towards the front most of the night. He's done a nice job, as has Shane Terrian, Matthew Weeks, Tom Bourne, Tate Lytle, and Tyler Fode have worked their way up. So who knows if we'll see these guys up here all night, or if we'll see someone else work their way through the field and be there in about 250 laps.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, so much can change in what we have coming up. We basically still have, I was going to say, we can probably complete another 100 laps or so, and we still have a full-length cup race pretty much coming up at us. So, or at least closer to what we normally run here in the elite racing leagues, maybe 75 to 50% cup length. But man, oh man, it is. There's a lot of racing still to go here. First time that, at least for me, it's hit me that, okay, we still got quite a few laps to go, despite how quickly these drivers have been able to kind of roll this race and run this race so far. Very few yellow flag laps, but that's just the nature of this World 600, and I'm sure whatever we're feeling up here in the booth, if we're thinking about time, the drivers are ridiculously fatigued already and need to maintain that same mental and physical energy to keep them through the rest of this one, throughout the rest of this night.
Yeah, absolutely. With these longer races, the drivers definitely have to approach it a little bit differently. Obviously, it's a long race. You're going to want to hydrate, but you're also not going to want to overhydrate because you don't have time to use the bathroom out here. And you also got to maintain your focus throughout this long event and hopefully stay focused enough to try to keep your car in good position for your sponsors and for your team to put a good result on the paper here. And we are coming to green here shortly, so this should be a good one.
Yeah, it absolutely should be. We'll see here how this one plays out. Now it's going to be Crump and Terrian on the front row. So Crump and Bourne shared that front row twice tonight on those last two cautions, on those last two restarts. Now it's going to be Crump and Terrian. We'll see how Shane Terrian reacts on the inside line there of that 90 car. See if he decides to try and really go for the jump, or is happy to settle in line behind the 90 if he can stay ahead of the 11. Much better restart, I think, from the 83 car there. He's definitely going to keep second place here. Not quite going to be able to challenge for first, but strong restart, and that's kind of the best that you can do there on these restarts. Settle into a groove, get that bottom lane, and start chasing after the 90 now.
Absolutely, and Scott Crump has had some really great restarts the past 3 that he's been in control here. He's taken that high side and really just run with it. Being the control car, you can go anytime from the pace car going off to the actual green flag, and Scott's changed it up a little bit each time, and he's had the opportunity to really pull away, but Shane Terrian is staying on his tail here and trying to close that back up and make a run at first place.
Let's see, good run right now and good pace from Terrian. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Tyler Fody, David Tooker, Tate Lytle going at it. There's a little 3-way scrap here for the 5th spot. Fody to the inside of Lytle. Is going to get his nose in there. Not quite. Tate Lytle gets that spot back and takes back that lane. Meanwhile, as we keep going further back, Bronson Stafford's dropped a few more positions, but then you got some great battling here. Dallas Myhan, Jared Rexon going side by side into 1 behind Nick Massey. All this for just outside the top 10. Great racing going on here, side by side still. Myhan has been another one of those drivers who really seems to like that middle to high lane. I think every time I've switched him, that 26 car has been higher up on the racetrack, and making that work right there as he does stick that move and stay ahead of Jared Rexon.
Yeah, Dallas is actually a teammate of mine in another league, and he's one of those guys that silently works his way up through the field. He's been pretty quiet tonight, but he's up 25 spots in P11, doing a great job, and I think he's going to continue going forward. Obviously, he's got some tough competition ahead and tough guys on his heels, but nice job so far for Dallas in that 26 machine.
Absolutely. Gonna hop on back to the Whiskey Cast replay here. Was told about some interesting move here from Harrison Talon. Actually had a bit of a save off of turn number 4. We'll take a look and see here. This was just on lap 154 as replay is not loading there. Finally gets going. There's that 23 car. Harrison Talon coming off of turn number 4. Gets it just a little bit loose. And then on to the turf. Keeps it pointed in the right direction.
Very nice job by Harrison there. And as he would say, that's definitely not a move by a hack. So good job by Harrison Talon in that 23 machine.
Yeah, so down into P19 right now, so lost some track position because of it, but certainly would rather lose some track position than lose your car underneath you. So again, a lot of laps to go in this thing still. Meanwhile, we've got here, what is that? That is Vincent Isabella, Bronson Stafford, side by side, heading into 3, Nick Massey just behind them. Isabella looking to make that move on the bottom. Bronson Stafford trying to defend it up high off the corner. Should have the advantage for the 61 car, but that 12 looks to just have a nose ahead here through turns, or at least through the D section there of the racetrack. 12 car, I think, is going to have this lead coming off of 2. Maybe not. That 61 actually looks pretty good off of 2 as well. So good battle going on here right now for 8th.
Yeah, Bronson Stafford's doing a really nice job running that high line there. If you hit it right, you can definitely get a good run off the exit, which is what he's doing here. They're running really tight mid-corner, which I think is definitely kind of killing some of the momentum for Vincent Isabella, as you see Nick Massey getting by him on the high side here. Good moves by Bronson Stafford so far to defend his position. I don't know how long he can maintain that strategy, but so far so good for that 61 machine.
Yeah, good defensive driving there from Stafford. He'll have to defend again, though, as Vincent Isabella looks to the inside of that 61. I don't think he's quite there this time like he has been in the past. Meanwhile, a little bit further up the racetrack, we saw there Matthew Weeks, I think, peeking to the inside of Shane Terrian, who's lost that spot to Tom Bourne. So Bourne finding pace again in that 16 car, maybe just didn't take off as strong as he wanted to, but starting to gap his teammate Terrian here, and Bourne right now has been the only major challenger to Scott Crump up front, and right now that 16 car is closing on the 90. I think this is the first time we're seeing really any challenge to Scott Crump since the start of this race. Bourne's been the closest we've seen as as the temperature's gone down throughout the evening, but now that 16 car getting very close to the 90, and could he start to challenge for the lead here in just a few laps time?
Absolutely. I definitely think you definitely can't count out that 16 car. He's been so strong all night. And if he can work with his teammate Shane Terrian, they may be able to work their way back up here to Scott Crump. But it's going to be interesting to see how they manage pushing hard to get him, also saving tires to try to maintain for stage points and to get there at the end. Is the lights, they're coming on here, and it's getting a bit darker as we go on here on lap number 162. So this track is going to change up as Shane Terrian and Tom Bourne make another swap here for P2, and Matthew Weeks is right behind them.
Yeah, Bourne was way up the racetrack there, so not too sure what happened, but Terrian gets the spot back, and now I suppose it's his turn to take a run at Scott Crump, see what he can do. They might keep swapping here if they decide to do so, or could just be battling for position and just mistake there real quick from Tom Bourne. Meanwhile, he's kind of giving up that bottom slightly to Matthew Weeks. Weeks looked to the inside, wasn't quite able to get enough space for his nose to get in there. But you don't want to, if you do a swap between teammates, you don't want it to be too significant, because you will give an opportunity to that 11 car.
Absolutely. And Matthew Weeks is one of those really strong guys that can pretty much battle for the win wherever he goes, as he does look to the inside again, and that hole's just not there. I think Matthew Weeks is smart enough to know when there is a small hole, you don't take it, and you definitely see him backing off a little bit as he does not have the opportunity to go. But he's continuing to make a run at Tom Bourne here, and this could be an interesting battle here for P3, and reward the opportunity for Shane Terrian to pull away a little bit and make a run at Scott Crump.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out, but here we go, side by side between Bourne and Weeks. Weeks with the advantage right now through turn one, and it looks like he's totally clear, and now Bourne has to worry about Tate Lytle just behind.
Yeah, and the one thing here for Tom Bourne is if Tate Lytle does make this move, you can bet Tyler Fode's going to make a run at the inside, as well as David Tucker, and Tom Bourne may end up working his way all the way back through this field, as there's a line of about 10 cars that are going to be working their way on his inside here. And he definitely doesn't want to be pushing too much on the high side, killing all the rubber on his tires. Tate Lytle's doing a nice job here on the inside. It looked like he pushed up a little bit, but now he's fallen in behind Tom Bourne, which is a bit of a gift to Tom Bourne to have the opportunity to get back in line and make a push here at Matthew Weeks, rather than getting freight trained by the field here.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll see if there's any further movement there. But again, right now, I think guys pretty comfortable staying single filed out. You've got a little bit of a battle going on here, though. Rexing and Massey, this is for 9th spot on the racetrack. Side by side, they were battling before. They're now chasing down Bronson Stafford as well in front of them. Stafford, though, has done an exceptional job at fending off drivers. You actually see Vincent Isabella, who he was fending off earlier in this race, actually a few more spots back there. So we'll see now with a teammate behind, does Stafford change his defense up a little bit? But it's been clean and very solid so far from that 61 car. He's been doing a really great job. As Bourne looks like he loses that spot to Lytle, or at least is about to lose that spot to Lytle. Tate Lytle on the inside there. I think that preferred line, again, as it continues to get cooler and cooler, the night starts to kind of come in here. I think that bottom lane is going to become more and more dominant throughout this night.
Yeah, absolutely. The high line's nice when it's a little bit warmer because you have a little bit more grip there. But once that track cools down, like you said, it moves a bit more to the bottom line. It's being the hero out here, as Tom Bourne does lose another spot here to Tyler Fode, and David Tucker is looking on the inside, and we'll see if Tom Bourne can hold on up here, as they may end up three. No, they were looking three wide, but luckily they did not, because I don't think that would work.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't. But yeah, David Tucker on your screen there in 7th place. I'm trying to look back. I believe, as far as I can remember, I know we've held it once before, but I think we've only held it once before, the World 600. But you're defending World 600 winner from all the way back in 2020, actually. The B season of that. David Tucker went on to win that 600-mile event. And that happened to be the race right before he went chase racing. It locked David Tucker into the chase. After a rough start to his season, he went on to have a pretty good run, or excuse me, it was 2 races before the end, but he went on to have a pretty strong run through that chase there, and made it, I think, all the way up to the round just before the Final Four. Did a good job that season. But yeah, that's your defending World 600 winner. It's been a long time since we've done a full distance race here at Charlotte. So a lot of these drivers weren't even in this series back then. A lot of them very much new additions between 2021 and of course the rookies for this season too. So very different feel to when Tooker ran and won here. But right now, running P6, that 19 car has been looking like a solid top 10 car all day long so far. We'll see as the night falls, does that 19 car get even stronger?
David Tooker has always been a strong car here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. He's actually a driver for me in another league on Friday nights, and just a few weeks ago, he was running second in a Charlotte race pretty late when he was involved in a wreck, but he was the class of the field all night long, and every time he comes out here, he's always at the front, and he's doing a great job tonight to keep up that trend.
Absolutely. And Bronson Stafford now moves to the offensive as he tries to get by. Or excuse me, no, he actually lost a couple of spots there to Massey and Rexing. Apologies. So defending right now from Josh Adams on the racetrack. Adams in that 95 car was up inside the top 5 early on in this event. Kind of fell off a little bit just outside the top 10. Right now recovering to try and get back inside the top 10 here. He pass on Bronson Stafford would achieve that. We'll see if he's able to do that. Meanwhile, just in front, Rexing going past Tom Bourne and Nick Massey in that 10 car. Both those Sky Motorsports teammates, and Rexing goes on by there. So he now takes over 7th place. Look out for that 10 car too. A bit of a dark horse in this one. Again, haven't talked about him much, was another one of those drivers who's a top 10 driver, very solid race up until this point, and is now very much moving forward.
Yeah, Jared Rexing doing a really nice job. He hasn't really moved much from his starting position of 10th, but he's done everything he needs to do, staying up here in the top 10. He's worked that pit strategy quite well. He's being strategic with his moves, and he's following some really good guys through the field right now, and I definitely think that'll help him as the race goes on, as things look like they are tightening up a little bit as Scott Crump's backing up into the field here.
Yeah, Scott Crump getting closer to Shane Terrian. That gap staying fairly close, as I think we're about to have sundown here relatively soon. We saw just in the distance what that might look like. We'll head up to the blimp overhead of the track, and it is definitely dusk here at Charlotte Motor Speedway with the cars out on the racetrack. So yeah, again, track conditions continue to cool. We're gonna see this race change fairly quickly.
Absolutely. And as we get further into the evening and into the nighttime here, the track will start to cool down and really change how these cars handle. As Scott Crump has done a really good job tonight, and we'll see how he does in the dark track conditions. But I don't think he'll be moving too far from the front of this field.
No, I don't think he will. And to be fair, up until those green flag pit stops, he hadn't prior to that either. There was a breakaway of kind of lead pack cars, but nobody was, Scott Crump, who I think absolutely has been the class of the field today. I think that 90 car has been the best car today. The way this package, I think, it hasn't allowed him to pull away, I think, or it's just been that close between these drivers. But I think a large part of it is that, the draft is powerful enough here where Shane Terry and Matthew Weeks, Tate Lytle are all able to hang on as we have another caution here tonight. Not sure the cause of that one. Gonna see if anything pops up on timing and scoring. Was it? Johnny Thomas running back here. Not too sure where this caution came out. Oh, interesting. It's an automatic, or it's a manual caution for the transition here to darkness, I guess.
So I do know, I believe it was a race earlier this week when we switched over to night from the daytime. A couple of drivers had some issues where their computers would lock up and cause some damage to a few cars. It may have to do with that, anticipating that we are going to be switching over to nighttime here. And sometimes around this track, it's a really harsh transition. As I believe we may have just switched over to nighttime in the server.
Looks like it. Yeah, looks to be that. So not often that you see that. But a couple of people with some issues heard a wheel got disconnected. as guys come down pit road here. So treat this as a little bit of an early halftime. We've seen that in in races in the past here at the Coca-Cola 600, where they turn that lap 200 into a halftime. We're 20 laps early here, but seems to be what we're kind of getting here. Looked to be just a manual caution brought out that's going to be for setting this track up for the rest of the night.
And what this does is it gives us an opportunity to tighten the field back up, as we're going to be probably about 16, 17 laps away from the next stage break here. It does look like a tally may have been issued for a caution here.
Yeah, it's on the 87 as the caution came out. So wonder if Richard Hines didn't know that the caution was coming out and ended up making contact with someone. We'll take a look here as to what happened, but the way that was worded doesn't make it seem as though the caution was the fault of the 87. It seemed like it was a reaction to the caution coming out, the dark caution. And I'm just looking at the messages from race control. We were warned about a dark caution coming just before it happened on the racetrack. So we'll take a look and see what happened when this all started here. See if we can find anything regarding the caution coming out. So I don't know exactly the timeline with the caution coming out, but this is what we were given on the Whiskey Cast replay. Richard Hines, Johnny Thomas, and they just make contact there through 3 and 4. There's also, who was that involved in there too? Hard to see the number on that. Rookie stripes on the back there. But that's just, I think that was just as the caution came out on the racetrack. That's the 60 car. So 60 of Joey Chapman there. He gets involved there. So 87 of Richard Hines, Joey Chapman, as well as Johnny Thomas, all involved in that one. So that, I think, was just lined up with the caution coming out. Tally issued for the 87 car, but back out to the racetrack here. Lights still on the pace car as we get ready for night racing now.
Night racing always brings some exciting energy out here to the racetrack. Looks like Shane Terrian did grab that lead as they came off pit road, so this will change things up a little bit as we'll see which line he takes. Maybe he'll take that high side that Scott Crump has really made famous here tonight.
For sure. Well, with that, still have a couple laps to go here. They'll let cars rotate around, and we'll be back with you guys just before we go back to Green Flag Racing, take you to the halfway point in this race, and then onwards past that up until we get to the checkered flag. So be back with you guys in just a moment. All right, getting ready to go back to Green Flag Racing here. Shane Terrian, the control car on the inside, though, while Scott Crump with that outside lane that he's preferred on the restarts there. Talk us through that decision or why you think he might have gone for that, Shane Terrian, Robert.
Yeah, it's quite possible that Shane's a bit more comfortable running that bottom line. He's pretty much held that line every restart, obviously most of the time not by his choice, but we'll see if he can get a good jump here. Could also be he's more comfortable with Matthew Weeks behind him than Tate Lytle, but we'll see as we're about to go green here.
Yes, we are back to it, and a good jump for Shane Terrian ahead of Scott Crump. And Crump, for the first time in a while, is not going to be the leader coming out of a restart. then behind them, good little battle going on here for third between Matthew Weeks, Tate Lytle teammates here, and Tyler Fody, David Tooker side by side, as well as we've got them spread out 3 wide just behind them. It's going to be, who was that? That was Jared Rexing, I think, all the way on the bottom. Tom Bourne, as well as Bronson Stafford, all in a line there. Jared Rexing ends up getting the top there. That's Stafford in the wall, up top. Saves it, though. Rexing, I think, was in the turf, though. Yep.
Wow, what a save by Bronson Stafford, and Jared Rexing as well, keeping his car in one piece, keeping it moving on that turf at the bottom there, but that'll be a big drop through the field for Jared Rexing, and Bronson Stafford looks to be moving back as well, as you see Ethan Burrell go by, Hunter Smith working his way by, and he'll have to hold off Trey Holmes here as well.
Yeah, we'll see the right side damage on that 61 car of Stafford. There it is. It's not too significant, but it's definitely going to be something that he'll feel there as, to the outside goes Trey Holmes, or looks to the outside in that National Guard 88 car. Military scheme on that one. The 90 car disqualified due to comms violation. That's Scott Crump, the 2 car who's been leading all night. Violation in the driver chat.
That is huge news here. Scott Crump has been the class of the field this evening, and something happened. I'm not sure. We're waiting for an update from race control here as to what actually went down, but that's big news here tonight.
Yeah, the word is slur use in the voice chat for Scott Crump. So he's going to be heading down pit road. It is day over for that 90 car. There is a zero tolerance policy here in the elite racing leagues for that kind of stuff. And Scott Crump, after a great day on the racetrack, ruins it using that voice chat.
You know, like I mentioned earlier, Scott's so strong out there on track, but things always go wrong, either his own doing or just bad luck. And I mean, you can't be using any sort of bad language or anything like that out there. You got to show some respect, and unfortunately Scott wasn't thinking thoroughly, as he's gotten himself disqualified tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And it kind of feels like that's been the story of the season for Scott Crump, is he's had the pace, but I think he has been his own worst enemy at times on the racetrack and off it. Has just had some mistakes that have happened while he's been up front in races, where just the results haven't then come together. It's really been an inconsistent season for Crump, despite having exceptional pace. He started, top 2 3 times so far this season. So yeah, I mean, he's been exceptional pace-wise, has led a number of laps, has had races where he's led more than 100 laps before, but hasn't quite been able to finish it off. Today, unfortunately, will be another one of those nights for him. But the race moves on now. Terry and Lytle, Weeks, your top 3 here, and taking Scott Crump out of the picture there in that one is, I think it really opens up the race for a lot of these guys. I think now it's a very even playing field between all of these guys within this top 5, top 6, top 7 even, and pretty much anybody here has a shot within the top 10. I think Crump was the strongest car of the day, and you've just really opened up this race.
Absolutely. I think you had Scott Crump, and then you had the rest of the field in a totally separate group from him. If he had stayed out there and nothing went wrong, he would have probably walked away with the victory tonight. But absolutely, like you said, you could throw any of these names into a hat, pull one out, and there's your race winner. As it's a nice battle up here. You have 5, 6, 7 cars under a blanket battling for position. Shane Terrian got a little bit of a gap here on Tate Lytle, but Tate seems to keep closing that back up and making a nice little run here, as it looks like a bit of an accordion as they keep going back and forth.
Yeah, getting a little bit of that effect through the corners as they get closer together, and then kind of spread out a little bit down the straights. But strong drive right now. But outside of Terrian, who of course his rookie season, but has shown some impressive pace so far. Don't forget, he pushed his teammate Nick Massey to the win of the Daytona 500 right at the start of the season, so has front-running pace in this league. But we're kind of seeing some of our old standard drivers who we're always used to seeing up front: Tate Lytle, Matthew Weeks, Tyler Fode, David Tooker. So as much as things have been changing this season with a number of unique winners and new winners to the series, a lot of the old stuff kind of sticks around. So, you know, yeah, you know, all these guys, Lytle, Weeks, Fode, Tooker, you know, very, you know, veterans of this particular league, and showing right now in a long race like this, being a veteran is a pretty good spot to be in.
Absolutely, and these guys are all running towards the front, but it doesn't really seem like they're pushing it too hard. You know, they probably could have made some passes as Tate Lytle looks to the inside of Shane Tarian here and does take the lead. This will be interesting to see how the rookie handles this. Will he try to maintain that lead, battle back, or will he try to fall into line and try to save up a little bit of tire here to make it to the end as he battles back on the inside of Tate Lytle here? This has been an impressive run so far by Shane Tarian tonight.
Yeah, it really has, and I mean, he's your pole sitter for the night, so we know there's pace in that 83 car, especially over one lap, but to extend that out on a long run can sometimes be tricky, but he's shown kind of he has that pace to do so. He led that pack forward on the most recent run. Right now he's leading the entire pack on this current run, but prior to tonight, Shane Tarian has only led 23 laps this season, mostly at Daytona and then a couple more at Dover, but getting opportunities to kind of match that tally or to even exceed it here tonight at Charlotte. But Tate Lytle's going to try and take away some of that from him. Lytle ahead as they cross the line this time by will take away one of those laps led for Tarian, but great little battle here, and they're 2x2x2 here all the way through the top six.
Absolutely. The pace and respect shown by these drivers so far has been really great, really refreshing to see. You have your mix of veterans and rookies alike up here as Tom Bourne's on the inside of David Tooker chasing down Tyler Fode and looking to get a move on the inside of Matthew Weeks as that battle for the lead continues, which is a nice, exciting change to see after Scott Crump really led most of the opening stages of this race.
Yeah, that is your battle for the lead all in one picture. You had 7 cars there in just this pack right here. We're 20 laps into this run as well. 20 laps, is that right? Yeah, I think we're pretty far into this run, and these guys are racing like this as Tate Lytle goes up the racetrack. The racing is good, but the mistakes can be costly. Lytle loses 2 spots there, could lose some more, and now Fode with a shot at Tarian. He's going to look to the inside and won.
I don't know if these guys realize we're 2 laps to go in the stage and not 2 laps to go in the race, because the battling has been intense here the last couple laps as Shane Tarian's going to get a little bit of help here in a moment from his teammate Tom Bourne. Another rookie doing a great job tonight as Tate Lytle looks like he's going to be pushing his way through, and hopefully these guys don't make any more contact and we can have a nice good battle to the end of the stage here as Shane Tarian is going to lose that spot to his teammate Tom Bourne and Tyler Fode.
Yeah, 2 to go in the stage, and now it's advantage to the 40 car of Tyler Fode. Remember, last time we had the stage come up, all these guys were trying to save fuel, trying to make it to the end. This time they've been given this opportunity to race it out to the end, really put their foot down and just put everything they have out there on the racetrack, and we're seeing that right now. Tom Bourne loses 3rd to Tate Lytle, but not quite yet. He's going to fight back on the inside, but I think the 56 will have it on the outside. 1 to go in this stage, and we are just getting past the halfway point in this race, lap 200 of 400. 2 hours and 8 minutes into this broadcast. Looks like we're going to see about a 4-hour race here tonight. But yeah, here we go. This is it for the Stage 2 victory. Tyler Fode looks to be clear from Shane Tarian, barring any circumstances. Heading into 3 and 4 looks fairly normal for the 40 car, but Capel almost gets up into him. But off of turn number 4, Tyler Fode wins stage number 2 from Tarian, then Lytle, then Bourne. Then Tooker got Bourne at the line.
Wow. Great battle by David Tooker as Rusty Capel slides up a little bit in the corner here. He was in the grass a little bit earlier, so I don't know if his tires might be a little dirty still as he drops to the bottom and lets these leaders by. But great battle by these guys to finish off that stage, and nice work by Tyler Fode to get that stage lead, and now he falls in line to try to save some tire here.
Yeah, I guess Fode wanted those points and then very happy to concede that lead to Shane Terry and says, hey, I'm going to use your draft. I'm going to save some fuel here. You do the dirty work up front. I got my points. That's all I care about for the next, give me until 90 laps from now before I start really worrying about, making some moves again on the racetrack.
Absolutely. A guy like Tyler Fode definitely wants the additional points. He is the points leader entering tonight. He led by 6 over Chad Thornquist, who unfortunately had a bad pit sequence that put them out of the show tonight. And then Nick Massey, 23 back of the lead. So any stage wins that Tyler Fode can pick up are definitely helpful in that overall points picture. Shane Terrian works his way out to a little bit of a gap here to try to get a little bit of comfort and just settle into a rhythm so he can try to work his way around for a bit longer here.
Yeah, let's see here. Terrian with a good gap, and now Fode has to worry about Tate Lytle. But then you've got this great little scrap going on here for 4th behind them. David Tooker now trying to move up the order, trying to get past Tom Bourne. Those guys have been battling it out side by side for a little bit here. Weeks kind of fell off a little bit towards the end of that stage, but he's still very much in that discussion here for this lead, or at least in the discussion for top 3 right now. But I mean, look at how close this pack is. That's everybody all the way back to Vincent Isabella in 10th place, all in one shot there at the end of each of these shots. It is incredibly close here on the racetrack between all of these drivers. The pace, again, is very good between all of them. They all share very similar pace. The racing is great, and I think now that this track is getting cooler and cooler, we're seeing more guys with opportunities to race each other side by side.
Yeah, and things are going to get interesting, as you saw in the last shot there. There is some lap cars coming up here shortly that are going to make it a little bit interesting. As you see Alex Van de Sant working that high line again. He really loves to work that wall, and it seems to be working for him as he gets past Matthew Weeks here and drops to the inside to try to make a pass on Tom Bourne.
On the outside, coming off of 2, should still have that run there, and right now not much support for David Tooker either. He's going to lose a number of spots, actually loses another one to Van de Sant, could lose one to Vincent Isabella here as well, potentially even drop outside the top 10. Is just the nature of how close this top run is.
Absolutely, these guys are all under a blanket, keeping it nice and close, racing hard, racing clean. Vincent Isabella, David Tooker battling side by side here, but I think David Tooker might get that high side advantage as he'll get a little bit of a pull off of Alex Van de Sant here, and Vincent Isabella will just fall into line and work with David Tooker to get back towards the front. As you look up ahead, Tate Lytle and Tom Bourne going side by side here. They've been side by side for quite a while, and Tom Bourne's doing a really nice job holding that high side, trying to get a good run here, trying to catch his teammate Nick Massey just ahead. And that whole team has done a great job tonight. I believe you said their team name is Sky Motorsports, and it seems like the sky's the limit for these guys tonight.
It really does. Yeah, no, it's been impressive, and I've been impressed with Bourne. I mean, all of the drivers really for this team tonight, but specifically Tom Bourne. I feel like he's stepped it up. He's found something in terms of pace. Consistency itself has been lacking. We'll sometimes see that 16 car move up and then move back, but there's always pace in that car, and he's really found something that he's comfortable with in this next-gen car, and great to see him up front right now fighting it out with Terry and with Massey. Teammate Bronson Stafford, we saw, had those issues earlier in the race. Stafford is further down the order. Trying to see where he actually is out on the racetrack. Unfortunately, he's actually out of this one in 38th. So that's one of the 4 cars there for that team out, but the other 3 are inside the top 5 and fighting it out.
Absolutely, and Bronson Stafford, while he was out there, did a great job maintaining around top 10, top 15 all night. And unfortunately, he was caught up in an earlier incident, which has set him back, but we'll bounce back here in a next race, and hopefully we can see him running towards the top 5, top 10 here next time out.
Report from race control might be that Stafford was a victim of storms, so potentially storms in certain areas that are hitting people's internet. I think we lost a couple of people when we made that transition. So yeah, it's unfortunate to see a driver go out like that, especially when it's not their fault. The one hope with sim racing is that you don't have as many of those technical glitches, those technical errors that go on in real world racing. It ends up being purely just the driver and the car, but unfortunately that's not always the case. There's always going to be external circumstances.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for my fellow Canadian Bronson Stafford. I'm not sure which part of Canada he's in, but I know out in Manitoba they were getting hit with some blizzards today. So he definitely may have been hit by that, which would definitely do a doozy on his internet connection here, as Alex Van de Sant is all over the back of Tom Bourne here.
Yeah, he is. Van de Sant, talk about his race, kind of fell all the way to the back of the pack right at the start of it, worked his way back up the order, has been kind of a top 10, kind of a fringe top 10 car all night long, and is now in the battle inside the top 5, going after 4th position on Tom Bourne, looking like he could be a top 3, potentially race-winning pace car, but going to have to wait another lap to get by that 16 of Bourne. Great defensive driving again that we're seeing from the 16 car, and now the 97 has to worry about Vincent Isabella, who's worked his way up from 10th about 10 or 15 laps ago, all the way now inside the top 5.
Absolutely. Vincent Isabella's done a really nice job, been around the top 10, 15 all night. And now, like you said, he finds himself up there in 5th place after starting 23rd. So great run for him. And, he could be one of the dark horses to get up there and steal the victory tonight.
Could absolutely be here. We'll keep following all of these drivers. It's hard to pick one to follow for any given lap, because the advantages shift from lap to lap here in terms of who has forward momentum, who's falling back. The racing here seems excellent on this racetrack, and with these race cars, this is your lead pack right here, including all the way back to Hunter Smith in 11th. All of these guys within just a second or so of each other. 1.5 seconds is the total gap from Shane Terrian in 1st to Hunter Smith in 11th. Nose to tail here all throughout this group. Really impressive run right here, and great racing that Charlotte Motor Speedway and this package, as well as the drivers in Elite Racing, are putting on for us.
Absolutely. There's been some drivers that have had really great runs tonight. Like you mentioned, Hunter Smith just outside the top 10. He's done a really good job tonight. He's kept his nose clean. He's put himself in position to get a good finish. Obviously, we're just past halfway, so a lot can still happen, but good run for him. Just behind him, Wyatt Knadel in the 84 machine. Wyatt's had some bad luck this season. I believe he missed Daytona due to a wreck in the qualifiers. He's up in 12th right now with Dallas Myhan right behind him, so good run for both of those guys as well.
Yeah, for sure. And do not count anybody who's outside of the top 10 right now. We've seen that already, where drivers in the second pack have moved forward as the night goes on. Here's this second group you just mentioned, Dallas Myhan, Wyatt Knadel, kind of in their own little 2-car tandem. And then behind them is this second pack from 14th on back, led by Trey Holmes and Jesse Razamis. But then a great battle here. Andrew Rucker, Trevor Elam, Michael Hossack, all in one area on the racetrack. Then Brent Jones inside the top 20. Jared Rexing, we saw, had those issues, went off the racetrack, hasn't quite been able to recover in terms of pace in that 10 car. Admittedly has been there or thereabouts lap time wise with those lead guys, but when you lose that much time on the racetrack and there's that big of a gap, it's hard to close that back up. So Rexing has some work to do. Meanwhile, back up front is really where the action's been so far in this run, and here we go, side by side, Van de Sant and Bourne going at it. Bourne loses that spot to Vincent Isabella, and now at risk of losing it to Van de Sant as well.
Absolutely. Alex Van de Sant has been a bit of a high side hustler here tonight. He's been working that wall. Now he drops to the bottom. He's inside, outside, left, right, center. He's working his way around Vincent Isabella, who finds himself up in P5 now after getting passed by Alex Van de Sant. That's one great battle going on, and these guys continue to impress us out here tonight and put on a good show. On behalf of Memory Lanes and Randy Big Balls Walter, he's surely enjoying this race, and I hope everyone at home is too.
It's back to single file here inside the top 10. Tom Bourne falls a little bit back there. Tate Lytle falls back as well. Shane Terrian continues to lead up front though, but he's got teammate Nick Massey right behind him.
It's
And,
going to be interesting to see how they manage to get past this lap car here. It looks like
Ooh,
he's
whoa.
going to... Whoa!
That was close.
That was definitely interesting. Um, as the car, I believe that's the 81 machine up in the wall there. Hopefully he can stick it out and not cause any sort of an incident here. As it looks like the leaders have gotten by without getting any damage, any incidents here. But that was definitely a scary moment for those Sky Motorsports guys.
Yeah, that can get sketchy, and yeah, that's the last thing you want to see is an issue with lap traffic messing you up in the race. So fortunate for those guys to escape scot-free. But yeah, that's going to be something that comes up potentially when you come up on big packs of lapped cars. Whether or not that's going to happen, whether or not we'll have a long green flag run enough to do that, we'll see. But you know, that's something you got to watch out for. As always, those erratic lap cars can certainly mess things up for you. But right now, everybody gets by fairly cleanly. I don't see any other issues with that lapped car. I think he is out of the picture now for this top 11, and it's back to racing. Tate Lytle kind of in a bit of a bubble on his own there, separated from the front pack and the second pack, trying to either suck up to that front pack or I guess being caught up by that second group. We'll see kind of what that looks like for the 56 car. Again, for everybody, it seems to be very momentum-based. You make a small mistake and you kind of see yourself falling down the order, that anybody can also jump up the order as well if you have a string a couple of good laps together. So that's just kind of how the layout of this race is right now, and you know, it's interesting to see right now you know, what these drivers are able to do, if they are able to make moves forward, and do you take that risk of potentially going down the order? For Nick Massey, that risk is you absolutely go for it and risk losing spots here, because he's going on the outside of his teammate Shane Terrian. Absolutely.
Nick Massey, one of the strong cars here tonight. Always running towards the front here as he works his way around his teammate. I almost wonder if Shane Terrian kind of realized that Nick was a little bit quicker and offered him the opportunity to get out front and try to pull him away. Doesn't look like it as he's trying to battle back here, but nice move by Nick Massey to take the lead here and get a lap led.
Yep, so Massey up front here, three-time winner this season. Could he be going for number 4? He'd also get 2 crown jewels on his crown to you know, he'd get one to join the Daytona 500 here. That would be an impressive result for sure for Massey, but right now, of course, long way to go in this one. But that 48 car always seems to find its way towards the front in these races, no matter what we're talking about in terms of events. Nick Massey always finds his way forward.
Absolutely. Nick Massey's one of those big event racers. He shows up and always puts his best foot forward in any of these big events. You know, the Daytona 500, tonight's race, Indy 500. No matter what it is, you'll always see Nick Massey running towards the front, towards the later stages of this one. Obviously, we're still just past halfway and a lot can still happen, but Nick Massey has definitely shown that he could be one of the cars to beat here tonight as he does battle his teammate Shane Terrian here, with Tyler Fode, Vincent Isabella, and Tate Lytle up here in the top 5 with him, and a lot of hungry guys throughout this field that want his spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just looking at Massey's season. One at Daytona, one at Martinsville last week, of course. Also one at Nashville, which I believe Nashville was our other full-distance race that we ran this season. So if Nick Massey were to win tonight, I think he would sweep the crown jewels for this season, which would be a huge accomplishment. I don't think we've seen that ever before in the Elite Racing Leagues. Of course, long way to go, but something to watch out for. That 48 car could accomplish something very special tonight.
Absolutely. It reminds me a little bit of Jamie McMurray's season. I believe it was 2010 or 2011 when he went out there. He took the Daytona 500. He took the Brickyard. A few other big races there. It was definitely a special season, and Nick Massey is en route to one of those. Obviously, like you said, long way to go, and he's just hoping he can pick up a victory tonight and make some elite history.
Yeah, would be impressive if he's able to pull it off. But again, you've got this very angry pack just behind him, including teammate Shane Terrian, Tyler Fode, who has been just a consistent top 3 threat all season long. There's a reason he's leading the championship in that 40 car. but has not won a race. I mean, that car has been 9/10 every single race this season, but has never quite been that good enough to win at the end of it. Could tonight be the night that he does it? Bodie, another one of those drivers who really comes to life in these long races, in these crown jewel events, has won the Brickyard 400 in the past, has been super competitive at the Daytona 500, has won the Darlington Throwback 500, so he knows how to get that done in these big races, in these long races. Van de Sant might have scraped the wall a little bit there heading into 3, as side by side with Lytle there as well. So a lot of kind of big event drivers here in this field. Only one of them can walk away with it today.
Absolutely, and you never know throughout this whole field. There's a lot of guys that are hungry, a lot of guys that are strong competitors. All it takes is one little slip up on pit strategy to put anybody out front, and we may see a surprise winner tonight. Who knows? But obviously Nick Massey, Tyler Fode are among the favorites here tonight. They do have that resume that shows they do know how to win these big races, and they have this circled on their calendar to take home the victory tonight. As Alex Van de Sant is doing a great job battling on the inside of Tate Lytle here. Like you said, a lap or two ago, it did look like he scraped the wall a bit, but I don't think that's affecting him too much.
Doesn't seem to be, no. No, not sure if those sparks flew from making contact with the wall or what it was, but we saw sparks in the racetrack. But Van de Sant now up into 4th position, and Lytle going to battle with Vincent Isabella for 5th. Looks like the 56 car will get it. And these guys, through all their squabbling, are kind of losing a little bit of time here to Tarian, Fode, and Massey. A little bit of a gap there as that starts to form. We'll see if that closes back up again. But, I mean, let's ride on board. Let's get a few onboard laps here. This is now with Alexander Van de Sant behind the wheel of this 97 car. See what his kind of strengths are. Really strong entering the corner. Probably loses a bit coming off the corner. Loose definitely off the corner. But really strong heading in there through turn 3.
Yeah, Alex seems to be able to throw it in there a little bit deeper than some of these other guys, as you mentioned, but kind of mid-corner to exit. He's losing a bit to Tyler Fode as Fode seems to be, and he's a little bit loose on exit, which could be due to the track cooling down, or maybe his tires have just hit that point where they've kind of glazed off a little bit and have become like driving on ice. But like I was saying, Tyler Fode's backing up his corners a little bit more and getting the really strong exits, which has allowed him to pull away from Alex Van de Sant on exit. And it's going to be interesting to see if Alex picks up on that and kind of backs up his corners a little bit more to get that stronger run.
Yeah, let's see. Still good off the corner. Not quite the same as the 40. You can see Fode with a little bit of an advantage as he gets very close there through 3 and 4. We'll see Van de Sant as Fode kind of tracks up the racetrack there. Van de Sant, I think, had to check up, though, just coming off of 3 and heading into 4. That kind of stunted his run here, but here we go. They're both going for a move on Shane Tarian.
Yeah, it looks like Tarian may have slipped up a little bit on the entrance there to the last set of corners, which has allowed Tyler Fode and Alex Van de Sant to get on the inside, and Tate Lytle's right there behind them as somebody got into the wall back there. I'm not sure exactly which car that was, but everyone seems to be keeping it going as Alex Van de Sant is making a run here on Shane Tarian.
Yeah, let's head back up. Wasn't quite sure who that car was, but yeah, Van de Sant looked like he had a run, but kind of fell apart there coming off of turn number 4. Maybe just got it loose again. We saw a little bit of that nature in the 97, and Fode here tracking up the racetrack. I think that 40 car honestly looks to be tighter than some of these other cars, tracking up the road a little bit. Van de Sant looked to be a little bit looser than some of these other cars, so seeing some difference in handling characteristics here as the run goes on, just different ways that these guys wear through their tires. We are, however, 60 laps into this run, as that might have been netcode contact there between Tarian and Van de Sant. Not sure what that was, but pit stops should be coming up here fairly soon.
It did look like a little bit of netcode there with some wheel hop over the back tire of the 83 there, but everyone gets to keep going here. One thing I did notice with Alex Van de Sant in the last set of corners is he gets really low and likes to get his front tires kind of under the apron there, which is helping him rotate a bit, which is something not a lot of these other guys are doing. And I think that might be what's getting him a little bit loose on exit and allowing him to keep close to those guys and make those runs.
Yeah, seems to be that as Tarian comes down pit road, as does Tom Bourne here on lap 240. This is what we expected. We're right now entering this pit window, so we'll see, does pitting early give you an advantage? Does pitting with a teammate give you an advantage as you see Tarian and Bourne together on pit road? Massey, though, still out on the racetrack and doesn't come down pit road this time either. Doesn't look like any of our leaders making that call to come down pit road this time by either.
Yeah, I think you're going to see some guys that are going to try to push it as long as they can, see if they can cut it to where they only need to pit once more after this time to make it to the end of the race if it were to go green. Or you have them looking at strategy where they have 2 more stops after this and they want to do an even split. But those rookies have something in mind and they want to work their way back up here and try to grab some stage points as they can pass these guys when they're on pit road here.
Yeah, so still not coming down pit road for Massey, Fody, any of these leaders really. So yeah, very different strategy. I'm just trying to think. Fuel though must be an issue there. 180 was the last time these guys pit. It has been 60 laps since then. You'd kind of expect to be right there or thereabouts in the fuel window for these cars coming down.
Yeah, we definitely should be within a few laps here. I think the pace is likely slowed up a little bit from the start of the race here, which is allowing them to save a little bit more fuel, but I'm a little shocked that nobody else has hit pit road yet.
Yep, as Matthew Weeks slow on the racetrack. Oh, and that brings
And
out
the
a caution.
caution's
It's
out.
not.
Oh no.
It's not for pit road. I saw him dropping positions, but Matthew Weeks issues with that 11 car. What happened there? Let's take a look. Ooh, just tracks up into the 12 car. Vincent Isabella, that's 2 cars who were major contenders here tonight. Vince Isabella up into that wall, kind of keeps it pointed in the right direction. Definitely damage to that one, but it was Weeks who had kind of major issues there coming off of 4. See if we can maybe grab an on board with the 11 car, but yeah, that kind of seems strange. Side by side with the 12, and kind of led to those issues there. So here we go, Matthew Weeks in the 11 Pro Edge Toyota, just right on that apron. I think we saw that earlier in the race there, and no, it wasn't loose. It looked like it was netcode. Yep, there you go. I was going to say, it didn't look like they made contact, so that was pretty major netcode between those 2 drivers.
And that's really unfortunate because those were 2 really strong cars. I think Ethan Burrell got a little piece of it too. I don't think anything major, but seeing Vincent Isabella and Matthew Weeks getting damaged there, really unfortunate because those 2 would have definitely been contenders at the end of this one as well.
For sure.
Yeah, they weren't even close.
That wasn't close for it to be any kind of issue like that. There might have been some slight minor side contact, but that's not going to be an issue that would normally be a problem. So unfortunate netcode kind of affects them again, as that saves these guys who stayed out on the racetrack and really hurts those rookies who came down pit road.
Absolutely. It's definitely going to make things interesting here as everyone gets a little bit of a free pit stop. We'll see what happens and see who cycles their way up forward here.
Yeah, they should get the wave around here, and assuming they don't pit, which they shouldn't. But you're on older tires now, and you're going to start behind all of these guys. You're going to lose that track position that you got. So, yeah, not really what you were hoping for. As here they come out of the racetrack. Tarian's going to have to line up behind Brent Jones. So Tarian going to be 14th. 15th for Michael Goodman, and then Tom Bourne actually all the way down in 23rd. He got really caught up in some of the traffic here. So some massive issues there for the 16 car, who was having such a great race. Very unlucky with that one. And there's your leader. Almost goes down an entire lap to Tyler Fody, or stays down an entire lap. But he's now going to be, I think, the last car, or one of the last cars on the lead lap once we get back to green flag racing.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for the rookies there. They were both running so strong. Obviously, still a lot of racing left here that they can take advantage of and hopefully work their way back up. But they're going to be shaking their heads after this one if this is what costs them their chance at the win.
Yeah, you'd hate to see it play out like that for them, because they were so competitive. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how it works. And when that caution comes out right in the green flag, pit stop time. I mean, that is the absolute worst time for a driver, and that's one of those risks that you kind of have to balance. Is pitting early, you are going to get a pace advantage. You're going to have those fresher tires on earlier, and generally you're going to have, that's going to be quicker for you in terms of lap time. But of course, you're also going to have that risk of losing your lap, losing that track position if a caution comes out between when you pit and the rest of the field pits. So that's what happened right there. They knew the risks when they did that. So they're going to have some work to do to recover, though. But I don't doubt that those cars are going to have the ability to recover back inside the top 10, potentially even top 5 as well.
Absolutely. They've both been really strong all night long, and as long as it can stay clean ahead of them, I think they can definitely work their way up through the field and get past some of those guys. But looking through the field, some of these guys are doing a really great job tonight, and some guys you don't usually see up towards the front, like a Brent Jones in P13. He's doing a great job tonight. Michael Goodman in 14th and Richard Hines there in 15th. Those guys are all doing a fantastic job, and hopefully they can keep it up and grab a good finish.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on those guys as well. Just through the field right now, we'll quickly run through what it looks like here. So Tyler Fode, your current race leader, has been up front all season long in the points standings, but it's yet to grab that win. Could tonight be the night? Behind him is the man with the most wins this season, Nick Massey, running third in the point standings. Could definitely leapfrog Chad Thornquist tonight. Could potentially even leapfrog Tyler Fode if he can pull off his 4th win of the season. Then you've got Alexander Van de Sant, who's coming back in here after a Final Four appearance last season. Wasn't quite able to grab a championship there, but has come back, has had a relatively strong-looking season. Didn't get the win last week at Martinsville, but could he do it today? And Tate Lytle coming off of his championship season last season. It has not been a fortunate one, though, in 2022 for the driver of the number 56 car. Things just haven't quite worked out for him. He's hoping to turn things around, grab his first win of the year. And the last car in the top 5 there, David Tooker, the last driver to win a World 600. Driving that 19 car up inside the top 5 now. Very much in contention for that win. Don't count out drivers like Hunter Smith, Jared Rexing, who's back inside the top 10, Ethan Burrell, Wyatt Knadel, or Trey Holmes. Any of these guys could pull it off. A few new drivers inside the top 10 since we lost Bourne and Terrian.
Absolutely. Can't really count anybody out at this point. Still 153 to go as we go green here in a moment. We'll see how Tyler Fode gets off on the start here. And once again, the leader just gets a really nice jump on the field. Tyler Fode's just pulled himself away from the field. And now Tate Lytle's looking to the inside of Nick Massey, which will just allow Fode to pull away even more, which is exactly what he wants to see. He wants as big of a buffer as he can get, as big of a lead as he can get, so he can just run his clean laps, run the way he wants, and not really have to worry about anybody but himself.
Yeah, without a doubt, that is what Fode wants to see, and you'll see Tate Lytle does a good job at now clearing Nick Massey there. He's going to get that second spot as the battle for 4th goes on. Rexing, really strong restart from him. Restarted in the 7th spot, already up into 4th now. That 10 car, again, has kind of been that car slowly moving forward through the field. Didn't look like he had much early on in the race. Was, again, a fringe top 10 car, then kind of found a little bit more. Was a top 7 car, then a top 5 car. This 10 car looking really fast now. Top 3 or top 1 car, of course, potentially as the night goes on. And that's going to help him side by side for Massey and Lytle. Whoever loses out on this one could also lose another spot here to Rexing.
Absolutely. Jared Rexing doing a really nice job tonight. He's looking to work his way towards the front, and he's got that victory in sights here for himself tonight. As Nick Massey continues to battle with Tate Lytle, he kind of pushed up a little bit to create himself a bit of a bubble. As Jared Rexing,
Rexing!
They make contact.
He's going to save it and keep it pointed in the right direction, but off into the AstroTurf, and all that work he did, lost again, keeps it pointed still forward, back out on the racetrack, and we stay green there, but it's a lot of track position lost there for the 10 car of Jared Rexing. All that work cut out for him again. The second time we've seen that 10 car slide across the AstroTurf.
He's going to fall way back as he's now doing battle here with Trevor Elam for the 17th position, or for the 16th spot, sorry. And Now he looks like he's got Shane Terrian behind him, and Shane's going to want to move his way up through the field. So a good night has just gone fairly bad for Jared Rexing, and he's going to be looking to work his way back through the field here.
Yeah, you hate to see that for Rexing there. Again, another situation where driver with a lot of pace, just consistency struggled a little bit with there, and I think there might have been a little bit of contact there as well. Not 100% on Jared Rexing, but man, oh man, you really hate to see that. But yeah, like you mentioned, a lot of laps to go here. Hopefully we'll see kind of the drivers who had the pace throughout the night, Rexing, Bourne, as well as Terrian, kind of find their way back towards the front as this race continues to play out.
Absolutely, and just looking at Tom Bourne here, it doesn't look like he's moved up through the field too much. He's still back there in 21st, but Shane Terrian's on his way up through the field, P16 right now, working his way. He's battling with Jared Rexing, Trevor Elam, so hopefully we can see a bit more movement from them and see what Shane can do if he can work his way back up here. Hopefully not using up too much of his tires, so he still has an opportunity to battle these guys, but so far a decent recovery for Shane Terrian as looks like the battling is continuing up here as Ethan Burrell looks to work his way around Alex Van de Sant here shortly as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've heard some complaints in the past that we don't show enough battles through the field, but when you've got battles inside the top 10 that look like this, it's hard to kind of move a little bit further back because, I mean, these guys do an exceptional job racing for these top spots on the racetrack. And yeah, Ethan Burrell, Van de Sant, Tate Lytle, we're going at it. Van de Sant, kind of the loser out of that situation, could now fall into the clutches of Trey Holmes, who's really come to life in that 88 car. Remember, he was an open driver who qualified into the event, and you mentioned before the race, Robert, that he was feeling pretty confident in his ability around this racetrack, liked with the car underneath him. It's showing now as the night kind of continues on, and that 88 car looking to get by Van de Sant on the inside into turn number 1.
Absolutely. Trey Holmes is a very strong driver. If he was full-time in this series, he would definitely be up there in the top 10 in points as he's doing battle with a great driver in Alex Van de Sant, and he's doing a really nice job so far. He's started 7th, he's running 7th, so I don't think Trey Holmes can really complain too much about the effort here tonight, and he's doing a great job in that Dale Jr. throwback.
Still side by side with Van de Sant through the front straightaway and into turn number 1.
And right behind Van de Sant here is actually Wyatt Knadel, who's doing a great job, up 33 spots in P8. Great job so far for Wyatt. I know he's had his struggles this season, and he was definitely excited about this one tonight. We had a good conversation earlier today, and he was telling me that he was hoping for a half-decent finish, and if he could finish where he's running right now, I'd say that's more than half-decent for Wyatt Knadel.
Yeah, no, for sure. Wyatt Knadel is another one of those drivers that has shown flashes of brilliance in terms of pace and ability on the racetrack and dueling side by side with drivers, but luck and some mistakes as well from the driver's end haven't quite gone his way this season. And that's part of that rookie season that you kind of put together. There's so much to learn there, but a lot of promise from that 84 car. He's had a really impressive couple of races that he's run this season. Once you kind of string that consistency together, that's when the results really start, going together. So Knadel very much on the right track there as Fody lost the lead and is now about to lose a spot inside the top 2 as, a bit of a blink there from the 40 car there, pretty major one. Loses a spot to David Tooker, is now going to lose a spot to Ethan Burrell, could lose another one to Tate Lytle. The Pro Edge Racing train is attacking this 40 car right now.
Absolutely, that Pro Edge train is coming, and actually just behind them as well is their good friend Trey Holmes working his way up through the field too. So Pro Edge 1, 2, 3 currently doing a nice job as they're coming up on a lap car here shortly. I don't know which car that was, but that could get interesting as well. Hopefully no issues getting by them, and we can continue to do battle. Oh, that's Nick Massey. Never mind, Nick Massey's the leader. That is not a lap car. Nick Massey's doing a great job as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. It is interesting, we go back to the early stages of Elite Cup Series racing, back in the early areas of the Gen 6 car, and even throughout most of the Gen 6 era. When you talked about a 1.5 mile track in the Cup Series or even in the Xfinity Series as well, there was pretty much, I mean, you had a very good chance that if you bet on a Pro Edge Racing driver to win one of those, 1.5 mile racetracks, intermediate tracks, you were going to get a good payout on that bet just because, I mean, these guys just dominated those types of racetracks. They were able to work on pace so well around there. Each of the drivers on that team work so well on tracks like this. Matthew Weeks loves 1.5+ mile tracks. David Tooker really kind of finds his, I think, Charlotte was his first breakthrough track in terms of ovals. He was always a road course specialist. Ethan Burrell is always extremely solid on pretty much every track, but of course these intermediates. Same with Tate Lytle. I mean, these guys, something about these Toyotas and this team, this lineup that hasn't changed much either. They kind of stay together, and they're so strong on these 1.5 mile tracks. And now the three of them are going to attack this 48 car and try to make it a Pro Edge 1, 2, 3. We'll see if they can do it. But David Tooker, our, again, defending World 600 champion, trying to take away this lead, and I think lead for the first time tonight.
Absolutely. David Tooker doing a really nice job here tonight. Like you mentioned, these Pro Edge guys are really strong. They work so well together, sharing their data, coaching each other through, and everyone's just really supportive and helping each other get better as David Tooker continues to do battle here with Nick Massey. And Nick Massey may get lucky here and have a gap behind David Tooker as they come up on a lap car. And they go 3 wide. I know David Tooker was looking to use that as a pick, but unfortunately Nick Massey got there before him. But good battle so far between these two for the lead.
Yeah, really good battle, and still side by side as it has been for the past 2 laps. Tooker with that inside lane, you'd kind of expect for it to maybe be the preferred lane right now, but Massey doing an exceptional job hanging on the outside, and we've seen this a few times here where that outside lane, if you can carry the speed on it, is very strong, and you can even potentially fully defend a position with it. Looks like he's going to do that here so far, but now an opportunity. He's way up the racetrack. Tooker all the way on the bottom. Can he still make that move? Kind of loses it a little bit off of turn number 4, and Massey again just slightly ahead, but now Tooker has some support from Burrell just behind him. Could that kind of be the difference maker here, as now he has 2 teammates right behind Tooker to help him finally clear that 48. It's close right now off of 2, not quite there, maybe contact, but I think he's finally clear from Nick Massey.
Yeah, Nick Massey doing an exceptional job in that Carl Edwards throwback number 48 scheme tonight with Aflac on the side. He's doing a really good job holding that high line that Alex Van de Sant has really made famous tonight as Ethan Burrell goes by on the inside running a beautiful Domino's pizza scheme, throwing back to his dinner from last night as he chases down David Tooker.
And Dave's dinner from tonight, from what we heard, producer and race control informant there on the ground, Dave Hook, informed us that he's ordered a pizza for tonight to get him through the rest of this race. So envious of you, Dave. You can you don't have a mic in front of you, so you can eat there. But yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if you went with pineapple on that pizza.
Oh man, I hope not. Tyler Fody, meanwhile, now really kind of on a bit of a backward slide here, or at least, I guess, trying to move forward off of that, trying to get by Nick Massey, who's lost all 3 spots to those Pro Edge Racing Toyotas, and now kind of leaving the rest of this group of cars to fight for the scraps here. Massey, Fody, Van de Sant, all very strong drivers, and then Trey Holmes, Wyatt Knadel in 8th, and then Rexing and Rucker still very, there you go. Thank you, Dave. Pineapple is not a pizza topping. If we are going to have a discussion tonight, that is one that I will happily have a discussion on, and I will happily defend that pineapple does not deserve to be anywhere near a pizza.
I do enjoy a good Hawaiian pizza with some pineapple. Oh, looks like the 08 car got into the wall there.
Mark Keeler there, one of those lap down cars. But,
yeah, he was able to keep it going, which is great.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear the start of that sentence you mentioned before you talked about Mark Keeler, and we'll continue on peacefully here in the booth for now.
Absolutely. As they continue to battle, now Tate Lytle on the outside of Nick Massey here. Nick Massey is doing a really great job tonight. Looks like he's got Tyler Fody trying to work his way behind him here to help push him through, and this battle for third is heating up. Yeah,
it is. It's looking good here, and Lytle has some work to do. He's now, again, in the position that Massey was in when he was going against David Tooker. Defending on that outside lane, you can do it for a few laps here, but it seems like eventually that inside lane prevails.
Absolutely, and it looks like these Pro Edge Toyotas have started moving up like a half a lane. I wonder if that's helping them with their exit here. His tires are probably starting to wear off a little bit. Here we go. We got Nick Massey back in line, and looks like they've single filed out a little bit for now. Hopefully get some laps in and just run in a line here and work their way to the next set of pit stops.
So in a row there, that is your top 8 all in your picture right now. Starting with David Tooker, Ethan Burrell, Tate Lytle, Nick Massey, Tyler Fody, Alexander Vandesant, Trey Holmes, and Wyatt Canadal, all single filed, heading off of turn number 4 for another lap led there by David Tooker. We're heading into the final 27, 28 laps here of this third stage of the race, and we'll get to the final stage end at least, and then we'll have that 100 lap run to the end of this one. So laps ticking down for these drivers. You're starting to get a feel, at least right now, for who are going to be those main contenders at the end of this one. And it feels like, again, you kind of pick from this group. We dropped a couple of guys from that first group that we had. We originally had 11 cars in one big pack. Now it's down to 8 cars in a pack right now. Expect as the night goes on to potentially drop a few more cars, and we'll kind of be left maybe with 5, 6 cars that will dictate that kind of final run to the checkered flag is my guess.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you there. And just looking at the running order, one guy that I've noticed move his way back up through the field, Shane Terrian, has moved his way back inside the top 10, having a great run here, chasing down Andrew Rucker, trying to move up to 9th place. And, the next set of pit stops and the next caution here may help Shane Terrian get himself back up there, because he's definitely showing that he has a strong vehicle tonight and a good chance to contend for this victory if he gets a chance to be back up there.
Yeah, that 83 car, really great pace. Again, your pole sitter, we know he has speed in that car, but lost that track position on pit strategy. Now again, gets by. If he can get by Jared Rexing here, it's going to be a bit of a gap to Wyatt Canadal, but another caution brings him back in contention. And I think he very much belongs in that lead pack ahead of him. So being right up here, top of this second pack, that's where I think he wants to be here. Hope for another caution before the end of the night tonight, and use that to kind of close back in on those leaders in front. If you don't get that caution, I don't know. If you're Shane Terrian, do you take that risk again on short pitting, trying to use that opportunity to close the gap, or you kind of turned off from that risk after it didn't quite work for you last time?
Yeah, one thing I noticed with Shane is on the last caution there, he had pit a few laps prior, but he came back down pit road, and I don't know if he took a set of tires or if he just topped up on gas, but I think one thing I would do if I was in his shoes is I would try to run that tank dry and stay on the same strategy as your Ethan Burrell, who just took over the race lead, your Tate Lytles, your David Tookers, the guys that are running up front. Try to stay on their strategy and try to be there at the end, because I think that's the only way that it's really going to work, unless we do get a caution that helps him work his way back up.
Right. Well,
these
great
Pro Edge
battle,
guys are not staying in line.
They're not. They're that is one of the really interesting things about the Pro Edge Racing squad, is they work so well as teammates. But at the end of the day, the order is simple: is when you see another one of your teammates out on the racetrack, you are free to race them. However hard you feel, obviously they might not subconsciously race each other as hard as they might other drivers, but there are no team orders at Pro Edge Racing. Each of them is out for themselves when it comes down to it in terms of getting the win in a race. So yeah, look out for these guys. They're going to go after each other for sure.
Absolutely, and you have basically most of this top 8 is involved in that Pro Edge or Fueled Up affiliation here with Tooker, Burrell, Lytle, and as well as Trey Holmes and Wyatt Canadal. They're all sort of intertwined in a good friend group there, so the battle is definitely going to heat up, and these guys aren't afraid, like you said, to go toe-to-toe and beat and bang off each other. Obviously, they're going to race with respect, but they're going to race hard, as you see here with with Tate Lytle chasing down Ethan Burrell, and David Tooker is hot on his heels here.
Yeah, he is. We've seen this order kind of flipped here within Pro Edge, and it could flip back here fairly soon.
Absolutely. As Tyler Fode is also working his way under David Tooker here, and Alex Van de Sand's right on his bumper.
Yeah, he's going to try and ruin that party there, and he does break up the top 3 group of Pro Edge Toyotas. So now it's Fode in 3rd position, and Van de Sand as well, trying to get past David Tooker to get 4th too.
Absolutely, and Nick Massey here, he's going to work his way on the inside of David Tooker, trying to move his way into the top 5 and sending David Tooker back into the clutches of Trey Holmes and Wyatt Knadel as well. As David Tooker catches himself a break and is able to get in front of Nick Massey here. He did have a little bit of a gap, but Alex Van de Sand strong as ever tonight, and he closes that door as they are coming up on another lap car here shortly, as it looks like Wyatt Knadel catches the wall.
Yeah, bit of snaking there on the track. Not sure if that was just the natural motion of the field there, but looked like they almost just tried to avoid each other on that one. You did mention that lap car coming up here. We'll see how drivers are able to use that potentially as a pick to make some moves, or if it'll get completely out of the way up top on the racetrack. We'll take a look. Still some ways to go until they get close to that driver, though.
Absolutely, and the contact by Wyatt Knadel there doesn't look like it's affected him too much, as he's able to stay there in P7, which is a nice run, as I mentioned earlier, for him. These guys have single filed out a bit, which is definitely a good call, as I think they're just going to try to stay between the 8 of them for the final spots here in the stage, and hopefully we can get a good battle in the last couple laps, see who can take that stage victory, and then it's on the home stretch to 400.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, with that, it's just a great battle here, honestly. Just kind of following these guys and the order shifting out. I mean, you look away for 5 seconds and the order's changed completely within this top 8 group. So right now, I mean, it is advantage Burrell Lytle, but Fode now with potentially an opportunity. David Tooker is back on the tail of Fode after he's gotten by Van de Sand, and now you've got 2 lapped cars in front of these guys. How do these guys kind of get alongside or get moved to the side? What is that? Looks like, is that the 3 car, I think, of Scott Haney, as well as
looks
the 12.
Looks like Scott Haney and Vincent Isabella there.
Yeah. So they should both get out of the way. I know Vince is another one of those guys who's a friend of Pro Edge Racing. Pro Edge, a huge kind of organization there, and they've worked with just about everybody in this field. They've kind of, in some capacity or another. Vince, I know, one of those guys who has worked closely with the team before, so I don't expect him to give too many problems. As it looks like he'll stay on the high side of the racetrack, give them the bottom lane there, so it shouldn't be too bad. Unfortunate to see that 12 car getting sent a lap down. We saw him involved in that wreck with Matthew Weeks. Netcode was the issue there. That kind of ended both of their nights for the most part, which again is a real shame. You know, that team has been, or those 2 drivers were very strong earlier in the race and should have been a part of this battle, I think, if it came down to it.
Absolutely. I think those 2 would have been definitely in your top 5 towards the end of the race here. Both very strong cars. Like you said, unfortunate that they were caught up in a wreck that wasn't really of either of their doing, and it's really unfortunate, but it is part of the game here when we are on iRacing simulation. Unfortunately, Netcode does come into play, and it shot both of them in the foot this evening.
It is unfortunate to see that, but single filed back out on the track. This group kind of settled into a bit of a rhythm again up front. So still your top 8 all in one picture. Vincent Isabella kind of hanging on to the tail end of this, though he is a couple of laps down. Meanwhile, we'll kind of peek away at some of the other battles out on the racetrack. How about this one here? Jesse Razimus, Michael Hossack, Dallas Myhand all battling it out just outside the top 10 for 13th spot. It's Hossack, Razimus, and then Myhand. That's the order as it stands right now, but we just saw them all more or less 2 wide, 3 wide almost at certain points there coming off of turns 3 and 4.
Absolutely. Nice job by these guys here. Michael Hossack's doing a really great job tonight. He's not one of those guys you see towards the front very often, but this may be a track that really falls into his sort of deck of cards, as you see Dallas Myhan looking to the inside here. Jesse Rasmus, nice rebound from his early incident as well, and Jesse finds himself P13 after causing that first yellow tonight.
Yeah, crazy to think that was such a long time ago. And of course, Rasmus, fortunate that yellow came out, but it was because no damage on that 70 car, just a little bit of a spin off into the turf. But yeah, since then, good recovery there inside the top 13. Rasmus has shown a lot of pace here early on in the season. Another one of those rookies that's been very quick. Has had top 10 speed, I think, on multiple occasions this season, but consistency continues to be kind of the big improvement area, and that's true for just about every rookie we have in this series right now, is sorting out your pace. A lot of guys are really quick and can get the job done over the course of a few laps or a short run, but to get these long runs, some of these guys at the top of elite racing leagues, the reason they're so successful is not just because they're quick, but they're quick over a full stint on their tires and fuel, not just early on. So it's a steep learning curve for new guys to the league, but Rasmus has been one of those guys who's been impressive in this rookie class. It's been a very impressive rookie class in general. We mentioned Bourne, Rasmus, Terrian, who's now back inside the top 10. Wyatt Knadel involved in this rookie class. We had Bronson Stafford. Cody Harrington is a rookie in this particular class. Alex Gray is the last rookie, at least in this field tonight. So, again, lots of talent. Hunter Smith, actually, I forgot as well there. So, a lot of talent throughout this field.
Absolutely. This rookie class has definitely been very impressive tonight. I've had the privilege of racing with them a few times this season, and each time I get to go toe-to-toe with those rookies, they definitely put on a nice show, and I'm glad to see quite a few of them running well tonight, with 2 of them in the top 10.
So again, very much single filed out right now. Guys happy to just kind of ride a little bit in this lead group on the racetrack. So this is, again, all the way back to 8th place Trey Holmes, and then a bit of a gap back. Jared Rexing, followed by Shane Terrian. Lap down is going to be Josh Adams. Andrew Rucker kind of a little bit on his own right now. Hunter Smith behind him by a few car lengths, about a second down the racetrack. And then we go back to this battle that we were just watching. Rasmus and Myhan, though, have kind of left Michael Hossack in the dust. Hossack maybe starting to struggle just a tad with those tires.
Absolutely. We are getting to that point here where they've been out on these tires for about 50 laps now. So I think shortly after this stage break, you may see some guys come down pit road and set themselves up for one final pit stop after this one. But definitely looks like Hossack has used up a lot of the goodie on his tires, as Brent Jones makes a good pass on him here.
Yeah, Brent Jones makes that move, so he slots now up into 15th position, and Elam gets by Hossack as well. Elam, another one of those drivers who, again, has shown really great flashes of brilliance in that 29 car, got pole position at Motegi, had some good pace there. Tonight, hasn't quite been able to find it, as Nick Massey on pit road. Is that scheduled? Surely not.
Yeah, I don't believe this would be a scheduled pit stop. It does seem very early, but Nick Massey could have been having some issues with his tires, kind of pushing up a little bit, and he might have been afraid of hitting the wall, but it does look like Shane Terrian's also coming down pit road, so we could be hitting that early pit cycle. These guys trying to split the final 103, 104 laps here by making a pit stop now, and then another one probably about 345, 350.
Yeah, really interesting to see there. So Terrian comes down pit road. Reminder, he's kind of on some of the oldest tires, at least out there. He pitted before that last caution came out. Wasn't able to pit under caution. So yeah, how about that? That's interesting there. Early pit stop for Massey. Could he potentially get locked down, a lap like his teammates did? Or is that going to work out for him? That's really a play for track position. When the rest of the field comes down pit road, Massey should take over the lead after that, with how close this lead battle is and how big of an advantage you get on fresh tires.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting here to see if the likes of Tate Lytle, Ethan Burrell, guys running up front, Tyler Fody, if they try to stretch this as far as they can so they can have the freshest tires on the final run of the race tonight. Because if they can push this to about 305, 310, and then they can do another 60 laps or so. They're not going to have to go too far on the final set of tires, and they might have that little bit extra at the end of the race to make a run at guys like Massey and Terrian that have pit a bit earlier. So this will definitely be something to watch here to see when these guys come down. We're coming to the white flag here in the stage. Tate Lytle does lead over Ethan Burrell and Tyler Fody here, so it'll be interesting to see if Burrell or Fody make a run at him for this stage win.
Yeah, a reminder that those Pro Edge Toyotas are free to fight. Whether or not they feel free to fight for a stage win is up in the air for these guys, though. Burrell kind of peeks to the inside, potentially defense, though, on Tyler Fody, and it looks like it's going to be Lytle who's going to win this one for Pro Edge Racing. A little bit of a gap there to Burrell, a little bit of lap traffic there, but Tate Lytle is going to win stage number 3 of the night. Almost lost track of that one, and now we're back to racing again, and we have just 100 laps to go in this race.
Absolutely, 300 down, 100 to go. Pro Edge currently first and second with Tate Lytle and Ethan Burrell, as Tyler Fody and Alex Van de Sant work to the inside of Mr. Ethan Burrell here. It'll be interesting to see what happens, as they're getting a little bit tight there in the middle of this top 10, as it looks like a few more cars have joined us. So this is definitely going to be an interesting battle here as we work towards the next set of pit stops for these guys.
Yeah, quite a few lap cars involved in this one. Here comes Rexing down pit road. He was just outside of that top group of cars. Right now, Trey Holmes, again, still that last car in this lead group. A lot of lap cars involved in this fight right now. So we'll see how much longer can these guys stay out on the racetrack. So last pitted lap 244. So completed right now, just coming up on 60 laps on this set of tires. And fuel tank, I think what the most important thing seems to be here tonight. Funnily enough, since mostly what we were told, I think, was we were going to be a tire limited race. But yeah, fuel limited seems to be what these guys have been able to figure out. So expecting to see them go for maybe 5 or so laps more before everybody's going to have to come down pit road again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're probably looking about lap 310 or so. You'll see the majority of these guys down. Obviously, they may come down a bit sooner, but they're going to try to push it as far as they can so they can shorten up their final pit stop here, have the freshest tires to make a good run. But these lap cars getting involved here could end up changing the pit strategy here. If things get a little too hairy with those guys being on quicker tires, it might be an opportunity for some of these quick guys to pit and just avoid any potential incidents.
Yeah, for sure. And the benefit, of course, to staying out for those watching is that you're going to have those fresher tires later on in the races. Once you do get back out on pit road, or back out of pit road, Nick Massey, Shane Terry, and those guys will have gained quite a bit of time on you from these laps over here. But in theory, you should gain all that time back. Whether or not it's a one-to-one, comparison there between short pitting and going long is kind of up in the air, and I think it's very track and race specific, and even driver specific sometimes. But that's generally kind of what things are looking like. So these guys right now are trying to extend this particular fuel load as far as they can. So that it would be one more pit stop. But I think even then for the guys like Terrian and Massey, it is still one more pit stop in this race. Ethan Burrell comes down pit road, so we'll see. If a caution comes out, that would kind of be the major benefit, is try and lock those competitors down. But even then, Massey, Terrian, right now the last car's not on the lead lap. The last 2 cars not on the lead lap. I think Burrell's going to join them there, but it's going to be pretty close here. Let's see where Massey actually is. He's very much in this fight right here. Could potentially get back on the lead lap, get past Tate Lytle, and then after that, I mean, if you're Tate Lytle, you're in a bit of trouble. So we lost Robert there for a second, but yeah, back out on the racetrack, Van de Sant. Oh. But yeah, Van de Sant comes down pit road, as does Trey Holmes, Wyatt Knadel, Hunter Smith on pit road as well. So yeah, Tate Lytle still continues to lead, but yeah, Massey about to unlap himself. Could be interesting here to see how this plays out. Expect that 48 car to now have a pretty major gap over the field once we all get kind of rotated through pit stops.
Yeah, as you see Nick Massey here coming around to get his lap back as Tate Lytle comes to pit road. He'll most definitely be taking 4 tires and some fuel here to try to make it as far as he can to give himself a nice short run at the end with the freshest tires to finish this thing off. But definitely that strategy may pay off here for Nick Massey. We'll have to wait and see, though.
Yeah, so Massey all alone on the racetrack right now. So we'll see also if that's potentially going to hurt him. But right now, yeah, he's going to get by Tate Lytle, David Tooker by some margin as well. These guys just exiting pit road. Massey and Terrian. Massey's already off of turn number 2. Terrian just now gets off of 2 as Fody now comes down pit road. So everybody's going to keep cycling through pits here relatively quickly. And Massey, again, will rotate to the lead, but the question is how long will he be in that lead position? How quickly can guys from behind close in? The car is kind of going to be a designation for that is going to be Shane Terrian, and when he gets passed by a driver like Tate Lytle. But Terrian on that most recent lap ran a 30.7. Tate Lytle on his most recent lap, once he gets a fresh lap done on these new tires, we'll let you know exactly what that looks like. That should come in just about 15 or so seconds. But that's really the gap you're going to start looking at is, Terrian right now, high 30s. Tate Lytle, potentially, he needs to be relatively low 30s, mid to low 30s to make any kind of major impact.
Absolutely. It does look like Nick Massey should take over the lead here shortly, as Brent Jones has remained on track and is your current race leader, but he should be coming down pit road anytime now, as he has not pit since lap 244. So that is a long time on those tires.
Yeah, it really is. So impressive long run from Brent Jones. Great fuel saving, great tire saving. But it is going to be relatively short-lived, unfortunately, for the driver of that 89 car. He's going to have to come down pit road and then, head back up.
Absolutely, and hopefully Brent Jones can get himself a quick pit stop here and try to gain some spots back. He'll likely go a lap down here, as most of them have, but definitely a nice opportunity for Brent Jones to lead a couple laps and good run so far tonight for that 89 car.
Yeah, that'll be valuable points there for the 89 of Brent Jones. He's very much kind of in that conversation for the chase. He's had a very solid, consistent season where a lot of the drivers who've maybe had some better one-lap pace have imploded throughout the season. Brent Jones has been fairly solid throughout the season. Trying to see where his point standings are right now. I saw them earlier. He currently sits 13th. Yep, and we take, I believe, 14 or 15 drivers to the chase at the end of the season. I think it'll be 14 this season. It is. So right now, Brent Jones very much in that chase picture.
Yeah, which is definitely nice for a guy like Brent Jones. He's had his struggles throughout the season, and he's worked so hard since I first started racing with him multiple years ago on iRacing. It's nice to see a guy like Brent be in contention for the chase, try to work his way into the playoffs and see what he can do. Obviously.
Oh, we have a car around. Oh, no.
And I think we may have just jinxed somebody.
Brent, I'm sorry. Oh, no.
We mentioned the broadcast curse, and now it happened. Oh, no.
Makes contact with the 87 car there of Richard Hines. Oh, my gosh.
Brent Jones, you can send an invoice to the Elite Racing Network for that jinx, buddy.
Yeah, I think those bonuses that we might have been getting from memory lanes might be going to Brent Jones here. Take a look here again at the contact between the 89 and the 87 that brought out this latest caution coming off of 4. It's the 87 who loses it off of 4, hits the 89, and Brent Jones in that one, I think, just an innocent bystander.
Definitely unfortunate for Brent Jones here. I don't know. He definitely got some damage, but I don't know how much he has. He may be able to get this fixed up and work his way back through, but definitely an unfortunate sequence for Brent Jones, just an innocent bystander there, and he'll go down pit road most likely this time, get it fixed up, and work his way back out here.
Yeah, I'm sending my apology text to Brent right now before he goes back, watches the video, and realizes what we did to him.
Brent Jones will actually stay out here.
Oh, he will. Interesting. I wonder if that's because he is.
Oh, he is a lap
down. Yep.
Yeah.
So
That's
what this
right.
does
Pit road's
do,
closed in.
though, is for the guys like Massey and Terrian, this kind of, I don't know. I'd say this actually probably works for the 87 at fault, and that is his second tally of the night. So 87 car done for the day as Trey Holmes misses his pit box by a bit. This probably worked out all right for Terrian and Massey. Of course, for Shane Terrian, he's back in this picture. He's very much back in the hunt for the win of this one. So that was what we were talking about earlier of that short pitting. It is a big risk, but if it pays off in a big way. So he's back in this. Burrell is now your leader coming off of pit road. Did he take only 2 tires? He did. So Burrell on 2 tires wins the race off pit road over Massey, then Terrian, then Lytle and Van de Sant. So that kind of resets the whole field here. Again, we'll still need to be a stop before they come down. They're going to have to stop on pit road once again at some point tonight. Could be for a splash. My guess is it would be for the very least 2 tires. I think guys are going to want to take 4 as well, though, with 80 laps to go once they go back to green. But yeah, it's an even playing field now. And this front group, again, that top 8, I look at all those drivers, and I think any one of them has a real shot at this. They were kind of all separated in that one group up ahead from the rest of this pack.
Absolutely. It definitely makes things interesting here, bringing Shane Terrian back into the fold towards the front. He was so strong early on, and I definitely think he's going to be a car to watch here, especially if Ethan chokes up a little bit on those 2 tires. Obviously, he didn't pit too long ago, so I don't think his tires will be that bad. But towards the end of the run, I think the extra few laps on those other tires will certainly help pull Massey and Terrian and Lytle around Ethan Burrell. So definitely want to keep an eye on Ethan to see how his 2 tires hold up, and Shane to see if he really is as strong as he was early on.
Yeah, so now it kind of comes down to it, and this is where you'd probably expect the aggression level to start picking up just a little bit, right? The end is in sight for a lot of these drivers. 80 to go, 1 more stop, which is expected to be a relatively quick stop. Potentially, if we have 1 more caution, that makes it a no-stop race to the end if we go green all the way to the end of this one. So now is kind of the time where guys are going to want to make their moves or put themselves in position to really get forward on the racetrack. And the question is, does this now turn into a bit more of a slugfest where guys are going to go back and forth on each other? And we're going to start seeing more cautions tonight? Or do we see this same respect that we've seen all night from drivers, except this time it's just a little bit more aggressive in terms of the fighting, and we start to see a little bit less room given to each other?
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely think if you're outside the top 10, you're a Michael Ostick, Jesse Rasmus, guys like that, Dallas Mahan, Trevor Elam, the intensity is definitely going to pick up at this point, because you're going to want to be in that top 10 or close to it if we do get another caution here, just so you have a chance to play that strategy, try to work your way towards the front here, and still have a shot at that victory. Obviously, bringing some new faces back into the top 10 here, it may change up the dynamic of how these guys are running, and it could lead to a wreck, could lead to some changes towards the front, and I definitely think the excitement level is about to pick up here, and we have a good show here for the next 80 laps.
Yeah, buckle up, guys, because it is going to be a very exciting finish to this Memory Lanes World 600. Get ready for some interesting racing here. This top group, pretty small pack right here, restarting. I think everybody's getting the wave around. Only about 18 cars showing on the lead lap here, so that could be part of that right there. And so while the rest of the field kind of works on getting their lap back here, getting set up to go back to green, 18 cars really within any kind of chance of getting back in this one. And realistically, you probably would look at that top 7, top 8 drivers as the guys who could walk away with this one at the end of tonight. But anything can happen still. 80 laps to go in this one. Memory Lanes, World 600, back to green flag racing. Ethan Burrell gets a good jump, is going to bring Shane Tarian back along with him. Tate Lytle dives to the inside, and Nick Massey is going to be left all alone on that top lane.
Absolutely. Tate Lytle making a big jump there to the inside between Alex Van de Sant and Shane Tarian. Obviously, we got the Memory Lanes race here this evening as there's a wreck on the backstretch. I don't know. Oh, someone hit the inside wall hard there.
Hunter Smith, I think it was, slow in that 14 car, gets back up running, but loses some spots because of it, and kind of, back in order here. But yeah, hate to see that as Brent Jones going to lose some time there. That 89 car definitely hurt right now.
Yeah, I think the impact with the wall there for Brent Jones definitely caused a little bit of engine damage, which is really unfortunate because he was having a great run tonight. But he'll be back, no doubt, next week. And back up here at the front, things are definitely heating up as Tate Lytle sliding up the track a little bit. And Alex Van de Sant looking to the inside here is now there's a battle between Tooker, Van de Sant, and Tyler Fode.
Yeah, how about this one? We've seen these three kind of scrapping it out before. Right now they're going at it for the 5th position. Tooker right now with the advantage, but Van de Sant, Fode side by side heading down this back straightaway. Fode looks like he has the advantage for now, and he does. He's going to keep that, stay ahead of the 97 car, continue his trek forward. Can Fode finally get it done? Can he finally grab the win? I don't quite know. Again, that 40 car to me feels like it's another 9 out of 10 car where it's there. It is very much a top 5 car or even a top 3 car, but is it a race-winning car? That's kind of been the torture for Tyler Fode, I suppose, this season. As crazy as it's to sound for the championship leader, that car has just never been quite good enough to win races, but he's always there and contending for them. Right now, that kind of seems to be the same situation here. Running in 6th place, having to fend off Alexander Van de Sant, though, in 7th. Yeah, we'll follow him. Maybe he'll find something there, but Tooker just puts in the fastest lap of the race. That 19 car trying to move forward.
Definitely a fast lap there for David Tooker with a 29.84, which is definitely the quickest lap of the evening, and he's found some speed in that 19 car. But looking back at Tyler Fode, it does feel like there's a little bit of a bubble between his car and the front of the pack here. It just doesn't seem like it has what it needs to get up there and take the victory tonight. Obviously, you can never count out Tyler Fode. He's one of the strongest drivers that I've ever had the honor of racing against, and I definitely think he may be able to find his way back up there, but it definitely has a feeling that this top 5 or so is definitely going to be the ones battling for this victory.
Yeah, that seems to be the feel. They just kind of seem to be in a little bit of a class of their own right here. This tier of driver, they've really separated themselves, I think, from the rest of the pack here. And again, for me, I personally look back to Alexander Van de Sant as this is kind of the lead pack, and I think even the track seems to be showing it as there is that bit of a gap back to Andrew Rucker behind, and Rucker going side by side with Trey Holmes into turn number 3. This is the spot for 8th position. These are kind of your next tier of driver. Wyatt Knadel in there as well. I think those 3 or 4 drivers right there, very much in that next tier. I don't quite think they have top 5 or race winning pace, but very strong top 10 cars. And I mean, they're closing on Van de Sant here, potentially could pull something off here. Would not count any of them out, but up front, Burrell now having to defend from Tarian, and Massey now has to defend from Tooker, who actually has a spot on the inside here.
Absolutely. It appears that Ethan has taken up a sort of a snaking approach on the backstretch the last couple laps. I think Shane Tarian's getting a really good run on him, and he's just trying to find ways to break the air and keep him back. But David Tooker making the pass on Nick Massey, pulling Tate Lytle with him. Those Pro Edge cars are going to the front, and they're going to be doing battle with Shane Tarian here momentarily, and it's going to be exciting. As we see Tooker kind of closing in a little bit by bit on Shane Tarian, as those two up front, Ethan Burrell, Shane Tarian, are doing a nice battle for us tonight. I know the Memory Lanes folks, Randy Big Balls Walters, is having a nice time watching us here tonight. and I hope he's proud of the product that these guys have put on the track here for the Elite Racing Leagues.
Yeah, it's been impressive, and a reminder that these guys want to be inside the top 5. They want to be in contention for that $100 that'll come out for at the end of Daytona. So yeah, it's going to be something interesting for sure. And that race, of course, super speedway, it's going to be even more hectic and chaotic than things we've seen so far. You go back to the Daytona 500, but even that, the package has changed with these next gen cars from that. So yeah, a lot to look forward to, and those 10 drivers, whoever they are, will have a fantastic race, and we'll highlight those for you when we get down to that part of the season.
Absolutely. Is now Shane Terrian's under attack from David Tucker and Tate Lytle here. That Pro Edge train is coming through. Choo choo. Here we go. This is about to get interesting here as David Tucker continues to battle with Shane Terrian. Ethan Burrell's loving every second of this as he can start to pull away a little bit. He's not getting much of a gap as they're still within reach of him, but this is about to get interesting here as Nick Massey may look 3 wide here. Tyler Fode is also back in it, as is Alex Van de Sant, so this is quite interesting so far.
Yeah, it's funny how it's kind of shuffled back in this way, and it's Pro Edge 1, 2, 3 once again on the racetrack. They've just kind of managed to find their way back up to the front after kind of losing a little bit of that position for some time, especially Lytle and Tucker kind of fell back the order and now worked their way back up. Definitely seems to be good kind of short and intermediate run cars here. Question is their long run car going to be good if we stay green long term here? It didn't quite look like it towards the end of that last run. They seem to be falling off just a little bit, maybe a little bit too much racing between them early on, but now's the time kind of where you should have a general idea if you're a short run guy, long run guy, and how you can improve in one of those areas where you're weak so far. So yeah, we'll see. I think short and intermediate runs are where these Toyotas seem to be strong. Once you get to the long runs, maybe look more towards Terrian, Fode, Massey as well. I think those guys start to come a little bit more to life later in the run. Question is, do we get many more long runs here tonight?
Absolutely. It remains to be seen if we do get another long run here. Pit window is open to make it to the end now. They will need to pit one more time as they can definitely not stretch it 80 laps or so as they did pit last on, looks like lap 316. So they can definitely not make it to the end here. They will need to pit one more time. It just remains to be seen if people will pit early and try to stretch it out, or if they wait long enough to have the freshest tires at the end and risk kind of getting caught behind. So it's going to be a grab bag of strategy, I think, towards the end, but most of these leaders will probably end up sticking together when it comes to pitting, just to ensure they can all remain in that battle.
Yeah, definitely. So here's an interesting idea that I've thought of. That, I mean, it's a big risk, but if you're somebody who's maybe outside of the top 10 right now on the lead lap, why not go for a risk? We are just about within the next few laps. We'll be within the window of being able to make it to the end of this race, potentially pitting. Short pitting this final stint here, or the semifinal stint here, could be hugely beneficial in terms of track position. Maybe if you came down around maybe 345 to 350, whereas a lot of these guys might be going very late into this around 370, 380, that could be a huge pace advantage. That's going to be hard to overcome late in the race whenever these guys come down pit road. Of course, you do risk losing out to a caution, but again, if you're in the position of someone like Balvans, Goodman, Talon, just really at the tail end of the lead lap, that could be huge gains and very little loss, I think, in terms of position there, being ahead of those guys who are a lap down.
Yeah, absolutely. If, like you said, if you're back around Alec Balvans, Michael Goodman, even Harrison Talon, you don't really have much to lose at this point. If you go a lap down, you're probably not going to lose many positions at this point. You've basically made your bed at this stage of the race. But if strategy pays off and you're able to take advantage of that early pit stop and not having to pit late, it could give you a top 10 finish or even battle for the win. So I would definitely roll the dice here and see what I can do if I was back in the end of the lead lap. But I'm not too sure if they're going to do it, but we'll see.
Well, continuing to follow this lead battle here, back to single file more or less, but there's that little bit of snaking that you mentioned from Ethan Burrell, just trying to cover off that defensive line to the inside, and now Tate Lytle, who didn't quite do that, that Burrell did, Burrell showing why he kind of made that move, and Tate Lytle, Shane Terrian side by side through 3 and 4, but Lytle maintains that position, and now Terrian going to have to deal with Tyler Fody just behind him.
Absolutely, and Tyler Fode's trying to make that high side work here, and he's doing a nice job battling here with Shane Terrian, trying to make a run at Tate Lytle. Obviously, he just cleared Shane Terrian there. He's going to work towards Tate here. I don't know if he'll be able to make the high side work around Tate, because Tate's been really strong here on the bottom, and he seems to be catching David Tooker as well. So that'll definitely put on a bit of a fight here, as we do see Jesse Rasmus going down pit road. So this pit strategy has begun early.
Yep, so Rasmus, I like that call from Rasmus. Not really in that points hunt either, where you're not worried about losing major points. Of course, stages are over as well, so you're not playing too much. I feel like it is for guys who are kind of in that 14th on back, 13th, 14th on back, it feels like a lower risk strategy. And even for those guys who are up inside the top 10, if they want to take a high risk strategy, it is going to be a bit higher risk, of course, because you can lose quite a bit of points. But you know, if you don't think you have a race-winning car, and you're sitting there, you're Wyatt Knadel even, that could even be a potential option there. So, you know, again, it's going to take, you know, it's going to be a risky move for sure, and guys need to be comfortable with making that move. But man, yeah, you know, it's a move that you've got to be like Randy Big Ball Walters, and just, I mean, you've got to be able to take that risk, be comfortable with that risk, and take a chance on potentially getting a race win or a really good result out of it, because I think you could get that if you pit early here.
Absolutely. Pitting early is definitely the Randy Big Balls Walters strategy at memory lanes. I think it's definitely going to help these guys get a shot at it if they weren't really in contention earlier, like a Jesse Rasmus, who was up in about 13th place when he did come down pit road. I think he may have a good chance if we get another caution here, or if he's able to maintain and get his lap back the hard way. So good on Jesse for pulling a pit strategy here, and we'll see if it pays off for him.
So here we go, Shane Terrian falling back just a little bit here in the order, fighting it out with Trey Holmes for the 7th spot on the racetrack. Gets the advantage for now. Holmes, though, hanging on pretty well in that 88 car. And again, this pack has stayed compressed. While the 88 and the 84 and really the 97 as well of Van de Sant haven't moved forward too much, they also haven't fallen back. They've stayed very much in contention with the rest of this group. And whether it's them waiting right now or that's where their pace is, they've still been putting on an impressive show considering all the battling that's been going on for this lead and the pace that we've seen from these leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping yourself in the top 10 this long in the run is really impressive for guys like Wyatt Knadels and your Trey Holmes in the field, guys that aren't normally towards the front in these races, and they're giving themselves a good opportunity, as Wyatt Knadel is looking to try and make a pass here on Trey Holmes, but he thinks better of it, falls back in line, trying to save a little bit of tire here before they end up pitting as they go back to battling. And Wyatt Knadel easily makes that pass on Trey, as I think Trey just fell back in line and gave him the spot there.
Yeah, for sure. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, operating here, Fueled Up Racing teammates Trey Holmes and Wyatt Knadel.
That's correct, yeah. So Trey Holmes and Wyatt Knadel are Fueled Up teammates. I believe Harrison Talon is their other teammate, and Daniel Martinez. Daniel did enter this race. I'm not sure if he is still running.
I saw he had issues early on. I think he was part of that lap 30 caution that came out way at the start. We didn't talk about that 33 much, but I think got caught up in that 3-wide mess, and he was one of the casualties there. So Martinez out of this one, and unfortunately has been for a little while.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate for Dan. I know he worked really hard entering this one. I was in that open lobby with those guys earlier, just getting a feel of the car, and those guys worked really hard. Alex Van de Sant was in there. He was running really well, and it's shown all night here as he finds himself up there in 5th place.
So back to the lead battle. It is very much heating up now with Nick Massey back inside the picture. David Tooker's fallen back a couple of spots, and now it's just a Pro Edge Racing 1-2, but Massey trying to make it just a Pro Edge Racing 1, maybe even just a Pro Edge Racing 2 as well within the next few laps. That 48 car, again, coming alive a little bit, and I mentioned that there. Intermediate and short runs seem to be where the Toyotas are strong, but then Massey and Fody seem to really come alive on these long runs, and here we see this again. The 48 car and the 40 car looking just more racy than the 37 and 56 as this run progresses, and look just generally to be the faster car on the track right now. We'll see if they're ready to make a move anytime soon here, but it looks like it's only a matter of time for these guys.
Absolutely. You have to think these guys are just a few laps away from their final pit stop of the night. I definitely wouldn't be pushing it too far out as Nick Massey keeps looking on the high side there, and he's eventually going to get it. He's been really strong up top tonight. He's been one of the fastest cars of the evening, and he's having a great run so far.
Yeah, he really is, and here we are on board with Massey up top on the racetrack. To the inside is going to be Tate Lytle, and he's going to try and make this work, and right here up against the ground on the nose of the 48 car. Looks like he's still there, and very much that nose in front of Tate Lytle. I think if we head back to the main picture, is not quite clear of that 56 car, but very close to doing so. And like you mentioned there, Robert, using that top lane, really using it to his advantage. Getting those runs off the corners, I think, is so important, using them down the straightaways. And you're seeing now a little bit of help from Tyler Fody isn't going to hurt either. Tate Lytle doing a good job holding on, but I think this outside lane now is going to prevail here in terms of just getting the overtake complete. But might need to compress it a little bit of side draft from Fody. And Fody now goes and supports the 56 car, and all of that momentum goes away for the 48.
Yeah, just that little bit of a bump there with the air, not even car-on-car contact, just a push of the air has helped propel Tate Lytle ahead of Nick Massey here as they all fall back in line and keep digging to the end here as we have about 47 laps to go. These guys have done a really nice job all night long. Most of the top 10 has been the top 10 tonight, and everyone in this field should be pretty damn proud of their efforts this evening.
Yeah, it's been an impressive run from these guys. Again, this group of cars, you know, we've said it all night. Anybody from this group of cars could go on to win this race. And what's incredible is we said that 100 laps ago, and that's still the story right now. They are doing an incredible job here, staying together on the racetrack, swapping positions safely, and you know, doing it in such a way that they continue racing. Nobody gets kind of their feelings hurt or their cars physically hurt on the racetrack. And guys, even if you do lose a spot, you kind of take a few laps, recuperate, and then go back for another run at it and try and make some moves. And a lot of the times it works. These guys are really able to race, and this is what this package was designed to do on these intermediate tracks. You know, mentioned earlier in the show, this is what this car was designed to do. These intermediate tracks are where this car is expected to shine. It is going to do exceptionally well here in real life, and it's done exceptionally well at tracks like this here in iRacing. And here we go, Nick Massey up into second place. We mentioned strong long-run car, and now he's right there on the bumper of the 37 of Burrell. Burrell's been very defensive in his moves so far tonight. We've seen him always defending that inside line. There he goes again, just kind of moving his car down to the inside a little bit. Lytle's going to make his life a little bit easier this time by, but eventually I think there's going to be a bit of an attack here on that 37 of Burrell, and he's going to have to be ready to fend that off.
Nick Massey really does look like the strongest car up here right now, but Tate Lytle, he wants to be considered that car as well. This is one great battle going on with these guys, but like you mentioned, I think that 37 is going to come under threat here shortly, as we did have Shane Terrian drop out of the top 10 to pit road just a moment ago, and a couple cars on the wall there. It looked like Massey and Fody both got a piece of it.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what happened there, if that was full-on net code, because I think damage to the right side of those cars also doesn't look too significant. We'll see if we can spot it at any point on the cameras here. They look okay. Harder to see on the 40 car, I suppose, with that light gray paint scheme, but that's Alec Balvans that they're getting by there, so no concerns, and it is now Tyler Fode up in this third place, so I think it worked out all right for them if it was contact. Could have also been a bit of net code from our end that just looked like they hit the wall, but very much those two cars are the ones that are alive, and don't count out Van de Sant either. He, again, another long-run car that looks really strong. All of them move past Tate Lytle and David Tooker and are now running inside that top 4, chasing down the lead Toyota.
Absolutely. And Alex Van de Sant, if he gets, keep in mind, they will have to pit here shortly. If Alex Van de Sant gets a fresh set of tires, he's going to go back up to that high line that he loves to make work. And I think he's going to make a nice run at these guys. He's been really strong all day, and he's definitely got a top 3 car.
So the question now is, when you come down to pit road, we're very much inside that window. We saw Shane Terrian made that call. I love that call from Shane Terrian, and we will follow that as this race progresses. Oh no, Shane, I'm sorry.
As the caution is out.
Caution. It isn't Shane, I will tell you that, but that does mess up the Terrian strategy.
So to answer your question, I would pit now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Oh, what?
Jared Rexing leaving pit road just looks like he just lost it.
What's weird to me is that normally on iRacing, that would not bring out a caution. That's off the racetrack. So I don't know. I'm not convinced. As a race, as a former race strategist here in the Elite Racing Leagues, I'm gonna call BS on that. I'm gonna challenge that yellow flag here. Because, no, I 100%, if I was not a top 10 car, I would have sent my driver down pit road as early as Shane Terrian, if not earlier. And that kind of stuff might annoy me there. Let's see this again here. But here, coming off pit road, Jared Rexing, like you said, just loses it coming off pit road, goes down that lap. That hits a bit of a bump, but he's totally off the racing line.
The one thing about Charlotte Motor Speedway is, even on the front stretch through the grass, if you're even within a close proximity to the racetrack, it's going to cause a yellow flag to come out. I've seen guys go through the grass here and not even touch pit road and still get a pit road penalty. It's just all about the proximity with this racetrack, which is really annoying because realistically that would not have brought out a yellow if it was any other track. So it definitely messes up some strategy here, but I think it's going to put on a great finish. It's unfortunate for Shane Terrian because he's going to have to do a lot more work here, but it's definitely is going to make it interesting for these other guys.
Yeah, it certainly is, and yeah, again, unfortunate. Sorry there, Shane. Again, totally thought that was going to be the right strategy. That seemed, in my eyes, to be, again, bit risky, but something that could have worked out, and I think he pitted at the right time to make it work, but that's the second time tonight Terrian has been caught out by that short pitting strategy. It is a powerful strategy in terms of just pace, but man, that is unfortunate to see that affect a driver with that much pace and that much drive tonight and that much ability tonight get caught out twice by misfortune. All right,
what might help Shane here is a lot of guys are going to be stepping up their intensity with 38 laps to go, and that could cause some more yellows, which may give him the opportunity to work his way up and still grab that solid finish. But that remains to be seen, of course, and obviously it'll be fun to watch him work his way through the field either way.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Right now, it looks like he's going to restart in 19th position, so one of the last cars on the lead lap. Again, not what you want to see if you're Terrian. But again, the field's closer together. You have some more opportunities. But man, again, you really feel for the driver of that 83 car. Such a strong night tonight. And certainly has to kind of walk away from it thinking what could have been. those strategy calls are risky. You know they're risky coming down early, but the benefit can be massive when it works out. And, especially tonight when it's been so much green flag running, I think has been surprising that we've had two cautions that have come out right in the middle of green flag pit stops, and that's really messed people up.
Yeah, it's definitely thrown a wrench in strategy here. You know, guys like Shane that pit early, and even these guys that had not pit yet, I'm sure they had something in mind to benefit them towards the end of this race, and these yellows have definitely affected that. But we'll see how these next 35, 36 laps goes here once we go green, and hopefully we have an exciting finish for everyone that's tuned in tonight.
Yeah, I think we will be. What's going to be nice about this one now is pit stops are out of the question. It is all about, just straight up racing it out to the end of this one. It's going to be 35 lap shootout by the looks of it once we go back to green. And hopefully we'll stay green all the way to lap 400, and we'll get to see these guys really going at it. And for the most part, we haven't had any situations where cautions breed cautions. We've only had once in this race so far where a caution has come out within 2 or 3 laps of a previous caution. So it's been impressive so far. These guys have been great on restarts. Let's continue to be great on restarts and bring us a great finish to this World 600.
Absolutely. These guys have been really strong all night tonight. Ethan Burrell's done a really great job, up 39 spots now, leads this race, and he's been up there for quite a bit. Tyler Fode's right behind him, and Alex Vanasan and Nick Massey right behind them. They're going to be hungry, so it'll be interesting to see how this one finishes.
Yeah. Conversely from last week, where I think it was pretty much an even 50-50 split in terms of yellow and green laps. Tonight has been 10 times as many green flag laps as we've seen yellow flag laps. So again, hats off to the drivers for what they've done so far. It's not quite over, but I don't suspect that number is going to change much more with how many laps are left in this race. So really great racing, really picked up their level of driving for this one. And who knows, maybe we need these full distance races for guys to really pick things up in the elite racing leagues. But back to green flag racing here. Lap 365, it's going to be Burrell, Fode, and then Nick Massey, Van de Sant, Lytle, Tooker. What this does here is potentially gives a shot for the Pro Edge guys. Again, as Knadel kind of loses it into the inside wall there. Going to keep it pointed in the right direction, though. Not going to bring out the caution, but unfortunate for the 84 car there. Was having such a solid night. Top 10 car. Gonna end up down outside just in the bottom half of that top 20 there. So unfortunate there for Wyatt Knadel.
Absolutely. Really unfortunate for Wyatt there in the 84. Like you said, he's been running top 10 for the last while here. Doing a really nice job, but with him moving out of the top 10, that brings in Trevor Elam and Harrison Talon, who was actually a lap down not too long ago. So nice rebound for the 23 machine, and we'll see what he can do here with about 35 laps remaining.
Yep, Fode now all over the back of Ethan Burrell. And right now, good launch speed from this 40 car, which is, again, a little bit surprising. We expect to see, as you see, Tate Lytle up into fourth, that's where they restarted, I believe, or ahead of Van de Sant. But, Tate Lytle up into fourth position, looking strong. Ethan Burrell with his defensive moves, though, but Fode trying to find his way past. This 40 car has taken off really well here. Massey loose to the inside there, just dives across the AstroTurf, going to lose a couple of spots, but keeps it again pointed in the right direction. Will lose out to Van de Sant there, but then get back on it. He's still very much in contention here, but big mistake there from the 48 car coming off of 4.
Yeah, that was definitely a scary moment for the 48 there. Nick Massey, he's been really strong all night long and continues to be strong. He only lost about 2-3 spots there, which is definitely a lot better than it could have been. And I still would not count him out at this point in the race because he's really strong on these decent-sized runs, and I think he'll definitely be charging forward here shortly.
Well, let's take a look here. Fode continues to hound the tail of that 37 car down that straightaway again. That kind of defensive duck from Burrell, not as severe as it was last time. I don't think Fode had quite the same run he had last time around. But Burrell being very careful to protect that inside line. He feels that he's going to be best on that part of the racetrack, or at least he doesn't want anybody to have that part of the racetrack. If somebody's going to go around that 37 car, they're going to have to take the long way around the racetrack, and that's exactly what Tyler Fode's going to try and do here.
Tyler Fode doing a really nice job here on the high side. He is currently out front of Ethan Burrell, but they're staying door to door here. Tate Lytle's probably going to be sticking his nose in here to help his teammate try to push him through, but that got really tight on exit, and they nearly made contact there.
Yeah, they really did, and that's going to give advantage here to Ethan Burrell right now. Fode, again, has some work to do, can work that top lane. If Burrell gets clear, though, that's not going to be great news for the 40, and he does, so Burrell takes back that position. Fode now has to worry about defending from Lytle. Lytle's going to take that top lane away from Fode. Doesn't quite. They're back in order here. Meanwhile, all the way up at the top of the racetrack, Nick Massey trying to find his way past David Tooker.
Nick Massey with a head of steam there. He's driving like a madman. He's on a mission. He's working his way around Alex Van de Sant, chasing down David Tooker. Like I mentioned earlier, he's really good on these decent length runs, and I definitely think Nick Massey is certainly going to be up there contending for this victory in about 28 laps from now.
Fode loses that spot to Tate Lytle, so now it's Pro Edge 1-2. Could Fode also lose this spot here to the 19 car? Again, what we might expect, but look at that on the outside, the 48 car trying to get up top. Fode has to defend from him as well. Who does he decide to, which line does Fode defend? He stays up top and then goes back down to the bottom to protect that mid corner. But Massey coming back here on the 19 of David Tooker, trying to get by that 19 car. Looks like he's going to clear him heading into turn number 3. He does. And now Massey looking to the inside to try and get by Tyler Fode. That 48 car made that quick mistake, but he has been very quick to work his way back up the order.
Nick Massey's doing a really great job so far. He has gained about 4 spots in the last few laps here since his mistake, so good job for him so far. You know he's going to be going back up to that high side as David Tooker takes the high side now around Alex Van de Sant. This battle for the top 5 is heating up here, and it's certainly putting on a nice show for these fans at home.
Yeah, it certainly is. These guys are putting on a fantastic battle. Meanwhile, just on the back end of this pack here, it still stayed very close together. We've actually added a few cars. I mentioned we might have lost a few cars, but we've added Andrew Rucker, Trevor Elam, and Harrison Talon all to this battle up front. Then is kind of the gap to Hunter Smith, who's in a bit of no man's land before getting back to Dallas Myhand, Michael Hossack, Shane Tarian, who's still in a recovery up into 14th, Michael Goodman, quite a ways back there, Wyatt Knadel, Alec Balvans, Jesse Rasmus, Josh Adams, and Brent Jones rounding out our top 20 on our lead lap drivers. But up front here, it's been an incredible battle going on the racetrack. Top 6 are probably kind of separating into that tier 1, but there's still that tier 1.5 of Trey Holmes, Andrew Rucker, Trevor Elam, Harrison Talon. They are doing an exceptional job there in the top 10.
Absolutely, everybody in this top 10 has done a great job tonight. A couple guys, like you mentioned, that weren't really up there in the top 10 earlier, Rucker, Elam, Talon. Hunter Smith has been around the top 10 most of the evening tonight, and he's working his way back in, and he may have something for these top 10, but he's definitely going to need a few laps to get there, as Alex Van de Sant now is chasing down Tyler Fode as Nick Massey has lost a position here, and the battle continues to heat up here.
Yeah, Massey, as quickly as he kind of regained those positions, pretty quickly lost it again. So kind of lost that spot to Van de Sant, Fode as well. Tooker as well kind of has fallen back the most of these guys, and now it's really been Lytle and Burrell up front. Fode trying to support one of those guys down the front straightaway. He's going to pick Tate Lytle. And we'll see if Fode's trying to find a way that he can get involved. But right now it is Toyota versus Toyota side by side through 1 and 2 down this back straightaway as well. And then it'll be just like that through 3 and 4. And the ticker's finally showing us 23 to go. They're going to be 3 wide into turn number 3. They all hold it in position. Incredible racing from these guys. Fode a little bit tight into the 56, but they stay 3 wide off of turn number 4. Talk about incredible racing right there.
This is pretty incredible. These guys have been racing for multiple hours now and are definitely hitting that point of exhaustion as Tate Lytle and Tyler Fode get really tight here. 3 wide now with Alex Van de Sant as Van de Sant clears them both. This is this is crazy. And Alex Van der Sant gets a big run there on Ethan Burrell as Ethan closes the door on him. This is definitely heating up here.
It really is. This has been incredible racing here, and it's gotten better as the night's gone on. I think these guys, the darkness I think on the racetrack of course helps this, but I mean, man, oh man, these guys now racing for the win. Of course, 20 to go in this one. They're putting on an incredible performance for us. Burrell continues to lead though, but just behind them, Fody, Lytle side by side, and Van de Sant. Think about where his race started, all the way at the back of the pack, falling all the way to the back of the pack, now fighting it out for the lead. And Van de Sant, who was so close last week in Martinsville, got up forward on some strategy and then kept it for such a long time. An incredible defensive drive before finally falling to Nick Massey. Could he have the opportunity here to be the one making the move for the lead in the final couple of laps from the guy who has defended brilliantly for the last 50 laps, Ethan Burrell? Right now, Van de Sant, that 97 car, coming to life.
Alex Van der Sant's done a really strong job all night long. Looking at the top four, they've all gained double-digit positions from their starting spot, and it definitely shows the patience has paid off for these guys. And I definitely think the patience is out the window at this point, as they're doing some crazy battling as Tate Lytle and Tyler Fody continue to go to door, nearly making contact off of just about every corner. And David Tooker and Nick Massey are trying to get in the battle as well.
Yeah, they are. You see them 2 by 2 over there, as here they come across the start-finish line, racing it out. 18 to go for these drivers up front, and here they are, pretty much almost 2 by 2 by 2. Van de Sant wasn't quite able to get to the inside there of Ethan Burrell, but look at that battle behind them for third, the battle for fifth behind them. Trey Holmes involved in this one now. He's joined this party up front. It's very much a big battle going on here for the lead. Fody and Lytle, like you mentioned, not giving each other any room on the racetrack, and yet both keeping their noses pointed in the right direction. And then Van de Sant continuing to hound Ethan Burrell. This is incredible racing here, and we just can't cover all of it on one screen, but we're going to try to do that as much as possible. As there you see them all in one camera shot, all of them battling it out. As here comes Van de Sant, looks to the inside, but again, that defensive swipe from Burrell been so good for him throughout this race. He's just able to get there before anybody has an opportunity to get a run on that car.
Yeah, Ethan's made that snaking method down the backstretch really work for him, but he's definitely got to be careful that Alex doesn't get a big run here and accidentally chop him and end up wrecking himself here, as the patience is definitely going to wear off pretty quickly as we get towards the end of the race here.
Yeah, so as Burrell ducks to the inside, if you're Van de Sant, do you want to stick to the outside, try and get your nose, just get it there, get a little bit of a side draft. There is a bump from Van de Sant mid-corner, and that's going to send Burrell slightly up the racetrack. Van de Sant is now at the quarter panel of the 37 car, and they're going to go racing for it. 15 laps to go in this Memory Lanes World 600. Randy Big Ball Walters, are you entertained? What an incredible race that's going on here. Thank you, Memory Lanes, for sponsoring this event, because, wow, these drivers are putting on an incredible show every time we have a Memory Lanes event.
Absolutely. There's no way that Randy Big Balls Walters is not entertained with that. Ethan Burrell, Alex Van de Sant doing a great job showing everyone how strong this Elite Racing League is. Alex made himself a little bit of a bump there to move Ethan up the track. He didn't wreck him. He just gave him a little nudge, and that's perfectly fine, and it's going to set them up for a nice battle here, as you know Ethan's going to want to get that back.
Yeah, he absolutely is. It's absolutely game on here. 14 to go. It is not over for this 37 car. He's been leading. He's been putting on a great defensive showing, but don't forget, he had to put on a great offensive showing to get in that position in the first place, and he's going to kind of switch back to that mode right here. That 37 car, been a long time since he's been in victory lane in the Cup Series, or at least it's felt that way. I don't actually know if it's been that long. It hasn't been this season, of course. But it's felt a little bit of a while for Ethan Burrell. He wants to get back up in there, and it looks like he might have an opportunity, not this time down this back straightaway, but they're still pacing that 37 car. He's got a shot to get that spot back from Van de Sant.
Yeah, it's definitely been a long time since we saw Ethan Burrell in the Cup Series victory lane. Last time we saw him was the second leg of a back-to-back victory for him in June of 2021 when he won at the Phoenix Dog Leg, leading all but 3 laps in that race. And he's been strong tonight, and he may have a chance to return to victory lane here in about 12 laps at Charlotte.
Yeah, it's going to be close here, and of course, don't count out any of these guys behind. I mean, of course, Massey has looked strong at points. That 48 car faded a little bit right now inside the top 5, but the question is he running out of laps to move forward? Same with Tyler Fode almost. Meanwhile, Burrell doesn't need that many laps to get by, but he's going to try and get that move done as early as possible to the inside of Alexander Van de Sant, and he's going to remember that little bit of a bump he got from the 97 car the first time Van de Sant tried to get by, and he does remember. Van de Sant gets turned around with the caution coming out.
And this changes everything.
Oh, boy.
If you're one of these
laps.
cars out front, do you think about hitting pit road and taking a set of tires here?
Oh, man. There's 18 cars on the lead lap. That is a tough call. There's that same move. We'll see maybe if we can get it from the point of view of Burrell, or maybe even from above. That blimp view sometimes can be very helpful, overview, to see if it was Van de Sant who came down the racetrack, Burrell who came up. It looked like it was more Van de Sant coming down. A little bit of Burrell going up, but I think it might have been that 97, a little bit too late on the defensive move.
Nice job by Alex, not hitting anything after that little bit of contact. He should be able to continue on without any issues here.
Yeah, he should. And here we go. Burrell stays out. Lytle stays out. All these drivers opt to stay on the racetrack. So there's your call, Robert. Or no, excuse me.
No,
we were coming off
come
before.
down pit road.
And everyone comes down pit road. So and no tally issued. So I guess the race control sees it as that contact right there. No major issues. Probably a bit of Alex coming down, bit of Ethan coming back up the racetrack. I think that was 2 tires from Ethan Burrell. It was. So is that the call? So 2-tire pit stop, 4-tire pit stop? Are we going to see a difference between drivers who pick either of those? Is someone going to go, or well, fuel only is going to be a bit of a waste of time. So 2-tire stops, looks like that's the case for Burrell and Lytle, as well as Tooker and Talon.
Looking back at the last set of cautions, I believe Ethan took 2 tires on that one as well. So there's a good chance he has a really old set of left side tires here, and that could make for an interesting restart with maybe a little bit of wheel spin. I'm not sure if he did end up taking 4 tires last time, but this is going to be interesting. Yeah,
I feel like on the last caution he might have. I actually don't know. That is a good point. I wasn't thinking about that. Could it be older inside tires there for Burrell? Could be potentially detrimental, but the biggest winner from all of this, Harrison Talon up in 4th position in that 23 Fueled Up Racing Camaro, right behind the 3 Pro Edge Racing Toyotas. All 4 of those drivers opting to take 2 tires only. Tyler Fode, the first of the drivers, on 4 tires. Trey Holmes, 4 tires. Nick Massey, 4 tires. Pretty much everybody else 4 tires. But those top 4, what can they do with this 2-tire strategy? They have the track position. Only going to be probably 7 or 6 laps to go when we go back to green flag racing. It's going to be all to play for here.
This is definitely going to be an interesting about 6 or 7 laps when we go green here. Everybody is going to be channeling their inner Randy Big Balls Walters as they go for victory here, and varying strategies here towards the end. It'll be interesting to see if Harrison Talon can hold on, work his way up, and finish in the top 5, or if Tyler Fode and Trey Holmes are going to be able to take advantage of those extra tires and work the way up around these guys. But we definitely have an exciting few laps coming up here, and it'll be exciting to see who takes home the victory.
It absolutely will be, and yeah, I mean, any of these drivers, are deserving of it tonight. If you look inside this top 5, top 6, 7. Top 10 even, you see Hunter Smith just breaks into the top 10. Shane Terrian sitting P11. It's probably too far back to make any significant movement up the order, but wouldn't it be great to see him gain a few more spots, kind of get closer to where he probably deserved to put that 83 car tonight. It's been a pretty hectic night for sure, but I think it's about to get just a little bit crazier here with these last few laps. Do we potentially see a green-white checker situation where we have another caution on this final restart? Of course, we have the tire strategy differences. Guys are going to be aggressive moving forward. It's crazy. You drive for 400 laps, and it's all going to come down to a 5 or 6 lap shootout here. That's the nature of the beast in this racing.
Absolutely. Everyone's going to be balls to the walls here, and we're going to be having some crazy moves from guys that are a little farther back, and these guys up front are going to do everything they can to hold on to it. So it's definitely going to be exciting.
It really is. And so guys are going to, looks like they're going to double up here and get ready to go back to green flag racing with 6 to go. We'll see if it will actually be 6 to go, or will that green-white checker wave? Will we go to overtime rules? Or will we get this all done within the 600 miles allotted distance? We're about to find that out here. Ethan Burrell going to restart on the inside lane in front of Tate Lytle. On the outside, Harrison Talon picking that outside behind Tate Lytle, and David Tooker on the inside with his teammate Ethan Burrell. Those guys fueled up Pro Edge Racing. Very close alliance between those two teams. A lot of close friendships there. They occupy the first 4 spots, and then even 6th spot for Trey Holmes is another one of those fueled up cars. Trevor Elam as well, another fueled up car. This top 10 is absolutely heavily populated by that team. You're Tyler Fode, Alexander Vandesander, Nick Massey. You're a little bit worried about what they're scheming together. But you also have to trust in your own ability. Pace car is going to go off. It's all in the hands of Ethan Burrell. He's going to go hit the green flag, and great restart from David Tooker. Tate Lytle completely caught off guard, and Tyler Fode doesn't quite get to the inside there, but it's going to be a battle for the lead here between Burrell and Tooker.
As you look a little bit further back in the field, Harrison Talon's holding off Tyler Fode here. Elam. As we have a wreck in the back with Trevor Elam.
Oh, huge hit. Who was that? Oh, my gosh.
Knadel.
Knadel and Elam, massive contact between those two. Scott Haney as well, I believe, in that one. So there's that initial contact that we saw, and then Knadel, huge hit to the inside. Massive damage to that 83, and then there's where Haney gets caught up in that as well in that 3 car. But we'll go back to the Trevor Elam start of that. Oh, and then we just catch that actually as the wreck's taking place. So head back to the Whiskey Cast replay, see if we can see it all kind of starting here in that number 29 car. So here he is side by side. Great run through turns 1 and 2, and just slightly loose off the corner. Taps that outside wall into Shane Terrian, into Hunter Smith. Around he goes, and then without any kind of warning for the 84 car, it's going to be a hard hit into the 29. We'll grab one more replay here. Going to do it on board with Wyatt Knadel and watch that crazy ride for the 84 car and see just how little time you really have to react to these kinds of incidents here if you're a driver in the Elite Racing Leagues. Here we go. Knadel. You see the wreck starting to develop, and you kind of just have to pick a line. Hope that it works for you, and there it is. And yeah, not much you can do with all that smoke as well. Hard to see the car.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Wyatt there. Same sort of thing happened to him last week at Martinsville. Came off turn 4, and unfortunately, I think it was Gerald Campbell last week that ended up hitting the wall, and Wyatt had nowhere to go, and his night ended there. Same story tonight, so he's definitely going to be disappointed with that. But he and Trevor Elam and anyone else that was really affected in that wreck was all having a really good run tonight, and hopefully they can all bounce back next week, but this sets us up for some more excitement here.
It really does. This is going to be exciting because I think we're going to get to a green-white checker. We're definitely going to get to a green-white checker finish. So the first of 3 tonight. So we'll have 3 attempts at it. And yeah, we will have a winner decided within the next few laps momentarily, and it's now just going to come down to a 2-lap shootout. So 600 miles, 400 laps, 2-lap shootout is going to decide it all amongst these drivers.
That's pretty crazy that we've done 400 laps and it all comes down to 2. But definitely exciting. Definitely going to be interesting to see if Tyler Fode and Nick Massey can get a good run on these Pro Edge guys, and if Harrison Talon can hold on to his top 4 finish, he's doing a great job so far. And Fode's really been strong, but you got Nick Massey back up there on the high side, and he's made that work the past couple runs, but does he have enough time to get there is the question.
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for Massey now, barring any kind of major incident up front. It's got to be with a 2-lap shootout. You really start to look towards that guy who starts on the front position, and that's going to be Burrell, because of that huge advantage you get on these restarts. That huge advantage you get just being that guy who leads the restart, who dictates when we go green. You get that half second or whatever it is jump over the rest of the field, and that can be enough to kind of ward them off for 2 laps. Otherwise, I think, you'd look at Tate Lytle. He'd be the next guy up, likely to get a good start, but I think it's going to end up being one of those 2 Toyotas. If it is on this first green-white checker, if they don't collide with each other, I think it's going to come from either Burrell or Lytle is going to be your race winner here tonight.
I absolutely agree with that. I think at this point in the race, you forget the team card and just go for broke and push yourself to the win here. So they're definitely going to be beating and banging off of each other and trying to get the victory for themselves. But it's definitely going to be exciting to see what happens here. And I do just want to quickly point out that Shane Terrian has once again worked his way back into the top 10. So he's doing a really nice job tonight, and it'll be interesting to see where he ends up. I don't think he has a chance here at the victory, but you really never know what could happen.
Yeah, you never know, and it seems like he might be a little bit too far back. Again, I think if we get to that third green-white checker and there's sufficient chaos, like you can never count him out. But yeah, I mean, it's been a roller coaster night for Terrian. Again, a shame that it's likely that he's not going to be in victory lane. But I mean, certainly let's not count anybody out until that checkered flag waves.
Absolutely, as the lights are off on the pace car, and Ethan Burrell is ready to do battle here with David Tooker on the front row. Right behind them, we have Tate Lytle and Harrison Talon, and we have Tyler Fode and Nick Massey rounding out the top 6 here. So it's going to be quite interesting to see who can find their way to the front, who's going to end up finding their way to the back, and if we can finish this thing on one green-white checker.
Yeah, we'll see. I think for the most part, we've been able to finish races on single green-white checkers this season. Haven't really had to go to the next 2 or 3. But TBD, there's always a night that will break expectations, and tonight could very well be that night. But here we go, lights out on the pace car. Ethan Burrell, David Tooker, your front row, but expect coming into turn number 1, it's going to be Burrell. Lytle, I think, has to be that top 2 unless Tooker gets that good of a restart. Here we go. Ethan with the launch and Tooker with a little bit of wheel spin. Remember, 2 tires on these cars, and it is going to be Burrell easily ahead, but it's going to be Tooker and Lytle side by side for second. Lytle with the inside lane, and with these guys side by side, that gives free room in the air for Ethan Burrell, but not quite. Lytle gets the spot, and now it's going to be 56 versus the 37. There's a car sideways off of turn number 2, but we stay green for now.
Absolutely. That was Jesse Rasmus loose on the backstretch. Looks like we're coming to the white flag here, and we will get the white flag and finish this thing on the next flag. Alex Vandesen a little loose back there, but Ethan Burrell is out in front, and he has quite a bit of space to deal with here as David Tooker and Tate Lytle battle out with Harrison Talon right behind them.
Yeah, Talon with a good run there off the restart as well. Could potentially grab his way into a third-place finish, but heading into turns 3 and 4, there's no competition for this 37 car. He stands alone here off of turn number 4. There's contact behind him. It's going to be Burrell leading Tooker side by side across the line, and Fode grabs third place as he slides across the turf. What a finish there. Contact through turn 4. Massive incident for a car there heading into turn number 1. You see the 28 sliding there, and there's just contact all over the racetrack.
Oh, geez. As we just saw Mark Robilas make his way to the International Space Station there a moment ago. Ethan Burrell picks up the victory for Pro Edge Racing with his teammate David Tooker behind him. Really strong night for Ethan. He gained 39 spots, starting 40th, taking home the victory tonight. That's definitely one for the record books this evening for him, and it's nice to see him pick up his first win since June of last year.
Yeah, it's been great to see that for Burrell. We're gonna have to take a look at a Whiskey Cast replay of that finish right there. But first, we'll allow our winner to get his celebrations in, and that 56 at fault for that final issue there. So incident starting with Tate Lytle, and we'll go back there, follow that. That was the battle for the final podium position between Lytle and Harrison Talon. Talon ends up 6th in the race. Lytle ends up 14th. But Ethan Burrell, the winner, and it all happened behind him. Ran side by side with David Tooker. It was less than a tenth of a second separating the teammates as they crossed the line. But it's that Domino's Camry that comes away with it.
Absolutely. You can bet that Ethan Burrell is absolutely ecstatic right now. He's probably got his girlfriend on the phone ordering himself a Domino's pizza to celebrate. I don't know if he's going to have pineapple on that pizza, but we'll be sure to ask him a bit later on. Burrell burns it down.
Yeah, we certainly will be checking with Ethan on his thoughts there, and he'll finish up his celebrations here in that 37 car, get the last bit of rubber off those tires, get the last bit out of that engine, let it blow up on you, and then park it for the night. And here we go, final celebrations across the start-finish line one more time. And yeah, for Ethan, I mean, it's felt like it's been a while coming, like you mentioned. It's been since June last year, so yeah, definitely a long time coming for this 37 car, but he's always there. He's always competing for wins, and well-deserved for the driver of this 37, taking it out into the AstroTurf now. We're going to head to the Whiskey Cast replay, take a look at the finish of that event here, and see if we can get just a general idea as to what on earth happened there when all these cars crossed the line, because it seemed to just go pretty crazy for just about everybody involved there. So we'll take a look. It's going to be Tate Lytle is going to be the car that we're going to want to follow for this one. And here he is coming off the corner. We'll slow things down for you guys. So there's the contact. Tate Lytle jukes up into the 23, gets him into the wall. Tate goes into the 23, gets kind of gets hooked by him there. Fody gets hit by that. Shane Terring gets hit by that. There's the 48 sliding through. Somehow, I think Fody clears the start-finish line before the 48. Then there goes the 14 of Hunter Smith, and then there's another incident happening behind them. I think that was Razimus, as well as Balvans, or Razimus and Goodman. Then behind them we saw, car made contact with Lytle. Yeah, this seems about right in terms of just the absolute chaos that went on the track. And then there was Rabilis, hits Fody just at the end there, and then get ready to watch this, folks, because this car is about to disappear. Bitcoin
We're about to launch
to the moon.
It's got the wrong coin on there to go to the moon, but
fair enough.
Good launch for Rabilis.
Very, very impressive launch there, and that's the end of that one here at Charlotte. A brilliant race there, but a crazy finish under green-white checker situation. But yeah, what a finish here, and we're gonna see if we can bring in our race leaders. See if we can just head back to our live pictures before getting you guys those race results. See if we can get those popped up for you. Memory lanes 600, and see if we can grab race winner Ethan Burrell. Ethan, man, what a race. Less than a tenth of a second between you and Tooker at the end of it. Could have been a Pro Hedge 1, 2, 3. Bit of chaos behind you at that one, but I mean, talk us through this one. An absolute marathon, but hugely impressive performance by you. Defensive driving late in that race, and then having to come back, retake Alexander Vanessant, re-overtake him, get that lead, and then kind of bring it home there. It was a long one, but kind of found that car working for you really well in the end.
Oh yeah, unbelievable. I've been chasing one of these crown jewels for so long in Elite. I've been around so long, and this is my first win in the next gen car, and oh my gosh, just I started in the back, just totally in marathon mode. It's a marathon, not a sprint tonight, and that's kind of how I attacked it, just smooth and steady. Started getting up closer to the through the field, and every 100 laps I'd be up like 10 spots, and sure enough, we got up in that lead battle and ended up pulling what I thought was going to be a gutsy pit call to jump the leaders, taking 2, and the car actually hooked up pretty good. So I kind of kept that in the memory bank. And then a couple stops later, I was still just fighting for my life up there, and sure enough, to slap 2 more right sides on it, and thought, you know what, I'm not gonna let somebody else jump me. And man, it felt hard to pass, but if you were leading the line, you were so vulnerable. So just an unreal amount of defense being played, just trying to manage the runs and kind of stack them up. And oh man, that was a hard fought race.
Absolutely. We noticed that you were doing a snaking motion on the backstretch pretty much every lap. Did you find that was the best way to cut the air and kind of slow up the competitors there to keep yourself out front?
Maybe I just I was doing that, trying to cut the air. And I mean, this car, honestly, it raced a lot like some open wheel oval cars, like kind of like Indy cars tonight is kind of what it felt like. So I don't know too much about open wheel racing, but I know you're trying to break the draft down the straightaways, because the runs were huge. I mean, you were so vulnerable. So I was kind of trying to park it on the entry of the corner, kind of get them stacked behind me, and trying to break the air down the straightaways. Just anything you could do to give yourself a clean line coming into the next corner, and having to do that a couple hundred times. So that battle with Van de Sant was awesome. I wasn't upset at all. He kind of used the bumper a little bit, got me out of the way. It was a really good move, and we didn't have any animosity about our little incident. But yeah, it's just awesome, man. It's just unreal.
Well, Ethan, moving a little away from your performance on the racetrack, obviously running the Domino's paint scheme tonight, bit of a disagreement here in the booth. Where do you stand on pineapples on pizza?
In my opinion, they're all right. I don't mind a good ham and pineapple pizza. But I will tell you, from working for Domino's, is pineapple is, I think, our second most popular topping for customers to get on their pizza. So no matter what your opinion is, it is factual.
That's it.
That
We're done talking to Ethan.
almost everybody
Get him
likes
out of here.
pineapple on pizza.
That's disappointing.
You're done. You're done,
You've
Ethan.
ruined my night. I've been sitting here for 4 hours for you to ruin my night. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Well, Ethan, still congratulations. A really great drive tonight, and want to give you the chance here. It's been a little while, but want to give you the chance to give you some shout outs on the air.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks to my mom, my grandma Carol, and Betty for tuning in and cheering me on. My fiance Rachel as well. All the guys at Pro Edge Racing, man. It's we show up at Charlotte, and I mean, we mean business. I don't know what it is, but these Pro Edge Toyotas are always hot at Charlotte. So it's just an honor to race with those guys. And Anthony Ludi at 213simware.com. You could check out the website and get yourself some sim racing merch. I got a t-shirt on there as well. And just thanks to you guys up here in the booth for doing this for us. So, our people watching at home can tune in, and us drivers can go back through the replay later. It's really appreciated what you guys do, and glad you guys got to watch a nice clean race tonight for once.
Absolutely.
Pretty nice there. Congratulations again there, Ethan, and enjoy this one.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
All right, Ethan Burrell, your race winner. And then next up, we'll bring in runner-up tonight. And, David Tooker, you seem to love Charlotte and the World 600, because last time you were here, you went out and won the race. Today, just less than a tenth of a second away from getting a repeat there. Talk us through your night, coming up just a little bit short there to teammate Ethan Burrell, and just your thoughts on how the racing was out there, because it seemed like a significant improvement to, I think, what we've been seeing so far this season. There seemed to be something that clicked with this field tonight.
You're absolutely right, Rish. And to give a shout out to Ethan, he drove a hell of a race. I knew for a moment he was 3 wide battling for the lead, and I thought for sure they were going to end up crashing, but no, he put on a hell of a race, and I'm super happy for him. I know everybody in his family is super happy to see him win. I know he's been struggling with this car to get a grip on this car, and he loves this track, and he loves coming here. It was really cool to see him win. If there's anybody I'm going to finish second to, it's going to be that guy. But No, this track and setup combo and this car tonight was just a blast to drive. I know Robert was running test laps earlier. I imagine he probably gave some input on it, but this car was just super user friendly. I felt like that's been our biggest problem, is just finding a user friendly setup and mixture of track. And I think tonight this track and this car just really meshed really well. It wasn't necessarily any sort of looseness or tightness. If you overdrove the corner, you got tight, and if you were driving it too hard off the exit, you got loose. But no, this car and track just felt really good tonight for all of us. Everybody inside the top 10 was really loving this car, and I'm just glad to bring it home second.
Absolutely, and great run once again here at Charlotte, David. Obviously, you finished runner-up to your teammate Ethan Burrell, and the Pro Edge guys seem to work really well together. But if you had a chance, would you have done something different at the end to get by Ethan, or were you just content finishing second and having a good points day?
There's a little bit of both. The driver in me wants to go up there and win as many races as I possibly can, but at the same time, you got to be smart and think, okay, I'm okay with second here. I just need to get the points since we're at the end of the season where everything seems to matter. So I was content running second as much as I want the win, but like I said, I'm just really happy for Ethan and the work he put in tonight to have this result. I know last Monday, or just recently Monday, he was having internet issues, so I was really worried for him. But no, he drove a great race. But like you said, just really happy to finish second.
All right, well, David, want to give you the opportunity here on the air to make some shout-outs while we have you up in the booth.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the entire Pro Edge racing team. I know Weeks had a little bit of issue about halfway through the race, which sucks because he had a really fast car too. Right there with me and Ethan and Tate. Like I said, just everybody at the Pro Edge Garage, JD Designs, everybody that helps out in the Elite Racing Network, all you guys up here in the booth, Robert. I know you're new up here, so I appreciate you stepping in. Everybody that makes these races happen, C2 Freight, Blue Egg Marketing. I know I'm going to forget a few more names, but just want to thank everybody that's involved with Elite Racing and just really happy to be a part of it.
All right, man. Congratulations again. P2 finisher David Tooker, fresh off a P1 finish last time we came to World 600. This guy's pretty good around here. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, David Tooker there, second place finisher, and then we'll finally bring in third place Tyler Fody. Tyler, man, it's been the story of your season so far, where you've had, it feels like a 9 out of 10 race pretty much every race so far, and you can't complain leading the championship, and you'll continue to lead it after tonight. But did you walk into that race thinking you had a race-winning car? Did you think third was where that car should have finished, or kind of what were your thoughts there, especially towards the end? Crazy finish as well, across the grass there, just barely coming out ahead of Massey. Talk us through your race, your car, and then kind of what you had to deal with in that finish there.
Yeah, man. Well, I think overall, I'm happy with the result. Just as it sucks a little bit to keep coming up so close, but the racing we had, I think, makes up for it. I think overall, like raw speed, we're probably top 5, maybe top 3, but that didn't matter really too much with how strong the draft was. So I mean, I'll take the third, but man, the racing with those guys was top notch. I got to say, credit to all of them. I'll have to watch the replay back because the 3 wide, the door to door was just incredible. I'm just really exhausted right now. I don't remember the rest of your question.
Obviously, a really long race for you tonight, Tyler. You did a really great job with the 40 car. You were working the high line, working the low line. Do you think you had anything for Ethan and David there at the end, or was top 3 really the cap for you tonight?
No, well, I really thought I had it in the bag when we had that second to last restart. They all took 2 tires in front of me, and I was the first one on 4 with 5-6 laps to go, I think it was. And fresh tires needed about 2 laps before it started gripping up and freeing the car up, because the first lap or two was just plowing tight, real bad. So I knew if I just held on for a lap or two, the last 3 or whatever, we were going to be tenths quicker. So to see that quick yellow and turn it to a green-white checkered really kind of made my bed there. It was kind of frustrating, but and yeah, I mean, I almost took Harry out too. It plowed so much on the white flag lap, but yeah, initially I thought I could have won it there, but in the end, happy to bounce off Tate and motocross it to third through the infield.
Yeah, man. I mean, it was close there. It was a good battle though, anyways, and good race that you guys put on. I think you're gonna definitely enjoy going back and watching that 3-wide battle. We certainly enjoyed it here in the booth. But before we let you go here tonight, as we do tick over to midnight here on the East Coast, I want to give you a chance to make some shout outs on the air.
Yeah, my teammate Vincent there, he made it, I think, 3/4 of the way, so it was fun having him around. Props to everyone up there in the top 5-10 with the racing tonight. I got to shout out Blue Egg Marketing and Days Gone By as well for being on the car, and also huge props to y'all for hanging in there. The time passed pretty quick for me in the car, but for y'all to sit up here, that's pretty awesome to be able to have a broadcast and everything and watch it back.
For sure, man. Congratulations, P3 finish, continuing to lead the championship. A lot to be proud of tonight there. Tyler Fody, 3rd place finish. And with that, well, 4.5 hours. I think I called that, Robert, during one of our breaks, that it was going to be about a 4.5-hour broadcast here tonight. That's pretty much where we are, spot on. Thoughts on the race tonight?
I thought it turned out better than anticipated. The racing was incredible. The 3-wide battles and guys working the high line, working the wall. Alex Van de Sant basically running the Kyle Larson line around this place was incredible. And then for it all to come down to a green-white checker finish with guys finishing through the grass is pretty awesome for this race. And I think everyone at home definitely will enjoy it, and all the drivers will love going back to watch this too.
Absolutely, and with that, I think we're gonna step away for tonight. Thank you to everybody who tuned in for the entire race tonight, or even for those of you who tuned in for just the end or just a little bit in the middle. We absolutely loved having you with us here on the Elite Racing Network on YouTube. Make sure, if you're interested in the racing that you saw tonight in the Cup Series, we also got IndyCar Series, Xfinity, and trucks going on, as well as Formula One. Make sure you're subscribed here on the Elite Racing Network channel, because we're going to keep bringing you guys this action every single day of the week. There's always new races that we've got going on, and these guys do an incredible job putting on a show for us. It makes our job easy in the booth. With that being said, it has been the Memory Lanes World 600. Big shout out to Randy Big Balls Walters, owner of Memory Lanes there. He does an incredible job at getting involved here in the Elite Racing Leagues. I don't quite know who the 5 drivers are that'll get selected for that competition in Daytona in a few weeks' time. We will highlight them before that race, so keep an eye out for that, because there is $100 on the line for the highest finisher of that group of drivers. But also want to shout out, of course, Blue Egg Marketing, C2 Freight Resources, and Powerhouse Recycling. Fantastic premier sponsors here at the Elite Racing Leagues. And, of course, APS, the sponsor here for the JoinAPS Cup Series. It's been 9 rounds so far in this series, and we're just getting down into the final stretch of it. We're getting into the chase racing, getting ready to go here. But with that, we're going to let you all go for a good night, and we're going to need a good night's rest too. So I've been Rish of Kosa, joined by Robert Hill Jr., producer David Huckleberry. Also had Doug Rice with us earlier in the night as well. Thank you all so much for joining tonight. Have a good night.